actually. So first plan of attack is to update the tank tier list. That's going to be the first thing I want to do. And then we will test some Prot Warrior. So we're going to test Prot Warrior first, and toward the end of today, I will update the tank tier list. That is the plan. That is the plan. Let's do it. Let's get some stuff set up real quick. I kind of know where everything is, but I just want to do a few more Prot Warrior keys. What's up, noob? Good morning, good morning. I'm a little late today. Had some unexpected things to take care of this morning, but all good. And I had coffee. So, you know, I'm going to be hype. I got energy. What's up, Small? Oh, sorry. There you go. Perfect. I have Arson in my party. Let's see who else is around, and then we go and do some keys. I want a second time. Ooh, congrats, noob. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. Very good, very good. I want to listen to some happy music. Today is the last day of my sponsor. So if you are curious about trying a new gaming browser, it is very cool. I definitely will continue to use Opera GX actually for quite some time. Even if they don't renew the sponsorship with me, which would be fine. I'm very excited about it. I genuinely think it is an awesome gaming browser. What's up, Dusk? I want to test some Prot Warrior today, first and foremost. I don't think I have any 16s or 17s, so we got to start with 15. What key would we like to test in? Hi, Sindaria. How's it going? Hello, hello. Hi, hi. What's up, random? Yep, we got a full day planned. I got to do some tank testing, and then on top of the tank testing, I want to go and update the tank tier list. Yeah, what's up, Anguish? I am playing Warrior. Notoriously a randomly nerfed tank, but I don't think it's that bad. Good morning, Beyblades. Yo, all right, so we got to start with a 15 at the very least. Let's do something like Spire and just see how Prot Warrior lives a Windrunner Spire. Something like this. Just want to test it. Just want to see. I think that I know kind of what's up with Prot Warrior, but there are a few things I'd like to test. Can it come if you want a dragon? Absolutely. Bring it. Sure. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. All right. Artson is here today. Giga Warlock. And let's go. Let's see here. Working. Oh, right. Got you, got you. What's up, Small? Did you see the video yesterday of the blindfolded tank adventure? Did anyone else catch that? Holy. I can't believe we completed that key. I cannot believe it. You guys know that that happened, right? So, okay, if you're not familiar, yesterday I did a completely blindfolded key. Actually blindfolded. Unbelievable. Yeah. And it was a 17 Halls of Atonement. That wasn't, by the way, we're not talking like a 10. I did a 17. It was originally going to be a 20, and I think the 20, it was reasonable. Let's call it reasonable that it wasn't going to be a 20, huh? Yeah, that seems like stuff. Want to get splashed with water? Yes. You want to come heal random? Please do. Please do. I got you here, though. Yep, that's true. There was a few, so that wasn't small talking the most. That accent that you heard, Dusk, was Froststrike. That was Sam. Yeah, you heard the DK talking. He was the one kind of leading the group, and then there was a few comments from my healer and everything else, though. What's up, Kyle? A mid-level player. I hit 3,300 on Prot Warrior playing the first half of last season. 3,200 on Bear. Nice. Oh, yeah, 100%, Kyle. Yeah. 1,000% you'd be able to do that. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. You could totally do it. I think that... So Midnight's going to be interesting. I currently am uploading a project. Now... There are some important things to clarify about this project I am uploading. I made my first masterclass series for how to tank Magister's Terrace. Ooh, nice. Sam does want to come. Perfect. Let's get everybody. That's a full group right there. Beautiful. Wait, did he not get invited? Did I just miss him? There we go. No, Kyle. So the thing with Paladin, let me get back to that in a second because I have some news. I want to make amazing tank guides. Not just tank guides of how to play the tank, but everything you need to know to be confident routing these dungeons. Now, they're long. The fully detailed, love from the Philippines, yo, hey, you're close to my time zone. So, here, listen, okay? The recording I made is 100% going to prepare you for how to carry, like giga carry your team. We're talking carry like you've never carried before. It will teach you everything that you might not even learn over the course of an entire season. I'm very happy with how it turned out. It's just very long. So it's a deep dive. You don't even watch all of it at once. But I made my first one, and it turned out pretty much exactly how I wanted it to. Do you want to know how long it is? But here's the thing. It's such valuable information. I don't think I care about exactly how long it is. But would you wager a guess? I put it in Discord, so if you know the answer, don't guess. How long do you think my first dungeon guide actually was? Out of curiosity. Would anybody like to wager a guess, please? Go for it. Somebody assume just how long it was. It's a deep dive masterclass. I was going over a run that I thought was the perfect one. 45 minutes. Incorrect. Yo, what's up, Linneus? Beta was down yesterday. Beyblades is closer. 70 minutes. Kyle, you are in between Kyle and Beyblades. Oh, Yokai. That's very close now. Now we're getting there. Very close, very close. Anyone else? I want to wager a guess. Teaching tanking? Yes. It's an hour and 20 minutes. It's an hour and 20 minutes, okay? It's kind of ridiculous. It's an hour and 20 minutes, so it's 80 minutes long. But you will learn everything. What's up, Zen Matrix? You will learn literally everything that you've ever wanted to learn. That's pretty good. That's not bad, huh? Ooh, do you think it's a little too long? I feel like I have to try to make them under an hour, to be honest. But trust me, I've never seen another tank guide that goes over the stuff that I went over. I really think that it will help so many people and will prepare you for the dungeon. Like, you could watch that, and if you absorb even a little bit, like, yeah, exactly. So you got to add chapters. I want to make a TLDR over time. I'm going to make a separate version that's like 5 minutes or something that just goes TLDR. But this teaches you, like, how to pace, what to chain, where to position, things you need to look out for, etc., etc. So this is the deepest dive we could possibly go. Are you going to make... Yes, I am, Ceralius. That's what I'm talking about right now. Now, it is uploading currently to Patreon. I want to give early access there. It is some of my best work, okay? It is genuinely some of my best work. It's basically a podcast where I just explain every mob, the variations on pulls, what I would do in a 10, what I would do in a 12, what I would do in a 15, etc., etc., etc. So I have all these options. I really like it. The question is this... Yeah, so that's the thing, Super. I do think there will be a little bit more homework this upcoming season. What's up, Splotch? So that dungeon guide, though, trust me, is so valuable. It's exactly what I want to give people. Let me look at my build here for Prot Warrior. I was messing around with a few talents. I think I decided I really want Blood Surge and Instigate over anything else here. Tough as Nails is kind of hard to drop, to be honest. I like Tough as Nails, too. So... maybe you could drop Instigate. Like, I'm wondering about the Rage Gen right now. I'm wondering about whether or not I could drop, like, Instigate for Tough as Nails. It's actually quite good right now. Can I still pull mobs and empty? Yeah, well, Malden, I have... That guide is just genuinely full of, like, the best information. The question is, I kind of want to make it so... I mean, early access to it. Eventually, it'll be out. But out of curiosity, if I told you that there was a guide that was that good, would you want to watch it? Is anyone interested in actually pursuing a guide like this potentially? Because I can make it for free on Patreon. I was thinking I would make it like for members, but to be honest, I feel like I don't want to really charge for it yet. Okay. So I can upload it to Patreon for early access, and then I would love some feedback. I'm going to put this for basically just for free. You just have to be a member, but I will put it right here, not paid members, but basically... free, so free and paid members can get this. That sounds good to me. That's about right. I'm going to publish it right now. There's no thumbnail, but it is an hour and 20 minutes. Publish. Boom, free access. There it is. There it is. Eventually, for early access stuff, this is the type of guide. I put a lot of effort into this, so I wouldn't mind charging for it a little bit. But at the same time, the first one is now live. Good morning. What do you think about the Guardian Druid changes? Which ones? The ones from a little bit ago? What's up, Schwabro? Like the ones from a little bit, though? I would love feedback. If you go ahead and watch that at any point, I would love some feedback, basically. Correct. All right. Here we go. Commercial overview. Go back to the Pally thing. Kyle, Paladin, it's actually the tank that's featured there is Paladin. I've got the basic guide up. Paladin will be just fine. I think you will love the 3K. The thing about Paladin is people think, if I play Paladin, I have to be perfect at it. But that's actually not true. You learn to use your utility over time on a Paladin. Like, you don't have to learn it right away. You can just get it a little bit. You could just a little bit over time, a little bit over time. The ones from yesterday. So that was the beta. That was already in the beta, Schwabro. The ones from yesterday, right? The bear changes. They're just adding that to pre-patch. So we've already had those changes for a little bit, and I think they're okay. All right, Frost needs a second, no problem. I think they're fine. Bear feels like it's in a decent spot. I think I like where Bear is right now. The main thing about where Bear is at the moment is the fact that Brewmaster, when that gets nerfed, we're going to be sitting in a good spot, I think. Bear is like a very solid tank right now. Yeah, that's Froststrike. As a visual learner, I didn't get a chance. So it's going over a dungeon run in the background. You know me, Malden. The problem is, if I had to edit it with like graphics and stuff, it would genuinely take me like 10 hours because I'm just very bad at that. Like I'm just incredibly bad, to be honest, at doing that. So not gonna lie, I wouldn't be able to do that, but hopefully I made it. So yeah, of course. Schwabro. So basically, it was a small survivability nerf, but it was a good damage nerf. And as long as Bear does the damage it's doing right now, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. What's up, Stoops? So yeah, I'm very happy with how the guide went. I think it will help a lot of people. I eventually want to do that for every dungeon. For now, we have what we have. Cool. Boom. Cool. Give me a moment here. Boom, 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 boom. How do I mod people on YouTube, by the way? Does anybody want to just randomly be a mod on YouTube? Does any YouTube watcher want to be a mod? So you can, if I ever say, like, can you pin something? Can you pin something? I'm giving this out for free right now, basically. If anybody is listening, you want to be a mod on. Okay, how do I do it? How do I mod people on YouTube? It's basically like, could you just link it? Me, all right, small, noob, all right, all three of you. How do I make you a mod? If you answer that question for me, I'll give it to you right now. I don't mind. I actually don't know how to mod people there. Single handily is getting bear nerfed. You think Zorthus is getting bear nerfed? What do you mean by that? I don't know about that. Is he playing it right now at the solo? I haven't actually seen Zorthus play bear himself. But there is a wow. What's up, North Wallings? But how do I do it? To add a moderate managing comments, so you have to go to I have to go into paste user's channel URL. Oh, I don't think I can /mod. I tried it before and it did not work. So I have to go into my settings to do that. Oh, okay. Alrighty then. I know it works on here though. Yeah, to be fair, there is a build that does that to solo, but I don't think that it will stay, so I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I think it'll be all right overall. However, I'm not 1,000% sure. Basically, seems to involve... Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, but it's okay. I'll do it in a second. We're just setting this up real fast. Okay, here's my thoughts on Bear, though, overall. They should nerf Moonless Night, and they should nerf Ravage. For Druid of the Claw. For Druid of the Claw. If you want to watch on YouTube, by the way, yes, it is, Malden. Hey there. So basically, the thing with YouTube is I don't have music going through to YouTube, obviously, but I do have game volume. So you'll hear game volume, but you won't hear music. If you want to chill to music, you got to come here. And for what it's worth, if you actually are interested, then you can always watch here as well. This is another option if you don't want ads and stuff. Do you personally enjoy Blood DK? Yup, I am. I multi, but it's difficult for me to keep up with all of them though. Yeah, that works. What's up, Enwell? I don't personally enjoy Blood DK, to be honest though. Ready? Okay, let's go. All right, let's do it. I don't enjoy Blood DK. It's not my style of tanking. It's a little bit too nerve-wracking for me. I can play it, and I think I play it decently, to be honest. But I actually don't enjoy Blood DK. It's it do be a little bit tough in my opinion though. A level with vendor rest being over your own hardy. Ooh, no. I have zero clue how to do that, unfortunately, though. There we go. Countdown. Here we go. If Deathstrike had like a 10-yard reach. Ooh, Neons. Very good point. One of my problems with Blood DK is that you do have to get really good at gripping things that are close to you. It's true. That is something you have to worry about, actually. All right, let's play Prot Warrior. I don't really have my meters set up here. Create new window. Boom, like this. Excellent. Nice. And then we're going to go here. There's a lot of problems that I have in general. The pulls are having to... So, there's a technique for that. And overall, the longer you play it, the better you're going to get at it. Just like Warrior here, right? The longer I play this tank, the better I'm going to get at it. Because here, I'm just going to learn... I'm just going to proc cheat death, because I want to gather this real quick. And then I'm going to do this, and now I'll be set. So that was dangerous just because I could have planned my movement even better, but it's my first key of the day. So, you know, bear with me. And then the rotation here for Warrior is very, very straightforward. We simply hit 1, then we hit 2, then we hit 1, and then we move because there's going to be a spell guard protection thing, so I instantly move out. Good morning, Ekamon, and then I'm here, and then I'm here. I don't actually think the Warrior damage is that bad, to be honest. It's not comparable to other tanks overall, but that's not bad. Let's see. Let's keep track of the DPS this dungeon. Excuse me. What the hell? Oh, wait. How did one groundskeeper not pull? Oh, yo, hold up. Wait a second, though. No. So Revenge is a button that I only hit to try to reset Shield Slam, but it's also a min-max. So if I was going to make a Prot Warrior guide, I would basically encourage people to not actually hit. I'm going to make a Prot Warrior guide soon. Resto Shaman and Prot Warrior are the 2 next guides I'm making. So the thing with Warrior is it's all about positioning, but really you want to spend rage like a ton. Like your whole thing, right, is that you want to spend rage. You're in a constant feedback loop. So I gather without getting hit, and then from here, in my actual burst window, it's as many thunderclaps that I can get off. Now, it's unfortunately nerfed, but I have a feeling they're going to take that. Ooh, so he's going to control it. I see. I see what he's doing here. That's fine. We could do that. Makes sense to me. I'll taunt this. Then we can go on here, though. So, yeah. I think we're chaining pulls, but overall, so we can pull 1 spider with this. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to taunt this 1 big spider, and then this saves a whole pull in the dungeon. We just gather here like this, and all good. So, yeah, there I hit Revenge. That was actually the wrong global. Revenge is very bad for Mountain Thane. It is good for Colossus. What you want to do is you're basically trying to get as many thunderclaps as possible. So it depends a little bit on my ping. It's a very, very, very spammy tank, though. Like, overall, Warrior is just how fast can I hit my buttons. And then there's a few min-maxes for it for damage reasons, but I'll go over that stuff. I don't think they're that necessary. Like, the min-max for Warrior is simply not that important. No, yeah, so Colossus is different. Colossus has massive value in Revenge, but Thane does not. Like, my damage here is coming from my Apex talent, and if you read the new Apex talent, you'll also understand why you really don't want to be prioritizing Revenge. It's just to try to get Shield Slam resets. Let's make sure my healer can recover this first. Whoops. 1 death there. All good, so I won't chain. Those groundskeepers are nasty with the dispels. Boom. So we'll wait for small. No problem. Give it a second. Yeah. Just watch the first 5 minutes of that. So that's the splotch. I'm hoping that people really enjoy it. I genuinely, the whole video is that valuable, and I think I should charge for it. But let's say the first one should just be free, because I want feedback. What I actually want, Splotch, is for people to watch it and then tell me what they think and how I can improve it. Because I'm not satisfied that that's, like, for sure the only way to do this. So I want to see what other people suggest on how I can improve it, yeah. Because I'm going to make them for all the dungeons. I think that one is perfect. Keep in mind, believe it or not, it's an hour and 20 minutes of pure, just straight up exactly what I would do in a coaching call. Like, it's basically, and people pay, you know, the higher tier of Patreon $30 a month for coaching. It's like, but I'm just going to give that to you for free. Like, straight up, basically, those dungeon guides are exactly, like, that, the level of depth we're getting into, and the understanding of the dungeon is bordering on what I would do in an actual coaching call. You know? So, there's a lot of really good information there, basically. Yeah, that would be good. I agree with you, by the way. That sounds great. I like that. I like that idea. That's a good idea, Dusk. But Warrior doesn't feel that bad, in my opinion. It's just so, when you read your Apex talent and stuff on Warrior, you realize this doesn't really get affected by Revenge that much, so it really is just Thunderclap and Shield Slam. Like, that's what your goal is here. Yeah. Yep. I hope that it really does make a significant difference, and it really helps people. So we're going to get aggro, so you see I have Thunderclap there, and these little ones pull to the side here. I want to make sure that I just have aggro on them. So I'm just going to take my time and Thunderclap. And then from here, I really don't want to get hit. If I do, because they caught up to me a little bit, I'll go here. Boom. Thunderclaps. Big Thunderclaps. Here we go. Turning around now and backpedaling. And then from here, I know what I want to pull. It's just this guy behind me. Bam. And then I take no damage. See, that gather there was basically for free. I don't want the side, unfortunately, so somebody's going to pull that for me. I was going to pull that for Funnel on Boss. And then here we go. So even in this scenario here, I'm not actually hitting Revenge. I'm prioritizing Thunderclap. And then it's all positioning from here. So from here, let's see. I want to Demo Shout into my next shield wall. And then I'll also use Spell Reflect, though. Got a question to the bear? Of course, of course, of course. Yes. So the timestamps would be the next thing when I actually upload it. I don't even know if you can or cannot do that on Patreon, to be honest. I have 32 stacks by this, so my armor is quite a bit low. Big melee hits here, but no problem. Yeah, so I want that last Groundskeeper and those pack right there. I actually don't want to pull that, because we want that for Funnel on Boss. We charge in, I watch my CCs, go Avatar, and bam. So, Warrior is interesting because it's still basically the only tank at this point that actually does have CDR on stuff. Like, aside from Bear and stuff, but it's weird. How do you, it's Bartender Sancts. Bartender is the animation here. So if you want, like, this cool stuff, I'll take Thunderbolt. Come on, my bars. Here, I'll put that there. Cool. Yeah, we want to stun these. Cool. And then as the boss is spawning here we go. I'm simply going to leap over here, and I'm going to pull this. And then now we get a little Funnel on Boss. But the other, I like pulling both of these for Funnel on Boss is the thing. Whee! And a Warlock Gateway. Can you macro ignore pain? So, that is a good question, Delineus. Can you macro ignore pain on a warrior? The answer is kind of yes. Prop Hal CDR, it doesn't really though, Dusk. It's so weird. It's so weird that Prop Pally basically is not really a CDR tank anymore. So its CDR is on Guardian of the Ancient Kings with your shields, but you don't have CDR on your Wings or your Bubble or your Ardent anymore. So whereas Prop Pally before was just the massive, it was the CDR tank, but it doesn't really feel like that anymore. It's very strange. Like, I've never really seen this iteration, like, ever since I've played Pally, though, you know? So, yeah, basically just the shield on Guardian, which does impact your decision-making a little bit, but, you know. I'm a heal main. What do you feel safest on... Oh, for healers right now? As a tank player, you mean? Like, what healer do I want to see in my keys as a tank dynamics? That's a great question. That is a very good way to rank healers. So you're saying... Yeah, okay. I understand. So, Resto Druid is #1 by far. The amount of tank healing that Resto Druid can provide is just insane for very little effort. They do a ridiculous amount, so they make me feel incredibly safe, right? Like, that's... First and foremost is Resto Druid, as well as the fact that I like the buff from them, right? Because Druid buff, etc. Like, Resto Druid, 100%. The next healer might surprise you, but it's actually Mistweaver. I feel very safe with the Mistweaver, mostly because in AoE packs, like, I'll make a plan for bosses. Their single target boss nuke of a heal, a little bit less, but in packs, their way of healing right now with Way of the Crane is just infinite HPS in AoE. And a lot of that HPS goes to me. So I feel very comfortable with the Mistweaver, and I kind of know when they won't be able to heal me, so I can make a plan. But those two in particular, I just feel better on. Yeah, you can't cleanse this with Dwarf, yeah? No, you can't cleanse it with Dwarf. Okay, so I just go here, and then I heal myself up one. Perfect. Not too bad. I think this bleed for Warrior, I was curious to know how it would feel, but it doesn't feel that bad at all. What trinkets am I even wearing? Wait, what is this trinket? I'm using wrong trinkets. That's okay. So, yeah, that would be first and foremost, I think. Let me think about the next. What would be the third healer I actually feel the safest with? It's not Priest. Both Holy Priest and Disc don't make me feel safe. It's not Prez Evoker. Prez makes me feel like I'm fighting for my life, even though they can do big tank healing. Yeah, hold up. So it's between Shaman and Holy Paladin. Oh, poor Arson. He did. Yeah, so this is overall for sure. Sorry. I was about to say, there's no way that's single target. My bad. But, like, maintaining 50k is pretty solid here. I think 50k single target is about where this Warrior build is at if I played it really well. Yeah, sorry, Adams. That's overall. But, like, 50k is pretty good. for Warrior, and if you factor in the group buff, it's pretty solid. We had a little bit of funnel on this boss, but mostly this is still my damage. Like, single target. If I even pop this last avatar, but I think the boss is going to die in, like, 2 seconds. Hard to say on this guy. He dies at, like, 5% or something. And it would be great if I don't think I've enabled Platinator here, so I should do that. What's up, Kieran? Yo, wait, Kieran. Did you see the blindfolded challenge yesterday? Have you done Brewmaster? Yeah, so I'm going to update the tank tier list today, right? I've played some Brewmaster myself, and I obviously have healed a lot as well. Brewmaster is in an interesting spot. I judge you hard after seeing the brutally honest. I'm not above saying when I'm wrong. Oh, thank you, Asto. Wait, I judge you hard after seeing... Wait. Can I ask you an honest question? And keep in mind, I don't take offense, right? I don't take offense to this, Asto. I actually like critical feedback. Like, I want critical feedback, okay? However, if you watched the Brutally Honest podcast and you were like, this Awu guy, I don't like him, can I ask you why? Like, what was it about that you were just like, nah, this Awu guy, he do be rubbing me the wrong way? Because normally I rub people the right way, so I'm just kind of curious, out of curiosity, right? If you were like, nah, this podcast wasn't for me, so I'm just curious, yeah. I genuinely, that's like an honest question. Keep in mind, I am the type of person, I will not get mad. I'm not going to, like, turn around, for example, though. But, like, I'm not going to turn around and be like, I cannot believe you just said that, Asto. Unbelievable. Like, I'm asking you for critical feedback, so by all means, give me critical feedback. Like, I am specifically desiring the feedback. So, yeah, I will not get mad at you for whatever you say. I hate people. You know what I'm talking about? Like, people who go like that, they're like, okay, give me honest feedback, I won't get mad. And then you give them the honest feedback, and then they get mad, and it's like, what? Wait, what? You said you weren't gonna get mad. Like, you specifically said to be honest, and then, you know what I mean? Like, holy. And then they do? I hate that. I really like brute honesty. I don't really like that type of communication, though. It can be, but not all relationships are like that. I think good relationships are actually built on good communication. You should be able to communicate with your partner without feeling like it's a chore or something. It's not hard to communicate with a partner that actually loves you, I think. And you can, like, you might have differences of opinions, but the truth is, if your partner is kind of the right... I personally believe that it's a privilege to communicate with a partner that you should be with. It actually teaches you, for example, though, yeah, it teaches you that you can trust other people even when things don't go quite according to plan. So I missed that kick there, and that's going to cause us a problem. The reason is because my Platinator is not enabled properly. So I'm just going to watch out here. I'm going to be very afraid. I'm probably going to proc my cheat death. I do believe I'm playing it. I'm going to go here. This is not a bad chain, but you do have to be careful of, like, the very few kicks. I am forgetting that I am a warrior, so I can just interrupt and shout that. That'd be good, though. The biggest minus with the podcast is the lack of drinks and snacks. My bear question. It's said to be the most easy to pick up, but is it as good for Mythic Plus stuff? Yeah, oh look, I would say bear is in a pretty good spot right now. Like, there are some seasons where it's kind of tough to play for many reasons, but as of right now, I don't think so. You know what I am underutilizing on my warrior today? My rallying cry, because I haven't played warrior in a bit, and I'm realizing all of a sudden that I haven't used that button very much. You know? Yeah, I'm always honest, though. You came across as you said you could play and have played. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, okay, got you. I understand. That's very valid feedback. Oh, Astro, yeah, that makes sense. I definitely, because I'm a very confident person, I think that sometimes people misunderstand my confidence for arrogance, but I really don't believe that I don't think that I'm an arrogant person. It's kind of hard for me to self-diagnose that, of course, but in my opinion, I am... Like, I love hearing other people's opinions, and my opinion is simply but one of many. I can come off very strong with my opinions because I'm confident. But certainly, I am but one of many voices, and I am not an expert in the sense of, like, oh, like, you shouldn't listen to anyone else. Like, I really don't like that. I think that if you're an intelligent individual, you should try to get as many opinions about the thing you care about as possible, and then form your own opinion based off that information. Like, medical things, everything, like, get many different opinions, even about the game itself. What's going to be good? Listen to all the tier lists. Don't just depend on one. Definitely, like, you want to get your information from a bunch of stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's what the thing is, Delineus, is I'm a very sarcastic person, and I can see where, based on, if you hear me kind of out of context, I could totally see that, though. How has Prot Paladin been for you? Okay, if anybody can do this for me, because I'm in the middle of a key here, and I'm going to do a slightly dangerous pull, I would love... can you link the Patreon to YouTube chat, please? If anybody is here, real quick. Because ooh, that was a giant lag. Holy, okay, rallying cry. Got it. Whoa, big lag there. Huge server lag. Okay, I'm not going to die. I got cheat death. Whoa. Scary. Holy. Okay, yeah, if you could link the Patreon, because there is a free video. If you're curious about it, I just posted it. It is a full masterclass on how to tank Magister's Terrace, which is going to be, I think, the hardest dungeon in the new pool. I foresee it being very difficult, and I am tanking on Prot Pally in that key. So if you really want to see Prot Pally, I recommend that you watch that video. It is for free. You do not have to pay for that, though. Done? Thank you. Yeah. Just do like exclamation Patreon and link that, because that's actually a really good way to understand Prot Paladin. It didn't feel great in that key. That key has a lot of just heavy tank busters, and to be honest with you, it felt kind of terrible. The Prot Pally there. I did not... It was tough, but I succeeded. Barely, though. You can see some pulls where my health just drops, though. Came here from healer ranking. What's up, Arcanostic? Hello? Do you like Pokemon? Out of curiosity. I can't tell if your name is like Arcanine reference or if it's just like Arcane reference. Well, wait. But hopefully, Asto, I can back up that sort of claim that I really like testing everything. My favorite thing and my favorite time to play WoW is beta, actually, though. Ever thought? Yeah, I ran a guild in Warlords of Draenor, and if you've ever run a guild before, you kind of start to learn it's not what it appears to be. Most of running a guild is actually dealing with drama behind the scenes. That's like 80% of running a guild is actually managing the people who are having problems with each other. And I didn't really super crazy enjoy that process. It was great at the time. Yeah, it's not actually about the game. It's very much about just managing the individuals who are kind of like, you know, the one person has a problem with that person, and the other person has got a problem with this person, and you know, there's another problem over here, and there's no problem. It's overall is okay, but that's kind of what running a guild is like. So a lot of drama, basically, though. My Prot Pally feels okay. Like, I don't even mind showing you in a key today. Like, I can play Prot Pally for you. It does big damn. It's got fair utility still. Like, it's got a good package for these keys. You just have to be aware, very aware, of what is going to hurt you a lot on Paladin. Like, that's kind of the key for Paladin right now, is a pre-knowledge of the dungeon will give you a lot of information about kind of like how things are gonna go. You have to be very, very on top of your defenses. And just sort of knowledge of, like, my healer got me here, my healer doesn't have me there, etc. Yo, thank you for bringing the walls to start tanking. Nice. Your VDH vid is what got me into it. Just do it on prod. Nice. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy tanking. Genuinely, though. What's up, No Cube? Good morning, mate. Just joined. How's Prot Warrior with the new patch? It feels okay. Like, its damage was nerfed, and I don't think it needs that. But, I mean, I'm not doing terrible tank damage in this. All the way. Follow. Line of sight. So I'm going to tell my team to follow here. Let's do big pull. If we die, we die. Boom. So here with Prot Warrior, I'm going to make sure I taunt that one, and then we're going to be ahead of my team, get my resources up right away, make sure I don't get hit in the back too much. I'm definitely going to... I don't have cheat death, so I'm just going to shield wall immediately. I'm going to trust that my DK might be able to grip a few of those things in. Very well. Perfect. And then I'm going to go here on the first overlap. Bam. And I just have to be careful. This pack does do a lot of tank damage. This is one of those, when I make my Windrunner guide, I will specifically talk about pulls like this, because you'll see other people do it, but that doesn't necessarily mean you should do it, because it's a very bad pug decision. Where's the blind? Hahaha. I did the blindfolded challenge yesterday on tank, but you know it wouldn't work with like any other tank, right? Like, it's only possible for me to do that because bear. And it definitely wouldn't work on a healer. It's physically impossible. I would say Prot Warrior is very strong defensively, like, it never had defensive problems, and in the last set of notes, although everybody was focused on the damage nerfs, to be fair, it also got a bunch of, defensive buffs. Not a bunch, but a few defensive buffs, right? So, I think Prot Warrior's in a good spot, though. Yo. Yeah, I think that, I like the social aspect of WoW. I like the people part of WoW. But I don't think I would have the energy nor effort to run a guild. As, you might not know this, but this is, like, streaming is a passion for me. It is a giant passion project, but it's not my full-time job. I have an actual job, so balancing, like, making the content outside of stream with everything else is kind of difficult. Sometimes I've been criticized thus far for my content not being perfect. There's a lot of people who are like, you should have done this or whatever, and I'm like, it's kind of tough because I only had 10 minutes to make that video, and I just wanted to put something out for the community. But I know, like, there is a video I saw today that had the best production value out of any WoW video I have ever seen in my entire life. Holy editing skills. And I watched it, and I was like, that's never gonna be me. Do you know where it came from? Somebody sent it to me. This person has less than 1,000 subscribers, and it was the best video I think I have ever seen when it comes to World of Warcraft. Just an unbelievable W video. Like, oh my god. I will link it to you, and honestly, there's no affiliation. They don't know me at all. But it was a type of video where I was like, I want to contact this person and just say, congratulations, this is one of the best videos I've ever seen in my life. It was about Ogre. So trigger warning if you don't like Ogre. Yo, what's up, Deco? On your 30-minute break, I have so many questions for you about that. You don't have to talk about it on stream, but I have so many questions. I am infinitely curious about what you were saying. I like learning things, so now I'm just like, wow. Was it? No. This, I will link it for you. It's some random person. I've never heard of them before because so many great WoW channels get completely overshadowed because maybe they don't post that often, but you just don't know about them or whatever. There's a few. I still think, like, Razin is actually amazing as well. Like, his content is so good. You know who Razin is? But he only has, like, 1,000 subs. He's just... he's just very funny. I guess not everybody will find his humor genuinely that funny, but I do. I think he's hilarious. And, like, he deserves way more views on his videos because he, like, edits them and puts all this stuff in, etc. But let me link it shortly. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get it here. Wait for the boss poll. Wait, because we're on the subject, and you know I'm going to forget afterward. This one. Okay. Just watch the first minute of this, bro. Look. How good is this? Hold up, wait a second. I copied the text, too. Don't pull the boss. If they pull the boss, we're dead. I'm not in the key. Good. Don't pull the boss. Don't pull boss. Wait. Hold up. No, I copied the whole message on YouTube. It's okay. Boom. Done. All right, we're good. Nice. All good. There you go. Yo. Yeah. So somebody basically mentioned... Oops, I didn't do the tank tech. I'm sorry. Good luck. Heal people. Defensives. Rally cry. Everybody's gonna die. You have to do a special tank thing here, though. Dude, it's actually, like, again, I don't know this person, but I see stuff like that, and I'm just like, everyone, like, this is the best video I think I've seen on a class in literally forever. Like, holy, like, it's so good. It's unbelievably good. Oh, shit, everybody just got hit by that circle. That's not good. Good luck. Get ready to be res. Build runic power. Holy, he healed it. Good job. Yeah, I get really impressed when I see stuff like that. I don't think I'm capable of doing that sort of content. It's just not my vibe because I'm not good at editing. Like, that would take me... If I try to make a video like that, it would take me, what? Like, 20 hours? Probably. Like, I would need to go back on Adderall or something like that. Like, I would need support if I was going to try something like that. My feeble brain simply could not handle a video of that nature. There's no way. And I respect anyone who puts that much effort in that way. I put effort by just actually testing everything and doing my best to understand the game, and so giving valuable information, but I couldn't do editing like that. Not even close, though. Yeah. Honestly, like, it's just, like, I don't even know if she streams. I've never heard of it before, but somebody sent me that because I apparently got, like, a shout-out in the video, and, it was just so good, man. Yeah, I mean, I was just really, really impressed. Significantly. Whoops, I got feared. Wait, where's my berserker? Oh, I have the ability. It's not on my bars because I never thought I would have to use it, but technically I do have the ability. Yeah. I am very... so, I have a style of video editing. Whoops, I'm not the farthest target. So, there's tech for this, by the way, on a tank, and you will save your team if you understand the tech for this part of the dungeon. Alright. How do we have a Reaver in here? Oh, he controlled it. He definitely controlled it. I see. No problem. I'm just going to go here. Bam, bam, bam. So, for me, my style is I try to know what I'm talking about extremely well. Because the way I do these videos is basically, the mentality is, I know I'm not that good at editing, so I'm just going to deliver the best possible content that I can in the amounts of time that I'm here. For as long as you're listening to my video, I want to teach you something. That's kind of like what I think, right? So, for example, like the dungeon guide I just made is so helpful. It's just exactly, I feel like, what needs to be in the community. I think it will help a lot of people, but it's long, and it was one take. It was one take, dude. Yeah, I know Seamus about Augito. I think, to be fair, Aug is fun to play. Like, my problem with Aug is that I don't think it's good for the game, but to be honest, I think Aug is actually fun to play. Like, it's a genuinely fun spec in Mythic Plus. The tech here is that you as the tank have to be the furthest target from the first leap, because otherwise your team takes both bleeds, and it's very, very difficult. Oops. Watch out. One take, yeah. I just basically hit start record and did the entire thing in one take. I had originally planned to do it in several takes. I will say, I actually mentioned this at the end of that video. Bro. Let me tell you something. Listen. If I go back and check that somehow, I haven't actually rewatched that whole video, but if I went back and realized that there was some audio setting that was off, and all of what I just did is pointless, I would cry. Like, that 80-minute video was really, really good, I think. And if I ever went back and realized that I just messed up my audio or I had something playing that's happened, I would literally cry. It would destroy me. You know, it would destroy me, though. Yeah, she only has 999 subs. I think she deserves way more for a video like that. A video of that quality, she deserves significantly more. I don't think we can 4-man the boss. We might be in a little bit of a danger here, 4-manning the boss. We could try. Well, what do we have? 3 minutes with Lust? My shield is almost broken too, though. Yeah. No, she's awesome. Cool. Let's just try. I guess we can see what happens. Boom. I hope they make the other hero talent viable. I made her hit 1K. Nice. Smile. Nice job, Chris. That's the support we need in the WoW community. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, honestly. Like, and I don't know her. Does she stream at all? Can I give her a shout out on, like, Twitch or something? I have no idea. Good morning, Aladiki. Good morning. Whoops. Whee! Flying up high. Okay. Here we go. Up. Nice. I think if people, there's a few people I know that are just, like, genuinely so good. The Riziest. Are they dead? 3 stacks. Go. Up. Riziest, go up. Clear your bleed stacks. She only has her YouTube listed? Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, there are a few people, in my opinion, who just have Omega content. What's up, Lee? And I think they don't get the acclaim that is deserved, unfortunately. Just because, you know, it's actually very hard to get yourself out there. The real battle of making content, I feel like, is not making the best content. It's just getting yourself out there. Got you. I don't think we're gonna time this, so we won't get a 16 from it. That's okay. But otherwise, Warrior feels decent. I have no real problem with it. We gotta test it in maybe like a harder key. Like maybe I can do Magisters or something like that. But overall, this doesn't actually feel that bad to me. Like, it has its things, but, you know, playing dungeons for yet, how are they? I genuinely think the new dungeons are actually some of the best dungeons that have existed in WoW. Like, I really do, actually. I think that the new dungeons are... I think this season could be great. I know that a lot of people are concerned about them, let's say. Let's say concerned at the very least. Concerned about Midnight. But the dungeons themselves really are just fantastic to me right now. It's interesting. Why is a better question. Like, what about them is so good? And in particular, I think that healing feels amazing. I really, really like healing these new dungeons. I think tanking's okay, but I also think there will be a tank shortage right now. I think they've messed up a little bit with tanking, for what it's worth. Unfortunately. I do fear that there will be a tank shortage coming up soon. Like, really soon. But I've, weirdly enough, so, you know, I enjoy tanking and healing. Those are the two roles I play. I DPS sometimes, but it's not really my thing. I'm an enjoyer of DPS, but I wouldn't say I'm a DPS main by any chance. Well, bye, Resist. No, let me when I can hear music vibes. I was wanting to listen to Phil Collins all day. That's basically what the plan. I don't know what's playing right now, but something like that though. So the dungeon design though is really what's actually hammering it home though. I think that's what feels the best about this new season. Yeah, well, he's not a goat, he's a human, but I understand what you're saying, Pixelura. They just need to give us a GPS arrow for that affix. Okay, the affix represents a philosophy shift, which is very positive to me, and I was so excited when I read that affix, because I have now been making... Oh, what's up, Veronica? I have now been making content for like a year, right? That YouTube channel is about a year old, just over now. And you know, the most common take I have, the most, like, all the comments I get about tanking, everyone agrees there is a barrier to tanking. And the vast majority it's just routing. Like, that's actually what it is for most people. There's a few other things that people have mentioned, but effectively, it's just routing. Like, that's what people hate about tanking right now. And I feel like that's a barrier that could be solved. And the affix represents at least the shift that they might be willing to do that. Also, hi, Veronica. I had coffee today. I'm trying this new thing. I heard about it. I'm not going to lie. I don't actually know if this is scientifically accurate because I'm not like a biochemist who perfectly understands how adenosine binds in the brain. But I did hear about it, and I was like, you know what? That kind of makes sense, so I'm going to try it. Basically, I drink coffee, right? And then I immediately take a nap. So I drink a cup of coffee, and then like half a cup, and I take a nap. Like coffee, 20-minute nap, and then I wake up and I feel better. So it's called, he calls it a napa latte. I don't know. I was listening to the Diary of a CEO, and I was like, you know what? Every time I drink coffee, right, I immediately get tired. And then I feel kind of okay. So I was like, yeah. So basically, I drink a coffee and then take a nap. Let me see if I can go over this. I'm actually not sure if I can or cannot. Nope, you cannot leap over. Yeah. I mean, well, Veronica, out of curiosity, if you were to wager a guess, just do me a favor, and just wager a guess real quick, Veronica. Just out of curiosity, knowing nothing else about me, what do you think? Just out of curiosity, just. I'm not meaning to call you out, but if for what it's worth, if you've never been in my stream before, I have a question for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you think I have ADHD? I'm just wondering. Do I come off as somebody who probably has ADHD? I'm just wondering. You know, this is a general question. Just a little bit of a general question. You know, you seem pretty chill, so nah, I'll take that. I'd like to think that I'm a calm person, but staying on topic is a large challenge for me, you know. The routing issue is only cause of elitist people below plus 18. One route that differs from the DPS perspective, and all hell is loose. It's interesting how much of a routing problem, though, like Fimception, it's interesting how bad it can be. Because, like, people get yelled at in time walking dungeons, you know what I mean? Like people have all sorts of weird issues with that stuff. Neon says, if I could raid tank easily, I'd pick up tanking myself, but there's only 2 spots for tank, sadly. I wish there was 4. I wonder, do you think there should be 4 tanks in raid or 1? I actually wonder if 1 tanking raid would actually be better. Maybe not for representation on tanks, but I feel like it would be easier for them to design cool tank fights if there was 1 tank instead of 2. Creatine is all you need. You feel rested no matter how many hours you sleep. No, so I basically survive off of steak. And I don't know if the creatine, I don't need it, I don't think. People kicking though for not running fast enough, it's so bad. It is true, though. It is actually, though. Yeah, Deco, that's because we had a tank who was pulling demonically, so you had massive HPS. Bring back 10-man raids as well. I think that my thought process about World of Warcraft is this. All right. Let's see if Sam can come back, by the way. He seemed to DC. My thought process in general is this, okay? If there is a barrier that prevents people from enjoying or even being willing to play the game, they should work on that barrier. It might not be the best thing for me or for you at the highest level, but I do think that it would be helpful for the game if there were more people playing the game. In general, right? Cool. All right, my first master class dungeon guide, right? Hold up. Dungeon guide is here. Completely for free. Give me some feedback on about. Let me see feedback. What you think about it? Let me think about it. Cool. There we go. I'm just gonna pin this. Bam. Copy link address. Boom. Like this. Fantastic. I'm gonna copy that up and pin this over here. I would love some feedback because I haven't made the other ones yet. I have some footage, but I haven't made the other ones. So this is an interesting thing. But I have this here. Boom. That's where it is. I'm very curious. I am very happy about that. Thanks for the warrior advice. Oh yeah, of course, of course. When you're gonna have, I did already, Pixeluna. I posted it last night. The blindfolded key. Oh man, did you see the thumbnail I made for it? I thought it was really good. I like the thumbnail. Hold on, wait. Let me show you the thumbnail as we just wait to see if Sam wants to come back. All right, let's do a 15. Let's do something harder for a Windwalker. Oh, Small, you are learning these dungeons, correct? You want to do like an easier one to learn? Maybe like Mysara Caverns would be a challenging one, but have you done Cavern before? I forgot what we have or have not done. I just sort of assumed that we've done everything. Let's do like a Cavern 15 and see if Sam will come back. No, we'll take him, of course. MMO is not for everyone, and it should not be. We'll see. I kind of agree. Oh, good luck, Deco. All right, I'll ask you questions about it later. There's no rush. The thing is, Wussy, if you go with the approach of design a hyper-specific game, for some people, they're going to love it, right? Like, that's going to be the absolute best thing. But the other people are not going to love it. Do you see what I mean? So you're basically trying to generalize and capture as much of an audience as you can capture. I think it's a better business model to say we might not have as many hardcore fans, but we really need to make money from this because it's a product, right? You saw I can't stop playing it. Thank you, Splotch. I think Mistweaver is in a very good spot right now. Ooh. If you're a Mistweaver enjoyer, I have amazing news for you. Hold up, wait a second. You want like a little spoiler alert? You want a little spoiler alert? I'm very excited about this one. It's something that like is crazy to me still that she responded. I was reaching out to a few people. I want to make some more guides, but I don't know everything in this game. Not by a long shot. Like Astro, if you're still here on YouTube or what you were saying, I don't know everything. I play things. There are some things I play at an advanced level. There are some things I play at a basic level, so I can make a basic guide of how I approach it. However, you know, like Mistweaver is one of the things I've spent the least amount of hours on that healer, so I don't know the ins and outs and specifics. But you know who does know the ins and outs of Mistweaver? You want to know who does? Megaset. I reached out to her and I said, hey, I don't know you don't know me, but I think it would be really cool if we collabed and you taught me Mistweaver and we made a video where basically I learn from you and we can share that and help other people kind of just do a beginner Mistweaver guide. And she was like, okay. So it took a few days. I shot my shot. I slid into the DMs and I tried to message her and I didn't know if she'd respond. So I waited for a few days and there was no response. And I was like, it's okay. You know, worth a shot. And then she responded. She was like, sure. And I was like, yes, this is so cool. So yeah, I'm actually very excited about that. It should be like next weekend or something. Yeah. I'm curious. Well, I want to learn from her. You know, there are different perspectives, Arcanognostic. Like there are so many different perspectives on the game. Needs block off time you do that stream. No, I'm not gonna do that on stream. That'll be off stream. But basically, yeah. Not a game for everyone. You have a game for no one. On one hand, I agree with you, Lucy. But are you familiar with how much money mobile games make? Like, out of curiosity, Lucy, how much money did the game about cute anime girls who are also horses racing? How much money did that make? It's not okay. It's not even. It's a number that will boggle your mind when you start looking a little bit about how much like Diablo Immortal makes. Was Diablo Immortal a good game? I don't really think people are gonna argue that it's a great game, right? Like, I really don't think a ton of people are gonna be like arguing for the sake of Diablo Immortal. But it made them so much money. Because you have people who are just like, yeah, I'll spend $100,000. Bro, with respect, if people are willing to spend $100,000 on Diablo Immortal, can you direct them to my stream, please? Anybody, if you've spent $100,000 on Diablo Immortal and you know somebody like this, can you just get them to start watching my stream out of curiosity? I'm just saying. All right. Hey, Rosa. I love to see 5 to 10 man raids with one tank. I think it would be cool, but I don't think they're gonna do it. What did we say? Caverns, right? There we go. Genshin is on the top. Yeah. Dude, I'm just saying, like, just saying. But yeah, no, so the problem, Wusi, is I kind of agree with you, where if they made WoW more hyper-specific, there would be some people who they could really cater to a certain audience and get this game perfect. But I actually think that would be a bad business decision. Like, I think that it would hurt the game, and it wouldn't help. I think it would make it worse. I think well, first of all, if you think about if they were going to make WoW hyper-specific, would they make it more competitive? Would they make the game better for me or for you? Or do you think they would make the game better for the casual player? Who do you think they should invest more into? Because I think that's an interesting conversation. I think the majority of WoW players are casual. I don't think they should focus on what high Mythic Plus means. I feel like it would be delves and housing on steroids, correct? That's exactly what I think it would be. And I also think that it would be a little bit more of a magical game again. But I want to take a moment and take a step back and just realize something about this conversation. All right, this is important, okay? All right, listen. What makes WoW special? I love this game. If you're in my chat, I imagine you love this game too. So what makes WoW special? What is it about World of Warcraft that is just so amazing? I'm not going to answer first. I want to hear your answer. It's a world with different things to do. What do you think? Genuine question. It's about identity. Sure. It's one of the smoothest and cleanest MMOs. Okay? Just give me your thought. It doesn't have to be perfect. No one's going to judge you for your answer. But out of curiosity, while I tank this, yeah, I don't like this permafrost one. I guess it's okay, but I didn't even bother to get anything else. We could just play. It's like decent, I suppose, but I can just play like this or something. We play Gaze in here though. The community, welcome because of the macros / UI, really Arcanist. So you're just UI system keeps you engaged. Fair enough. It's the friends we make along the way. All right. The community. Good call, hello, Chris. Here we go. Let me make sure my log is on. The fluidity of combat. Okay. Combat. I'm just curious. I just want all the answers before I give you my take. I didn't ready check, but we're going. Here we go. Okay. Morning, Lacus. Good morning. Yeah, Lacus, what about you? What do you think makes WoW super special? So we're going to pull these. I need to make sure I have Snap Threat on them. Hold up. I need to make sure I have Threat here. And then we're going to go Charge here. I pulled the Bear, so I'm going to proc my Cheat Death early. That's fine. Cheat Death will proc like right now. And then I'm going to Shield Wall. Big pull for Warrior. I didn't gather this extremely well. Hold up. And then I'm here. Boom. Should be settled now. All right, let's go. Yo. For me, it's the fact that this is the world of Azeroth. It's basically the fact that when I play this game, I am here to explore Azeroth. And I do it in my way. My way of exploring Azeroth happens to be that I really, really enjoy Mythic Plus. I really enjoy... I'm not a huge raider, you know. So there are different ways to enjoy the game, but ultimately, it is... Hold on, let me just make sure I get this. This is like an insane tank pull, actually, and it's living slightly longer than I had originally anticipated. So, paying attention, paying attention, paying attention. Okay, good. Nice. Woo! Scary. Good pull, though. Good pull. Here, let me just grab these two as well. I was supposed to grab these two Berserkers in that first pull. And let me just grab Threat here, and then we're actually going back. We're going back and getting this guy. Wait. There's like a special route that I was meaning to try for this dungeon. We're going to grab those, and then here. Perfect. And then here, my team definitely didn't know I was doing this, so it is what it is. You're here to stomp the dungeon. It's not from me, but it's from my friends. Hold up. Wait. This dungeon will test your tank knowledge and also how, like, certain tanks are going to get clapped here, because these guys do crazy auto damage. Warrior should be incredibly good at surviving, but I have to make sure I don't take extra damage. Okay. So my answer is, when you started playing World of Warcraft, the first person that you met in this game, there was almost a certified guarantee that they were going to be similar to you, that you were going to have things in common with them. That was almost a full-on promise. Okay, we weren't supposed to pull that guy. Reset. One more. We know the pulls now. Hold up, wait a second. You just donate? Wait, can you do that? You just super chat on YouTube? Hold up. Wait a second. Yo, Fargo, thank you. I didn't even know you could do that. Thank you for the little tip on YouTube. Well, that's nice. Wait. That's so cool. I actually think only one person has ever actually used that feature before. Oh, thank you, Fargo. I had no idea you could do that. Interesting. Huh. I straight up, I didn't even know I had that feature enabled. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I gotta put that somewhere on the stream. I don't have any way to track that happened, but let's put that on the stream at some point. Yo, thank you. Okay, so let me gather that a little better. We gotta do some more warrior tech there. Okay, so you're going to one of the person's wedding. Okay. When I play World of Warcraft today, I don't really feel this anymore. But back in the day, there was some basis of understanding between everybody who played WoW. And my point is this. In general, the people who actually enjoyed World of Warcraft, none of us were very successful in the real world. Like, we all were a little awkward. We all were a little bit, maybe a bit of an outcast, maybe a bit of this, maybe a bit of that. And the world of Azeroth was an escape. But it was kind of common knowledge that everyone was trying to escape the same thing. So there was some camaraderie that happened in the world. It didn't matter, honestly, if you were 10, 20, 30, or 40. There was just something about meeting people questing in Classic, and you were like, you didn't even get to max level, but there was something special about the magic of Azeroth. And I swear, that doesn't exist anymore. I don't feel that magic. I like the game for its gameplay. Currently, if you ask me, should I get into retail, my answer would be it's a great game, I love it, but the magic of WoW is not really there anymore. And I think that's a shame. I think that Classic still has that magic, but I don't think that retail does. Because retail has gotten so focused on the gameplay part of things that, if anything, it's actually missed out on the potential of reestablishing that magic. And it's like, part of why I love retail is because I had started when I started. But if I started this game today with no knowledge of WoW, I'm not sure I'd like it as much. I'm not sure I would have the same level of attachment. Yeah. So I think part of it is nostalgia, to be honest. I think like a huge part of it is just straight up nostalgia. Now let me hydrate. Yo. Ready? Okay, 1 second. This first pull is kind of massive here. Yeah, but in that magic, do you agree at the very least that Classic had that magic to it? Do you know what I'm talking about? Would you agree that, in your opinion, this Classic WoW had this absolute draw, like this draw to it? This just something magical about that experience in Classic, something like that? Out of curiosity? Because if you do agree with that, I have another question for you. Alright, let's get this timed. I gotta get a 16 on the warrior. Here we go. If you don't know, beta, the highest key you can get is a 15, unfortunately. So you have to time 15s in order to get to 16, 17, etc. That's why it's still popular. Okay. One of the things about WoW back in the day was that anyone could play it. It didn't matter how good you were. You could play. Do you agree with that? Do you know what I'm talking about? So, for example, if you were just a casual dad who like had an hour to play, you could still play. Eventually, if you hit max level, you would be able to raid successfully, right? Okay. So, the other thought process here is that it was so accessible, I wonder... Hold up, there's going to be a lot of bears here. I think I need to stop pulling all of those bears. This is like a crazy gather for me on Warrior, and I am not actually doing this very successfully, because I have to double shield wall here, but then I'll have cheat death in the middle of this pull. This is like an insane pull. Like, I don't think it's actually impossible to do this, but holy, I overlap some defensives here. So I'm going to proc cheat death basically right after on the next set of bears. And then I could really enable, if you remember after this, remind me to enable Platinator. This is like a pretty nasty, insane tank pull, but I'm doing it. I got this right now. Hold up. So, it was accessibility that really drove WoW into the legendary status that it has. That's cheat death right there. No problem. I'm alive. Perfect. Nice. It died on time. Perfect. Oh, I pulled an extra bear. Damn. I didn't want this bear. So now we got to get those guys right there, and then we're back to the first pull. So, basically, my point is this. It wasn't sweaty back in the day. Anyone could play. Like, I as a 10-year-old could raid. I as a 15-year-old, I as a 50-year-old could raid. My grandmother could have raided. She wouldn't have been very good, but all you have to do is press Frostbolt. The game was borderline better, or at least more popular back then, huh? Right? And that's my question, is... We keep saying that it needs to be super balanced or super competitive nowadays, but I'm not sure that's true. Like, I actually don't know if that's really what would make WoW so successful nowadays. If they got balance perfect, yeah, they are simplifying it. And one of the reasons that I was so happy they're simplifying things, there's going to be a subset of people who are not happy about it. There's going to be some people who I think are, like, going to maybe they'll be willing to quit or something. But it was something about this... It was so fun... but everyone could play. That was so successful. And that's what I wonder what they could do to retail to really drive that point home. What could they somehow get that happening again? I don't know. Maybe it's just the state of gaming has changed. Maybe people want the competitive aspect. But like, the Classic wasn't balanced, but it didn't matter because you didn't need the best DPS to do it. You could play with, you know, Dave. If Dave wanted to game with you and Dave was the worst class and he was kind of bad, you would play with Dave. You never even thought about the fact that you wouldn't play with Dave. Of course you'd play with Dave. It's Dave. You would play with people for people. You weren't actually trying to chase meta because it didn't matter. And I wonder... Hold on, we missed all the prisoners, by the way. We had to go get them real quick. So, I wonder if there's a way for them to ever return, though. Things were in time, no matter... Yeah, well, it's not just that, but it's also, like... It was just the accessibility was so good. And, maybe it would be bad if they tried to return to... Well, you can't return to it, but I feel like you could go forward into it. Maybe there's some balance or iteration between that, though. You know what I mean, though? Yeah, everyone... But the thing is, Ashlands, everybody still has a Dave. Dave still exists. Everyone has a Dave right now currently. It's just that it feels so significantly worse when you're playing with Dave because the game is so much harder. Because the game is so much significantly harder, now it's even more problematic because if you're trying to play with your Dave friend, you feel bad about it. Yeah, I don't know, I just picked Dave today. It could be Bob, it could be Dave, whoever you want to say basically. But the idea is I think that it was better when you could just decide to play with one of your friends because it didn't matter how good they were because the meta didn't need to exist nearly as much. If that makes sense, though. Okay, I don't have cheat death here. Give me a second. 1 second. One moment. Uno momento, por favor. There you go. I'm going to stop that hex. Boom. These are tough tank pulls. I need to practice them a little bit if I want to make them, like, super successful. Because I'm going to get double crunched armor. There are 2 bears in here. Bam. I'm going to shield wall them right now. If I have shield wall, I probably don't need to dwarf. So we'll see, though. Yeah. But the idea is, I wonder what would really be the best option for WoW. That's what I'm curious about. How would WoW best function in the current atmosphere of what gaming means to people? And I think that it's probably not focusing on the competitive side of things. I could be wrong, by the way, but I think that probably makes more sense to me, personally speaking. You can still do normal with Dave. I don't know. I think that even like a normal raid would feel kind of potentially not so great. Well, normal raid, sure, but the incentives are with the reward structure in WoW. You can, for example, say, yeah, of course you can do normal raid or like looking for raid or whatever, but they're encouraging you to do certain things. And I think that if they tell you basically, hey, you should do a 10, then you should be able to do a 10. And that should be a chase goal. Like, you should practice for it. It shouldn't be that easy. But for what it's worth, I do think that that is correct. Okay, hold up. Let me practice here again. Warrior is fine right now, but I do need to just make sure that I am not getting hit in the back. This thing. I'm going to make a warrior guide soon. It'll be cool. It's going to focus so much on the positioning, because rotationally speaking, warrior is, I think rotationally speaking, warrior is actually the simplest tank. It's even simpler than bear. I mean, you literally just go 1, 2, 1, 2, and hit 3 if 1 is not up. That's it. That's the entire rotation. And then you hit your shield on cooldown and you spend the rest on ignore pain. It's not technically that complicated. There's Dave's in Raid Finder. There's something unfulfilling about that. I don't know what they can do. Like I said, it's a design problem more than anything. I also think that it's just mechanics are not as intuitive. I guess there were mechanics back in the day. I know people have changed, right? You always felt like you're a Dave? No, you're not, Small. You're a Stephanie. But also, like, yeah, I mean, you play at the high level. Somebody like Dave, there needs to be a limit, because I'm not saying that Dave should be able to do every amount of content that they could, because they shouldn't be able to clear Mythic Dementius. Like, that's not the goal for Dave. But I just wonder a little bit what the choices are. I'm not a game designer. I don't know. I have opinions about WoW because I absolutely love WoW, but that's it. I don't know anything else. This route is relatively demonic. I can do it, but it's a complicated route for sure. So I'm not sure exactly how I feel about it long term. Also, it would very much help if I had a Platinator profile actually enabled. I just forgot to do that on the Warrior today. I know it, Dave. Play Cataclysm Day. It was painful. Was it? So, and the reason I asked that is because when I first came back to World of Warcraft after my break, I had moved to Thailand, right? And then I came back in Shadowlands. I unfortunately missed most of Legion and all of BFA. Like, I came back basically a month after, by coincidence, a month after Shadowlands started. And I was playing on some shitty laptop, but I finally had a house in Thailand, and I was like, there you go. What's up, gluten-free vapor? Do you also have celiac? So, I came back, and I was playing with this guild. I joined a guild. I looked in trade chat. I said, looking for guild, basically, right? Yeah, I know I missed 2, like, great expansions. It's kind of sad. But I basically was just, like, looking for guild. That's basically what I did. Whoops, sorry. Bad gather. And I found this guild. It was run by grandparents. So there were these 2 grandparents, and they were adorable, and they played with their children and their grandchildren. So I'm going to give you a plot twist. If that's the case, do you think we got very far? First time Twitch viewer? Oh, yo, you've been a gem. Thank you. I'm glad that you like your bear. I hope I can make all tanks feel a bit more comfortable for people. Because tanking should not be a chore. Like, it's complicated, and I'm kind of focused right now, because right now I'm going to basically go here, and then I'm definitely proccing Cheat Death, like, right on this roar here. That's okay. And then I'm going to basically go here, and it's a little bit of focus, and you got to lock in, but hopefully I can make tanking and healing just feel a bit more accessible to people, because those are my favorite roles in this game. Personally speaking, I just love tanking and healing. Okay, hold up. We are about to die. It's okay. I got this. I got this. I got this. Here we go. I'm gonna dwarf. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No, I'm alive. Yes. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. These are kind of demonic pulls. Maybe I slow it down a little next time. Okay, shield wall on this. Hold up. I'm not dead. I am almost dead. No, I'm alive. No, I'm dead. Hold up. Wait a second. Shockwave. Got a little bit of distance between me. I might need to kite out here. There you go. Roar. Nice. Boom. I think people are maybe getting hit by some extra swirlies and stuff. Okay, I'm going to watch for these swirlies here. Boom. Like this. Excellent. Nice. Okay. Whew. Scary, scary. Scary pole. Alright, I don't have to go like this hard. While we're learning the dungeon. Ooh. Gluten-free vape or just subscribe. Oh, there's a bunch of Shadowbinders. Ah! Prot Warrior is pretty fun. It's just a positioning battle. Oh, okay, hold up. Triple Shadowbinder. I got this. Shockwave. Boom. Thank you for the sub. Wait, thank you for the sub, gluten-free. Are you actually gluten-free, though? Because that's, like, the one thing. I was diagnosed with celiac when I was, like, 14, and it has been a large part of my life since then. I mean, it's in the name. I'm not sure. Okay, whew. I started in Dragonflight. This is the first season I started trying harder. And do you enjoy it? How are you enjoying the push then? What's up, nerds, geeks, and weirdos? Oh, we already did all these. But this is just extra percentage. Now we can go this pack here. All right. Let's pull this, and then we'll go boss with basically no funnel. We'll do like a safer route. Okay. I don't know if we're timing this, though. I made it up with the buddies. Oh, okay, gotcha. I think Bear is in a pretty good spot right now, but they're definitely going to nerf it, I think, coming up soon. When they nerf it, I hope they decide to nerf it properly. Oh, yeah, nerds, do you like my beard? I feel like I like it. I'm a little bit, it's growing. Like, I have a beard now, so I'm a little bit hesitant about it, but overall, I think I like it. You know, it's a change. It's a change for sure. Thank you. Yeah, coming in good. Thank you, thank you. My mustache is the biggest thing. I feel like I'm gonna start looking like a real American soon. I feel like I've got this in the bag at this point. What's our timer at? We have a lot of extra percentage in this area, but all good. It's fun to push new content I haven't tried before. What gets people to try WoW? Normally some vid of a Mythic Plus or Raid run. Once a new player starts playing that content, and then they really get into it, though. I've been scared of a nerf because the OTC, I don't want to catch a stray. I personally like Elune Bear as well. My hope is that they understand that Elune's Chosen is not that crazy ahead right now. Like, it's good, but it's not insanely ahead, right? I just watched your blindfolded. Did it? I cannot believe that worked. I cannot believe that I somehow pulled that off. It definitely should have been impossible. My healer absolutely carried me a little bit. Yeah. I did a blindfolded 17 Halls of Atonement yesterday, and there's no way that should have been at all remotely possible. But we did it. We finished the run, completely blindfolded tanking. It is way harder than you think it is. Oh, I am flying. Hold up. I am flying. Whoa, I am like literally out of the arena. Hold up. Boss, don't reset. Boss, don't reset. Ah! Holy. How could they nerf DOTC? Oh, you just Moonless Knight and Ravage. It's just Moonless Knight and Ravage, though. Yes, I did, actually. So I had some friends in Discord who were basically... Yeah, who were guiding me. And then keep in mind, I can't see anything. Like, I don't know if I'm facing the mobs for the entirety of the third boss. I was just looking at a corner without realizing it. So, like, it was rough. It definitely was not according to plan. Hold up, I want to rally cry. I mispositioned the boss. I got hit. Okay, here. Like, this mechanic here is going to require homework because... Did Arson have Portal back? Uh-oh. Wait, what is this? Why am I getting snapped back? Holy, I did something weird to this boss. I apologize. I have done something strange. I don't know what's happening here. That guy is totally bugged out right now. Oh, no, what is this? Stop snapping me back. Ah! This looks like this boss is okay, except for the fact that I'm very bugged. I don't know if you've noticed this, but he keeps snapping me back somehow. Yeah. Hold up. Okay, I think it's settled now. Yeah, this key has not been going the cleanest. That's okay. That's all right. Honestly, I think that pre-patch, when it came out, I was trying to tell people, I was like, you just got to enjoy it. It's going to be an absolute buggy mess, but honestly, enjoy the fact that it's hilarious. Like, that's the key to enjoying a pre-patch, is just whatever the bugs are, enjoy it. Whew. All right, all good. Zen Matrix, the trick for this boss is that when he charges you, you have to actually step into a trap intentionally. But if you don't know that, then you will die. And it's like, those little types of mechanics, they're not that bad. They're not hard. But the problem is they require homework. So now all of a sudden, if somebody's never seen the dungeon, that doesn't make sense, but it's not that bad. Like, this is where you pop a defensive, so he has Astral Shift. And then this mechanic, so he's going to charge at somebody, and that person needs to step into an ice trap, or they will die. And it's like, okay, once you learn it, not too bad, right? But before you learn it, kind of tough. Yeah. I froze first boss and Taz into the wall and turned into a tank and spank. There's some weird bug with that. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the bug is, to be honest, with the first boss. If they just made those a bit more of a challenge from a mechanical standpoint, I wonder what really drives enjoyment of WoW. I don't know if it's mechanical challenge. I seriously think that it's camaraderie and overcoming a challenge. But the thing is, I'm going to be real with you, and I'm going to just hear me out, okay? Let me finish my points, okay? Let me finish my point before you judge me on this. Because the truth is, I think that the process of overcoming a very difficult challenge is very impactful. And that's the type of thing that you remember forever, right? Like, you remember the times where you're like, oh man, we should be dead right now. But we're not, because my tank was Omega Giga and saved us, etc., right? Like, those are the types of things you remember. Or your healer was, like, amazing. But it's more about the... We're going to die, by the way. This guy has a stacking rage on him. Okay. It's more about the challenge than it is about how complicated the content is. Because if you're designing something for really, really, just with respect, idiots, then you can design it to be a challenge without it being very hard. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be that hard. Oh, yeah, I got to reset this boss. Unfortunate.
Your survival,
you know what I mean?
Wasn't necessary.
So it depends on who you're designing the game for, but there has to be an element of challenge, and then you have to bring people together to overcome that challenge. That's what's cool. However, if the content is so inaccessible, like Mythic Raid, for example, then people cannot enjoy the content. If only 1 to 2% of your player base is able to enjoy it, it's like, For sure, I've been loving the regrowth change, making it feel like a pally spot healing the group. No offense. Yeah, what's up, Henry? If you learn the fight, yeah, what's up? It's kind of hard not to not be a good healer going. I do think, actually, like, I think that it could be, yeah. I will say, for example, right now, Midnight healing is going to be amazing. I'm very hyped to be a healer in Midnight. I think if you're a healer in Midnight, you're going to have a great time. In general, I think that's good. Hold up, I need to get moving. Holy, I just realized my brain be turning into mush. I gotta stand up real quick. Person, do it one more. I don't have to pull that way. I can pull safer. I can definitely pull safer as we're learning, because those pulls require, like, absolutely insane stuff, though. What will be the best tank, in your opinion? As of right now, the tuning will stand, but when I update my tank tier list today... oh, yeah, Plater, thank you. When I update my tank tier list today, I will make it very apparent that we will get another tuning pass, and I don't think that this current meta will stay. It'll definitely shift again, but right now, the best tank is Brewmaster. I, however, don't think you're actually going to see Brewmaster properly. Oops. Add-ons, Platinator, voila. Yeah, that dungeon, I can if we go fast. Okay. Let's go right now, then. Let's do it. Yeah, basically. You have to make a plan for healing these types of dungeons. If I pull like that, basically, you have to be very good on your Resto Shaman, though. Do you like Shaman or Druid or Discipline? Out of those healers, I kind of like Shaman. Shaman's chill. Druid is a playstyle I'm just not a huge fan of, to be honest. And then Discipline Priest, I'm just not a huge fan of how that thing plays. It's fun when it's powerful, but when it's kind of weak and you have to weirdly game, I don't really like that. Okay, ready, check, let's go. Arson says he can do one more. Yeah, but overall, basically, let's show you the difference with the Platinator profile. All right, let's do it. Coming from Prot Pally, I'd love to see Brew and Blood DK. I'm so okay. I really want them to change the meta so bad. I don't really care what the meta is, even if it's not my favorite spec. All I want is for them to have something new. Like, come on, at this point, I want to see a Brewmaster meta simply because, yeah, is Skyreach still bugged? Unsure if they actually fixed that or not. But, like, I really want to see that, too. I'm, like, giga interested in actually seeing a change-up. Just make them OP. Yeah, here's the thing, man. Super. If they make something OP, the community will riot. It used to be that was acceptable, but it's no longer acceptable. Like, it's very unacceptable and unapproachable for the general WoW player right now to think, yeah, we'll just make something really, really overpowered. People hate that. People really, 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 really dislike that. So I don't actually think that that's the right move anymore, is just to think, well, if we make this OP and convince people to play it, then everybody's going to have a great time. I don't think that's actually going to be good for the game. All right, there are 3 bears on me, so I'm going to get 3 crunch armors. No problem. As long as my team kills this on time, then I will not have a problem. I still have cheat death because it was a much better gather on warrior here. Big thunderclap, shield slam, thunderclap, shield slam, thunderclap, shield slam, boom, 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 boom. Go to this caster, kick it. Because my Platinator profile, I can see exactly where it is. And then I'm going to have a defensive up before these bears hit me. If I didn't, I would immediately die. The next bear hit will probably proc my cheat death unless it dies on time. So what I can do here is I can simply shockwave, boom, thunderclap, and then get out of the way. Nice. Beautiful pull. Great pull. Excellent pull there. Nice. Very smooth. Very smooth. Very smooth. Very smooth. Yeah, I don't think Prot Warrior is that bad. Like, A, I live that pull. That's a very hard tank pull to live. And then, B, just felt pretty good there. Okay, so we could take this elephant, actually, if we wanted to. I don't actually really think that he's a problem to take in this pull. But then we're going to let them funnel in. Whoops, click the wrong button. That's okay. This guy just does the healing absorb. And you're going to kick that hunter so he doesn't do anything else. And then I have dwarf if need be. The next pull is also going to have one of these, so if I can save dwarf, that'd be good. And then I'm just going to dodge these puddles without moving too much. Boom. And if somebody dies, they can just release right here, luckily. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad. Little self-heal there. I don't know, Warrior feels really tanky. My problem with Warrior is that it's so spammy that I'm just not really a huge fan of, like, how spammy it is. It feels kind of bad, in my opinion. To, like, just literally think, do I get 1? Do I get 2? Do I get 1? Do I get 2? Etc. Spaghetti Warcraft. What's up, Spaghetti Warcraft? As a VDH, how do I macro Infernal Strike without losing it from pack to pack? What do you mean, Scraps? Could you clarify that for me? What does that mean? How do I macro it from pack to pack? Could you just give me a little clarification? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I could bind Thunderclap, maybe. I have Mouse Wheel bound to 4. Yeah, so you can just put your... You basically go hashtag show tooltip if you want to macro something. Hashtag show tooltip. And then you go... and you just put /cast Infernal Strike, and then you do /cast Demon Spikes. That's it. That's how you do it. Not tank related, but what do you think about Mistweaver? Ooh, Jakku. Oh, hey, I just see you there on Twitch as well. Jakku, what do I think about Mistweaver? Bro, I'm so excited to share this with you. I contacted Megaset, and we might be able to make a collab. I shot my shot. I was like, hey, Megaset, I'm a new player. Basically, I'm a new content creator. I want to learn Mistweaver better, but I also want to help people learn Mistweaver better because people are really enjoying it right now. I think it's a lot of fun. Would you be willing to make a little video with me, potentially, about Mistweaver? And she was like, yep, we could do that. And I was like, oh, sweet. So I'm going to have a lot of thoughts about Mistweaver soon coming up. I don't have cheat death. Hard pull. Yeah, super exciting. I'm going to try to get her to make a very, very simple, easy to understand, very approachable type guide with me. That's kind of my goal. When I make guides, I just want them to be very easy to understand, not too complicated, just, you know what I mean? Like, I just want people to actually enjoy the thing when I make a guide. It doesn't have to be that complicated, in my opinion. I think it just has to be accessible. That's, to me, personally, what I kind of go for in a guide. Speaking of guides, though, if you want, I made my first Dungeon Masterclass video from a tank perspective, and that is free on Patreon, and I would love some feedback. If anybody wants to give me feedback, that would be really cool. You click stuff, not every... Oh, yeah, especially each character on beta. Like, I haven't... Since I test everything, I gotta say, like, each of my characters is not permanently set up. I have a lot of, like, I forgot to do add-ons here, I forgot to do this, but yeah, I do click. Keep in mind, I don't click everything. I basically have my full rotation bound to my left hand, and then my right hand fills cooldowns. I also have things like Shift W, Shift Q, etc., but I personally prefer to play this way. It is my preference. That's sort of like how I just like to enjoy the game. So I taunt this guy. I'm going to charge in here. Boom. A little bit of a tough gather. Heroic throw, turn around for a second. Boom, my bad. So I would have to get a little better at my warrior gather. It's been a hot minute since I played this tank, and I'm getting hit in the back too much on my gathers. I got to make better use of my throw and my leap, etc. So I hit my shield button, boom, and then I hit my ignore pain button. Oh, hey, do I have any mods right now in the Twitch? Are there any mods here on Twitch? If not, would anybody like to be a mod on Twitch? Because I'll just make you mod if you can update a command for me. I forgot. Yo, if you do the tank tier list, I haven't updated that yet. It's supposed to say I'm updating it soon. And if you do healer tier list, that one is updated, but it's the wrong link. You want a mod? You're in my key right now. You're in my... Hold up, Small. You're in the key. What do you mean you wanna do this update command like right now? I'll make you mod. That's fine. Does anybody else want to be mod? I'll just give it to you. I mean, maybe I'm too trusting. People say I like to think that I'm a trusting person because, you know, I would rather be... I would so much rather... I like this quote. It's a quote I came up with a long time ago, but for me personally, man, I would just absolutely love to be a complete idiot, but a happy fool. Like, I just want to be an optimist and an idiot instead of a cynicist and right. I think it's so overrated to just be correct all the time. Like, happiness is so good, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually what I would like in my life. I just want to be joyful and enjoy my life, you know what I mean? Okay, so here, we're going to gather. Nice, this all comes in, though. What do I use for boss mods? Oh, I normally just use DBM. But I think the in-game system is actually not bad for that. Of all the things, the in-game system is actually half decent, in my opinion, for boss mods. It's not perfect. The thing that isn't good in-game right now is your enemy nameplates. Like, I think that the only thing you really need going into Midnight is this. The Platernator profile, I don't know if you can tell how different it is. I made this one myself, and I want to keep iterating on it. Like, I want to make a little bit more for it. This is a massive competitive advantage, and I do think you, unfortunately, really need to get one. Yeah, you could do Mythic Plus, except perhaps nameplates. I think nameplates are kind of the only mandatory thing, and then my UI has a few other add-ons that I'm using right now, but it's not, like, critical to get all of them. Make me mod on the YouTube problem solved. Farga, you know what? I'll happily make you mod. I apparently I have to do it for YouTube slightly differently, but yeah, you donated some money, so, like, 100% I can make you mod here. I don't mind. Here, I don't want that Hex Guardian, but basically, go boss, funnel. Have I shared this profile? Not yet, no. Okay, so we're going to pull these, and then we want these guys here. We want all these laborers, right? I need to pull these. They're, like, sleeping right now, but they're just tank mobs. So the idea is all the laborers, but not the mask. So I need to basically just go over here. I need to make sure I live. Hold up. And then we're going to go into the boss, and they funnel in here, though. Yo, what's up, Balosh? Yo, hello. Can we see the debuff we want to see on Plater right now? Most of them. You still can't whitelist and blacklist properly, but I have a feeling they're going to make that pretty soon. Like, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that they're going to update that, like, kind of soonish. I bet you that's the next thing they do to improve the UI, is basically making it way more possible to blacklist and whitelist certain spells. Because, like, right now it's a little annoying that I can't track. Like, his gateway is being tracked, and, like, I don't really want that on my nameplates. It's highly unnecessary, but it's there, and I can't do anything about it. But the community has been very vocal about this, so, yeah. We still have MDT. I will have MDT routes, of course, for everything. But yeah, that seems to me like the biggest problem with their actual unit frames at this point. Like, that's the real problem with it. Once they fix that, I feel like the base unit frames are pretty good at this point, though. Yes, of course I can. So, in a dungeon that you've never done before, right? Let me show you in the next area, because we're on a boss right now, so it's kind of hard for me to show you. But, Yetta, I can explain it super easily why you should get a Platernator. Keep in mind, I'm a minimalist at heart. Like, I don't really like using a lot of add-ons. I'm not a big UI person. I want simple, straightforward, easy to understand. I'm happy. Like, I don't want a lot of... Oh, we have the Hex Guardian in here. So we're probably dead now. I don't know how this pulled. It should not have pulled at all. Whoever has this on them needs to best a big defensive or they're super dead right now. Everyone took that frontal. Nope, I was about to say. I don't know why that guy is in here. How did he snap just now? Wait a second. That is less than ideal. So we're like super dead, probably. Maybe you can live this? Possibly? Hold up. I might die here. I'm going to proc cheat death at the very least. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Locking in. Locking in. Cheat death procs for sure. Here we go. So cheat death procs, but we need to kill this Guardian like immediately. He is a super dangerous mob. I have no idea how he snapped. What is going on with this guy? Why is he here? He does a lot of pulsing AoE damage, and the boss also does a lot of pulsing AoE damage. So yeah, we're like super dead right now. 100%. There's no way you live this. How did he snap? Well, how did he do this? Hold up. Okay, my warrior itself feels great, but that is a rough snap. I don't know how he snapped, to be honest. Now, technically, we could almost finish the boss with just us two, I suppose, because we did kill him. So, okay, the reason, though, that you want to play her, right? Internets, I'm just kidding. Enjoying your content. Do not mod me. You don't want to be mod? I'll mod you. I don't mind. I don't even know really what a mod does on YouTube. It's just sometimes I want to pin stuff. Like, I really want honest feedback for that masterclass video I made, because I'm going to make more of them. They take a lot of effort, but I would very much like to continue making stuff for that. I want, however, just a little bit of feedback on whether or not people like that style of video. Would you rather it be a bit shorter? Would you rather it be a bit longer? Like, what's the sort of ideal length for a masterclass dungeon guide, which basically teaches you everything you need to know. How long do you think a video like that should be? Like a full-on deep dive explaining everything, right? I'm buddies with Pumps. Oh, that's cool. Dude, Pumps, he's a Giga Bear. Giga Bear. And I raid lead Squish Vegan for 6 weeks. That's cool. If you see Squish, say hi for me. I think he knows who I am, but he doesn't. He's not a super social one. Are you right? You general feedback or an essay of feedback? Both. I'll take an essay of feedback. Dude, it takes me a long time to make them. Like, I want to make them real good. I like the idea of a 1 hour video. Yeah, so I think that an hour and 20 minutes is a bit too long. What's up, Kabizzle? I think an hour 20 is like pushing the amount of time that you would be acceptable here. Oh, I mean, we're kind of killing the boss, and we'd have a lot of time for the rest of this dungeon. This might be alright. But I have no idea how it snapped, and my DPS are definitely not having a good time right now. The longer it is, the better. Interesting. Just having a bit of a midnight snack. How's your gym going, Kabizzle? You started the gym now after New Year's, but do you still have a lot of drive for it? Like, overall, are you still feeling really, really happy about the fact that you started to go to the gym? But you could speed up a bit of it. Oh, yeah. So when I post it to YouTube, Ryanel, I will be able to do that, right? Like, that's kind of the point, is, like, when I post it to YouTube, you could speed it up and watch it at, like, 1.25, though. How everything going? It needs to go back? Got you. What do you think happened? Because you were super excited about it when you originally told me, so what do you think, what do you think happened, though? Yes, I would definitely add chapters, and I think the important thing with a guide like that is you watch it, and you kind of digest the information over time. Like, you're not supposed to know everything about it, right? You wanna kind of digest a little bit at a time. I think that's, like, the real key to it. So, I mean, we finished the boss here. Kind of worked out. You're supposed to, like, yeah, you're not supposed to watch all of it at once. Keep in mind, if you've watched that video now, by the way, because I stress financial things, got you. Kabizzle. If you need, and you want, I can teach you how to get all the gains that you were going to get at the gym. You can get them in your living room. I think this is super underrated. I wish more people knew this. But people think that you absolutely have to go to the gym to... Yeah, it's my job, basically. My literal job is to help people understand that they can make significant physical progress in their living room. Like, that's the whole point of what I do. You ever want to keybind all your buttons sometimes? Nah, so here's the thing. I play with, it's not a physical disability, but I'm just kind of used to it, right? So if here, for example, I have my right hand. My right hand has an injury from a long time ago, right? And this is just like, look at my hand here. You can see, it's like, so this happened when I was 11. And this hand is like slippery. And also, I'm just terribly uncoordinated, man. Like, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm like a clumsy penguin. I'm trying to be that penguin. And if you get that reference, you're awesome. But I'm trying to be that penguin, right? Yeah. But however, you know what I mean? Okay, another break. How are the dungeons going? I would say, you know, less than ideal, but they're going. I mean, it's going to be all right overall. But a little less than ideal. That's okay. Boom, 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 boom. Let's fight this here, though. Yeah, I'm trying to be basically that penguin, but mostly I'm an awkward, bumbling, fumbling, clumsy penguin. I have zero coordination. It's probably because of the EDS. I got this condition, it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's not the worst thing in the world, but, you know, just Dom things just subscribed. Oh, yo, hold up. I don't know if we can compete, though. Wait a second, hold up. That doesn't make sense. That's an oxymoron in and of itself. Wait a second. So, wait a second. But if you're just Dom things, but you've just subbed, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that I'm the alpha Dom? I'm also a bit of a klutz. Was that a reference to the penguin documentary? You know that one penguin who went to the thing? Do you know about EDS, Deco? A lot of people don't even know what EDS is, but man, when I found out I was diagnosed with it, I was like, oh my god, my life makes so much sense. I didn't know for the longest time that that's what was going on with me. Yeah. So, when I was younger, it was just the story of my life. EDS is called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's a connective tissue disorder. It actually is not the end of the world. But yeah. So my shoulders used to dislocate all the time. Especially at one point in my life, I wanted to learn how to run better. So I would go for these runs, but every time I go for a run, both of my shoulders would straight up dislocate, right? Noob just cheered 1 bit. What's up, Noob? Thank you for the 1 bit. I appreciate that. I still appreciate the 1 bit. I don't think I'm going to do any burpees for 1 bit. It's supposed to be 100 bits for some burpees today, but I appreciate your 1 bit. You are now, I think, on the leaderboard for the 1 bit. Also, hi, Fargo. I genuinely do appreciate that you enjoy my content enough to consider actually just straight up tipping me. I really do appreciate that. I hope that I can continue to just put out content that adds a little bit of happiness and joy and also information about the WoW community, you know? Turn you up, but I kept showing the stream together, so I was trying to click away. I click on the cheered, and then he tried to close that. Will it snow on the 5th of June, 2083? You know, I am a knower of many things, but I have no idea about that one, to be honest with you. Actually, I can tell you in Thailand, probably not, unless it's like nuclear snow, and then maybe, I suppose. I don't know. Will Brewmaster be good in Raid? Hard to say. In general, if Brewmaster is good, then it should be absolutely mega in Raid. But oftentimes Raid is very dependent. Like, what tank you want to play in the Raid environment is entirely dependent, in fact, on what you got going on. Wisdom just cheered. Oh, wait, 300 bits. Now that's burpee territory. Now I got to do some burpees. I don't mind. Holy fuck, I'm dying. Wait a second. Why am I dying here? Is my shield broken? No. This guy just hurt. I guess all these warriors do hurt a lot. Holy shit. Okay, I pulled too much. Wow. I didn't realize that they clapped that bad. I had my shield up. I shouldn't get hit by that too bad. Whoops. All right. I overpulled. My bad. I overpulled. We don't have to finish. I think we were not going to time anyways, though. Oh, yeah. Yetta. Here. Let me show you. I've played VDH a bunch, though. Yeah, absolutely. I love VDH. We can call it, I think. All good. We definitely not timing this. No problem. Yetta, look. So, my Platinator, I want you to ask a question. Okay? Let me see if I can just gather some of this. Which mob is important? You've never done this dungeon, right? You've never done this before. But actually, let me stay in here for a second. Let me stay in here. I don't want to... Okay. So, I'm going to be force kicked from the dungeon, but I'm going to show you something. You've never done Mysara Caverns. This is why Platinator is such a gameplay advantage, okay? The reason it is such an advantage is because if I go into this dungeon, I will know, without ever having seen the dungeon, what is dangerous and what I need to focus on. It gives you information. Oh, let me get some burpees in a second. I got you, Wiz. All right, here we go. Okay. All right. I will grab some 16s and 17s for Arson later, but overall, Warrior doesn't feel that bad in my opinion. GG's. What about that? All right. Well, they weren't the most productive keys. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll play something like Paladin or something that could help more. Let me go into the same dungeon, and I want to show you why Platinator is important. The Blizzard base nameplates don't actually give you information about the mobs, but Platinator does. So watch this, okay? Yeah, sounds good, sounds good. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to show you a few different polls. Looking, you've never seen this before, right? What mob is dangerous here? If I pull this, and I just live it for a few seconds, look at my screen. All right, let's say I pull these two bears, and I go over here. Which of these mobs is actually the dangerous one in the poll? You've never done this dungeon. Cool? So look at the different colors of the nameplates. Which would you assume? Where's the danger here? The blue boy. What about the next dangerous thing? I'm going to die here in a second. It's okay. The elephant. Why? Because his nameplate is blue. Red are the casters. You see that? Can you see the difference, though? Yeah. Light reds. That's why Platinator is an example. You don't know what these mobs do. You've never seen this before. But Blizzard nameplate, that's all the same color. Like, there's no real distinction. But you've never been here, and you already know what to look for. So cast is super clear. Now, I made this myself. You can have it. I'll make it for everybody. It's still a work in progress, because I also want to color code for... what's it called? I also want to color code better for aggro, so you can see when you lose threat and stuff like that. But basically, what happens is you can edit this yourself and basically start working on it more and more and more. The problem is it's not perfect yet, but you can put threat here like this. Oh, yo, what's up, GG's Arson? The dungeon, we didn't go that well today, but that's okay. We prevail tomorrow. But yeah, I wonder what Arson uses for Plater or Platinator. But the idea is, exactly, the colors mean something specific. It does mean something specific. Yo, hi, sweet. Hey, Arson. Good morning, good morning. Use Platinator. I've been developing my own, and it helps a tremendous amount. I genuinely think it's like a actual gameplay advantage, you know? Yeah, and then there's also another effect. So Arson plays Affliction Warlock, Yetta, and he needs to track his dots. So for example, here, what I can show you is it's not that important on Warrior, but as I go into this pull, can you see the fact that I have dots ticking? I can see the debuff on the thing, and it will tell me when to refresh the thing, which is important. You know what I mean? Yeah, like but I can control everything. Like I can make them bigger. I like my nameplates being very bold, so I know who to click in a pack. I like the highlight that actually shows me who I'm clicking in a pack. And so I want to know all that information. It makes it very easier to find casters. It makes it very interesting to find whatever. You can set your colors however you want, but I do think it's pretty impactful. And it's a very big gameplay advantage. You should get this. Could you maybe do a tutorial on how to plan routes with a dungeon tool? Yeah. I could, but I already made my first tutorial, and it's genuinely, like, my favorite. I think it's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. It's just very long, so I'm kind of curious to know what people think about it. I'd love to have some feedback, though, for sure. That is the question about how we do the full dungeon guides. Good night, Arson. Good night. That'll be a real question. All right, Wisdom, hold up. Customizing, developing is a bit of a... No, it's just customizing, indeed. What's up, Travel? Actually, Wisdom just cheered some bits, so I need to do some burpees, which is good, because I need to move more. Which one is that? Over here. Hold up. Cool. Excellent. That is amazing news. Oh, please. Such good news. Dude, I'm just constantly getting good news. Do you guys ever freak out when life starts going well? Hey, does this ever happen to anyone else? Because actually, so what's happening right now is that there are good things happening in my life. And whenever there's good things happening in my life, I just start actually freaking the fuck out. Yo, what's up? Oh, Travel, also tribute. Okay, so I got to do some burpees. Thank you, Travel. Thank you. I had some coffee, and I had about of like a morning. So I could definitely use some movement today. All right, but so there's some burpees. There we go. 500 plus 400 bits. That's 9. That's 27 burpees. I owe 27 easy. Yo, today, by the way, is the last day of the Opera GX sponsorship. Yo, of course, you want to do more random? I'm still doing some. If you want to try a cool gaming browser, it is awesome. I will still use it even if they stop sponsoring me, but tomorrow this will no longer be on my stream. If you are interested in trying it, it is totally free to try, and it is actually pretty cool. It may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I actually think it's cool. That is sponsored, for what it's worth. If you're around, yeah, it sounds good. Well, I got to do some burpees, so if you want to take a second, that sounds good to me. For YouTube here, I will actually say it's like this. Boom. The video, if you check the pinned comments, Grim, it is for free on Patreon. It's the pinned comment there, and I made my first real masterclass tank video. The problem with that masterclass tank video is that it is an hour and 20 minutes long. But it will teach you everything you need to know to tank Magister's Terrace, which is pretty cool, right? Lacus, you want to do a key? You want to come key? Nope, I'm not done for the day. You want to come? You want to play? I don't think I've ever played with you this whole time. Also, I am in battle stance. Yeah. Come. Bring it. I owe some burpees first. Here we go. I'm a man of my word. Also, I did complete the jump squats yesterday. I did complete them. On a serious note, though, I really do struggle with that sometimes. I was going to suggest you were able to. Maybe make the paid Patreon subs get the video with timestamps. I don't know how to do that. I'm very much learning. Can I tell you something weird, Coffee, as I do these burpees when we set up for the next key? I'm going to be real with you. There's some pressure now that I am making content and people are watching my stuff and they like the videos. I think there's a lot of pressure that I might be perfect with what I put out. But, dude, I'm learning how to do all of this. I never thought that I would be a content creator at all. Like, I didn't plan for that. So I have zero skills on editing. I'm just learning how to make thumbnails and stuff now. Like, all the little behind the scenes stuff, I have to just practice and, and just kind of learn, though. If your kick is ready, it glows. So that's the type of stuff that... Travel. Wait a second. Wait. Okay. All right. There we go. Sure. Is that all of them today? Is that just casually the max? I have to open my calculator. Hold up. All right. Also, your macros were very helpful. I noticed them, Travel. I got to ask you about that. I actually would like to ask you about how you understand macros. That would be really helpful. Okay, thank you. I guess, 24 plus 5, right, plus 5 plus, okay. Yeah, that's 99 burpees. Okay. We once again have this thought process here. Do I do 99 burpees in a row? Or can I split them throughout stream today? I tell you what, if we're doing 99 burpees, and that is actually what we're getting to today, all right, I can stream longer because that means I will not go to the gym. This will be my gym workout for today, honestly. You're missing the burpees. Yo, you're on a job interview? Hey, I hope you have a great time. Enjoy. Love from Ireland. I want to go to Ireland, to be honest. 99 throughout the year. No. We get them done right now. We get them done. We can do it. We can do, well, maybe not all 99 like right at once. Okay. I believe. Now, the best thing you can do is you should ask me all the questions you want to ask me while I'm doing the burpees. This is the perfect time to ask me questions because I'll try to respond as I'm completely out of breath, of course. Okay, I can do it. Let's get some of them done. Let's do it. What is the meaning of life? 42. That's 99. I owe 99 total burpees. What's my favorite prime number? Probably like a solid 7. Meaning of life? No. The meaning of life is to experience life. I think that people think that the meaning of life is to be happy, but happiness comes and goes. Sometimes life doesn't go your way and it's sad. And it's genuinely okay to be sad. One of the best pieces of advice I ever heard in my life was, it's okay to not be okay. The goal of life is not to be perfect or happy all the time or even joyful all the time. The point of life is to experience life. Every day you're alive is awesome. Even if you feel like life is torturing you, well, that's an experience. Gort Legend, what's up? I mean, you're not wrong. I had a particularly, well, no, hold up, I'm not going to comment on that. Yeah, Vilcourt, what's up? One question, is it worth it to swipe in the Guardian Druid rotation to main aggro? No. If you want to learn about Guardian Druid aggro, I got you. Here, watch this video right here. I'm going to find a video for you. And this is Guardian Druid aggro as EC. It's a little different as DOTC, but swipe is not a good aggro button. You use it if you absolutely have to use it, but I would not recommend relying on your swipe. Swipe is it's going to be how you lose threat, to be honest. So what you want to do is, let's see, I'll go to videos here and I'll find it. It's the Guardian Druid aggro on my channel. I made a full video. It'll explain everything for you, and it's basically how to never lose threat on a Guardian Druid. A lot of people struggle with threat because they misunderstand how it works on Guardian, but this will all of a sudden solve that problem for you. Bam, watch that. All right, I'm gonna move my tissue pile because Gort, it's not like I don't understand, and then I'm ready for these burpees. Here we go. Yep, you're welcome. Now, you do swipe as Druid of the Claw, but only to fill, and it's very rare. That's 1. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, honestly, I needed these today because my body feels like lead. I'm not going to lie. Mod you also. All right, what do you want to do from the mod? Small scales the dragon. Easy. All right. 6, 7. Ask me all the questions. See how many questions I can answer while I'm doing burpees. That's hilarious. What's the trinket situation look like for the bear tank? I was using Curstone Idol. For midnight or for retail pre-patch right now, gluten. Here we go. What's up, Moth? 8, 9, 10. Thank you for all the burpees, by the way. Midnight, we don't know. There's one trinket that's better, but there's no big damage trinket. They're all stat sticks. Do you have a video for people wanting to get into tanking? Yes. But I want to make an even better one. 11. 12. Jackie Chan, what is your experience with tanking or World of Warcraft? Because I have some basic stuff, and I have the best beginner tank video, which I like. 13. 14. But I'm going to make a tanking fundamental soon, which will help. Favorite anime? Gintama. Gintama is the favorite anime because specifically it is just so amazing at accomplishing everything. Otherwise, Naruto has a special place in my heart. You can see the little Naruto figurines back here, little Lego Naruto. Maybe we should go back to tanking this expansion. 19. 20. I think there will be a tank shortage going into midnight. Personally speaking, I think there's going to be a massive tank shortage. So if you feel like you could be a good tank, it's going to be a good time to tank, to be honest. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26, 27, 28, 29, ooh, 30. Ooh. Ooh, small break at 30. I'll continue to be a bad tank. Never understood the basics or fundamentals. Legion Heroic. Return to WoW. I want to make... You're right. There is no one who has a video like that right now, Jackie Chan. That's why I do want to make a very helpful guide about just how do you start tanking? It's a great question. There should be a fundamentals. I want to make that soon. I have a few videos here that might interest you, but they're not perfect yet. Stephen, thank you again for the movement. Oh, and the sub. Thanks, Travel. See, there's the Naruto thumbs up. I need to move more. I'm gonna be real. I haven't been moving enough. I've been very busy. I picked up a few new clients and honestly, I'm not moving enough right now. But I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in track so I can do more. So work in progress. That was 30. Let's do 10 more. 32. 33. Let me link you some of the tank videos I have made, by the way, in a second, Jackie Chan. $40. Oh, I'm going for it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Mom. Oh, 45. Oh, that's pretty much halfway. Oh. Oh. What's that, Lola? I got you. Oh, that's just your question. Oh, so the answer to your question is this. When you think about, one thing I think about is America. Well, it's no problem. One thing I think about Miss America is gluten-free Trader Joe's muffins. I miss gluten-free Trader Joe's muffins. They're delicious. Where are you from? What's up, Nacho? Originally, I'm from the US, but I live in Thailand, so it's 4 p.m. for me right now. Yeah, it's 4 p.m. right now. Oh, saw Randstoner. You started Classic? Classic's good, man. Classic's great. Where are you from, Nacho? I figure around this time, there aren't too many US people on stream because... You're from Romania? Nice. I've never been, but my English teacher in high school, he was from Transylvania. So he used to tell me stories about Vlad, Zepish, etc. No, I mean, working out is not a chore. Do you know how happy I am that I get to move freely? I don't know, maybe not everybody can relate to this, but I was just a very sick kid. Like, it was very hard for me to learn how to be strong and confident, etc. That was not so easy for me, so it took me a long time. And yeah, Vlad the Impaler, the original, the Count Dracula, yes, indeed. All right, hold up, I want to go back to Phil Collins real quick. Here, We'll just swap this like that, bam. Yep. Whew. Have you ever been to Thailand or outside of Romania, Nacho? Ooh. Fitness is a big passion for me. I was saying earlier, by the way, I don't know if Deco's still here. I think Deco was at work tonight. But he asked me about EDS. If you take a look here, right? So my body is super weird. It does this. You see my thumbs? There's nothing in here. My thumbs just go boop, boop, like this. So they're not just like a hitchhiker thumb is like that, right? But my thumb just casually goes boop. Like all my fingers do this. My joints also do that. And it took me a long time to learn how to stabilize like my shoulder, my knee, my hip, my ankle. Like I was in pain all the time, man. And it was really hard for me. It took me, yeah, so I have to do neck strengthening. Yeah. For me, I had to learn how to strengthen my neck because whenever I would sleep, for example, I'd wake up and it was possible that I would sublux my neck. You don't dislocate your neck, but you sublux specifically like the hyoid bone and some other things. So it's really tough to learn just how to move and be stable with movement. Like it's really, really tough. I got lucky that I met somebody who was an actual expert in this and he was able to help teach me what to do. So now I'm strong and I'm stable and I can do things like burpees. But every time I do burpees, I remember that wasn't a given. When I was diagnosed when I was 23 and they told me, they were like, look, 5 years from now, like you're probably going to be in a wheelchair. But the information about my condition is just very misunderstood. That's not the case at all. But it's a hard thing, man. He is indeed. I agree with you, gluten. Thank you. I'm very proud of myself. It's not something I take for granted. So for me, like burpees, are they hard? Yeah, absolutely. Like you can see my heart rate. Like, it's pretty tough. That's tough. On the subject of macros, I know quite a lot. I might have to ask you some questions at some point in travel. Are you okay with that? Because now that I'm making content, I want to help people. I'm not very good with macros, to be honest, but those are really helpful macros. So there are some things like I'm going to make my own platinator profile because I believe that having a good platinator or unit frames is a gameplay advantage. And this will help people. Like you will learn and be so much better when you start the season with this profile. So you should have this because it's a gameplay advantage. Or just knowing like, oh, there's this one really helpful thing you can get, like mouse over macros. A lot of people don't know what they are, but it's so helpful. You should mouse over macro your taunt or your heroic throw, your Avenger shield, or your throw glaive, or whatever it is. There are so many things like that. As of right now, I'm pretty happy with what mine looks like, but I could be even better at it. I think I'm going to keep iterating on the profile a little bit. And also, hey, Scott Oceans, did you know that you are officially, we've hit 7,000 on Twitch. Man, I'm glad that you guys like hanging out with me. I sort of start stream and I just put myself out there. What's up, Asa? Like, thanks. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? Oh, man. I think about what my life would be like if I never started streaming. Oh, you asked me what my actual job is, right? What's up, Dark? So let me just walk into a dungeon and I'm going to show you how easy it is to understand like what's going on, right? So if I go into Magister's Terrace fast, you're going to see how clear the Platinator profile is. Ooh, I'm going to do some more. I did 45, which means I'm at just a little bit more now. Not many people up at this time who can understand. Yeah. It's a weird timing for sure. Here we go. Can I heal some keys? Yeah, of course. So from here, we have a healer right now at the moment, Scrap. So we have this. Look at the first pull. Based on, you don't know this pull, you've never done this dungeon. What is the dangerous mob here? This is the whole thing with a gameplay advantage. You've never done this. Who should you be targeting? Now, granted, you probably don't need nameplates for this because there's one big dude. So you probably want to target him, right? What do you think this is comparatively? So there's like a darker nameplate, right? And a highlighted bright red nameplate. This is how I decided to do it, right? The texture. So the one thing I need to work on here is the thread. Yeah, blue target equals funnel, so you want to cleave off of him. And then the interrupt guy is bright red. You'll have me for a while. Good morning, Harith. Pets are awesome, but when they wake you up randomly in the middle of the night, it do be tough sometimes, huh? So we have the cast bar, basically. So if I pull this, you're going to see how easy it is to see who's casting on me. You see that? Look how easy it is for me to tell what's going on here. The cast bars are super easy. If I go kick it, it's very clear. Black bar. I've kicked this. Now, I can make this even better by having a better interface for showing you, like, if your kick is ready. You can have it highlight, which is pretty cool as well, so it's easier to find. But in a big poll, it's super easy to swap to the casters and know what's going on. So that's a gameplay advantage, if that makes sense. Whew. Does that make sense? Of why that platinator is like so important, right? What's up, Chad Filler? You prefer leveling as a tank? I think if I level, I'll probably just level as a DPS. It depends on how tough the mobs are hitting, you know? I can see the conversation for both. Okay, so I've done 54 burpees today. I can do a few more, though. That's not even a fraction of my power. I can do more than that. Those are rookie numbers. All right, here we go. So we've done 54 out of, what was 99 total. So it's 108 now. That's where we're at. He can do, well, no. I couldn't do over 9,000 burpees. That sounds like it would be literally impossible. There's literally no way I could do that much, but I appreciate the passion. Did 2 bursts? Nice. And I'm willing to get another coffee? Dude, I've learned something, Onos. So, okay, I want to drink coffee because I really like coffee. But I learned this, right? Here we go. All right? Here we go. If I drink coffee and then immediately take a nap, then I can wake up after the nap and feel better. So I had coffee this morning. But in order for me to have coffee, I need to take a nap directly after drinking it. So basically, I'm lying in bed and I'm like, okay, I'm drifting off. I just like turn over and I go, and then put it down and then go, and then take a nap, like immediately, right? There's some other self-soothing activities that happen in between these two actions. But basically, you take a nap and then you wake up and you're like, wow, I feel refreshed. I tried it for a few days now and I kind of like it. I actually think it's very helpful. You got bits, but you don't know how to donate them. Oh, I actually don't know either. How do you donate bits on Twitch? I actually am not very familiar with this either, though. That coffee helps to decrease the risk. Dude, Onos, when you read articles about health, it's so complicated because technically there's an article for everything nowadays. Like, I could probably, like, everything helps with everything, you know? Write cheer, then number after without space. Oh, that's how you do it? You know what, speaking of which, I should probably donate bits to people. I should learn how to do that. Although, any more burpees today, and I might have to put them tomorrow. Okay, noted. Well, there's the on-screen celebration. That's one way to do it. They show what towns you're on. Yeah, of course. The work question. Oh, Lutta, I've been working in health and fitness for a very long time now. All the bits for real. What's up, Robin Jin? So here. Cheers, 600 bits. Hi, Trouble. All right, hold up. There's probably a limit to how many burpees I can do in a day. We could push it a little bit, but some of these, can I save some for tomorrow? Would you be okay? Because my goal is to move every time I stream. So every time I stream, I want to move. I don't mind banking some for the next day. Because I've learned that if I do like 200 burpees today, then tomorrow I might just be like super sore. But if I don't move tomorrow, I still get lightheaded as I sit here. So burpees are such an easy way for me to feel better during stream. I want to make sure I have like X amount per day that's challenging enough. It's really not. I was actually going to almost put them for just regular channel points because it actually helps me so much, Harith. I've noticed, like, if I don't move during stream, then after about 3 hours, I start just getting really tired, and I'm just like I feel kind of dead, right? But if I move throughout stream, I can stream for like 5-6 hours. And today, it just so happens that like Thursday is good. Walking doesn't seem to help that much. I have a standing desk, but yeah, that's the one. That was my worry too, Lacus. They buff the Apex. Okay. The Apex is questionable. I don't know if this is the full talent setup. It's just what I was messing with. I could see dropping this. I could see dropping maybe even like this. Maybe you play 1 point Apex. Maybe you see 2. Maybe you see 3. I'm not really sure. Oh, yo. What's up, C Salty? Hi, C Salty C. I don't know you, but I'm always down to make new friends. Holy, wait, Tractive just cheered 1,490 bits. Yo, thank you, Tractive. All right, hold up. So I'm definitely putting some of these we'll keep track, and I promise you I will do the burpees, all right? But I'm going to definitely put some of these tomorrow, because I will probably perish if I try to do 200 burpees in one day. That's like a challenge, man. Yo, Salty's with you? Yo, what's up, Chad? Okay, so that's like 1,500 total, so that's another 45 burpees. Damn. All right, bet. I don't mind. Tomorrow I'm streaming. Saturday is Valentine's Day. And I think I'm probably going to take Valentine's Day off, actually. I think that'd be really nice. Yo, what's up, C, Salty C? Hey, Salty, you want to know something interesting about your name? Do you know I have to take salt supplements? Like, I have salt pills on my desk, and I have to consume salt throughout the day because I have this thing called POTS. Not a big deal. I've learned how to manage it. Oh, yeah, in terms of my talents, though, I'm not sure. I think the Apex is very good for Mountain Thane, but I have to have a lot more salt than the average person. But I don't play League of Legends, right? So I could understand maybe wanting to drop one. There's a few talents here that I think are really good, and I kind of wish I could grab. The Indomitable buff is pretty decent for tankiness. And then there's a few other options here I like, though. You play League, aware? I know myself. You know me. I mean, you've been in my stream for long enough, right? I'm a pretty non-toxic type of guy. I don't like raging at people. I don't like yelling at people. I just want to, we're playing a game. I want to be happy and I want to have a great time, right? But if I ever played League of Legends, I'd probably get chat banned within a week. There's something specific about that type of game that really just gets you. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if I would be able to maintain my serenity. Like, I'm probably just, and then if I was on stream, I'd be permabanned. Like, I just, I'm definitely going to start saying something that, yeah, exactly. My friend has 15 permabanned accounts, and he's the chillest guy in real life. There's something about it which really encourages a certain level. I feel like part of the game is actually figuring out creative ways to insult people. I really feel like that's actually a huge part of the joy of League of Legends is just how good can you get at insulting people. All right, Salty, what are you up to? Let me see. Well, that's a cool background. All right, bet. Ooh, so you are a World of Warcraft player. Hey, yo, Salty, you're a World of Warcraft player. Are you excited for midnight? I'm excited for midnight. I don't know. By the way, am I testing another Prot Warrior key, or do I want to go Brewmaster this? I'm not sure, though. Just learning how to tank? Ooh, nice. I want to make some very cool... Guys, you can't buy Feast at the Vent. I think you have to craft them scraps. I'm not 100% sure, though. Not 1,000%. Jackie Chan, are you still there on YouTube? Because you asked me some good tanking questions. Yes, Kieran, I do. I did actually make a Holy Priest video. Yep. I did. Go to my YouTube channel and just type Holy Priest. There is one for Archon. Yep. It's for Archon Holy Priest. The only difference is that they fixed the bug, so now you kind of just weave in some mendings, but otherwise the rotation's exactly the same as that video. Yep. There's a Holy Priest one. Yes. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. That makes sense. All right, let me do a few more burpees. If you're new to my stream, Salty, I try to move throughout stream. It's a new thing I've been doing, but it very much helps. So I owe some more burpees. Oops, somehow I moved this. There you go, top corner. I'm at 54. No, burnt bread. I don't think so. I think if you start with the hardest spec, to be honest with you, I think if you start with the hardest spec, you actually are inting your joy of the game, unless you love it. That's the key. Hey, Traction, thank you, by the way, for cheering the bits. Can I bank those burpees for tomorrow? Would you be all right? Because you've cheered 1,500. That means I owe 45 more burpees. Could I add that tomorrow? We can keep track. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. It's 45 plus 600, right? This is what we need. So it's plus 6, which is 18. That's how many we have, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys like the content, and thank you for supporting stream. Hey, Fritzen. I want to make a bunch more cool stuff. Can I ask you a question? As I do some more burpees, and we're waiting for the next key, because I'll do another one here soon. I have a question, and then we'll update the tank tier list at the end of today's stream. Right? Here's the thing. If you could watch any WoW content, like let's say that your favorite creator could make anything, okay? What would you want to watch? If you could watch anything, could be lore, dungeon guides, class guides, min-max, tips, how to do high keys, best beginner tanks, this knowledge, how to, whatever. You tell me, I'm curious. If you could watch anything, what would you want to watch? I'm doing full burpees. My full burpees, by the way, Salty, and you can see, you can keep track as I do these. Here, you'll see. These are very full burpees. I don't want to flash you my desk, but you can see the ground. I'm doing strict form burpees. You'll see. Let's do at least 10 right now. Here we go. So from here, we're going to go like this. 5. Ooh, no keyboard reveal. No way. Yeah, I don't want you to ever see my desk. You'll lose all respect for me, I promise. You will lose all respect. Yeah. Well, luckily I live in a house, so I have no downstairs neighbors. It's just the cats that are downstairs, and 2 bearded dragons. It's just bearded dragons and cats. Here we go. Ooh, 13. 14. 15. 16. Ooh, 17. Ooh, 18. 19. 20. Oh. A little break after that. Different anguish. Good question. I got you. Ooh, let me read. Ooh, I feel those. Wife. What do you mean, wife? I made a picture of your own keyboard. Oh, so disgusting. Look, my keyboard isn't that bad. My desk, however, is not. My keyboard's like this. I have a regular keyboard here. It's not that bad, right? It's a fine keyboard. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it was like $5 or $10 on the Thai Amazon website. It was like this thing called Lazada in Thailand. Yeah, my mouse is $5. Somebody said that the Razer Death Adder is expensive where you are. It has one button on the side. These buttons are the same, so it's got one button. The thing is, my monitor, yeah, this is $5 in Thailand. It's not expensive. Maybe between 5 and 10. Yeah, it works. All right, so we've done 20 more. Ooh. All right, so I owe 63 tomorrow. Somebody put that in Discord. Let's make sure I remember. Well, a lot of burpees, man. In your opinion, what was the most difficult dungeon to tank in the War Within Season 3? Ooh, good question. Hey, what? I actually wish, you know what? I think you might have spelled that in German. Oh, okay. Where you can see a complete run as a tank. Ooh, Travel. I have something for you. Travel. Okay, I made that. I made that. I made that. I got it. I made it yesterday. I have you right now. You do not need travel. You are our support. You do not need to pay for Patreon. I will literally send you videos individually. But right now on my Patreon, there is a completely free video. I actually want feedback on it. That's why I made it free. Here. It's pinned. Is there something pinned? Can you guys see something pinned on stream right now? Preferably. If you are on my stream, can you see anything pinned in the chat? Should be a pinned message like this. Here. I made that yesterday, and I'm very proud of it. I think it's perfect. I think it's exactly what I wanted to make. It's just very long. No pinned. Here we go. I'm going to pin it right now, manually unpinned. So that link, if you go to Patreon, first thing that's posted, okay? No, Anguish, you're not cooked, but there will be a different learning experience. Doing delves versus keys are completely different. So unfortunately, I don't think they're similar at all. I don't think so. I think they're actually quite different. Fundamentally, they're a different skill set. Delves are solo content. Keys, you have to learn how to lead your team. Tanking keys is not necessarily hard because it's a lot of damage. It's hard because the knowledge of when to lead and how to tank, that's difficult. So that's where it gets hard and difficult to coordinate and understand. Does that make sense? Does server matter? I'm in San Diego. First of all, San Diego is awesome. All right. I have some family that lives in La Jolla. Oh my God. Wonderful place. Absolutely wonderful place. Brand pulls like a bad DPS though, so you got some experience in that department. Leveling a couple of tanks like Prot, Pally, and Warrior a lot. Nice. I heard it's just something like herding cats. It kind of does feel like that sometimes, Burnt Bread. Also, hi, Lucas. I really like Pally right now. Warrior feels solid. Yeah, I think honestly, Mountain Thane Warrior is really solid though. I've been playing for 20 years, just now trying WoW and Mythic Plus. So Thane Prot Warrior, I'm going to make a guide for Prot Warrior soon. Probably look out for in the next week or so, Anguish. But yeah, travel. Do me, if you have a time, I know it's a very long video. I think I made what you're talking about because I also agree with you. There aren't enough guides for that exact thing, what you're saying. And hopefully that dungeon guide I made is going to help you with that. Because the game is so bad at teaching you how to tank. The game is unbelievably bad. It's very, there's no in-game tanking tutorial. There's nothing that tells you, don't chain here, do chain here, go faster here, go slower there. That mob's super dangerous, defensive now. Like, there's nothing in-game that tells you that. So you have to learn from a video instead of anything else. Now, English, when you get into keys, you have to accept the fact that there's going to be a massive difference. You're welcome. And let me know what you think, because they added that for 2 to 5, but it still doesn't teach you some of the basics. Lacus, if you get a chance to watch that Patreon video, I'm telling you, you're going to learn so much. I cover all the things that no one covers, not just what the mobs do, but also everything else, though. Fury and Bear, what's up? What are these on the Discord? Tank info, pre-patch. Midnight Builds has the more updated ones. Pre-patch has some stuff, but I haven't played a lot of pre-patch, so. I think the most difficult dungeon to tank was actually Priory, because understanding how to route Priory was very difficult. Knowing when to chain and how to pace and what, like those types of things for Priory, I think were very complicated. Can I heal right now? Lacus is in this key. He's been wanting to heal me for about, Lacus, how long have you been following my channel? How long have you known me now? I think Lacus has been waiting to do a key with me for about 9 months, a year, give or take. Oh, man, guys, we're about to get IO. Holy. Oh, yeah. All right, let's do a hard key. It's time. I can tell. This is big IO territory right now. Holy. We're going to sweat in this key. We're already sweating in real life. That is a big predictor. So we got to go hard key right now. Plus 30 Mysara Caverns, I believe. The question for me on the tank testing is I pretty much know where to rank everything right now, but I think Prot Warrior is pretty solid. I'm curious about potentially playing a little bit more Brewmaster, but I know where that's ranked too, so I could play VDH, I suppose, and see this though. Oh, we can do a 15 at the very least though. Road to plus 100. Oh, if only we had exploited pre-patch gear, then we could do it. So Jackie Chan, when it comes to tank builds, first of all, a lot of times tanks will sim for damage. When you're learning how to tank, your damage is irrelevant. You just need threat. And in terms of building, I would just watch this video. I made a 5-minute video about threat, just like a very basic understanding of what snap threat is. Let me find that for you, and I would suggest that you just take a look at it. That, I think, will be a good help. Once your streamer stops jumping around, I can't. Oh, yeah, that happens. My bad. I can't stay still. It's impossible for me. Here, huge tip for beginner tanks, snap threat. Cool. So this explains that you can't just walk through things. It kind of gives you an understanding. If you're playing warrior, you need to understand the same thing. Like we can do Algathar, and I can show you real fast. There, Jackie Chan. I want to play Blood DK. Do it if you love the underdogs. Sila Umahara. Yo, what's up, Sila? Sila, have you guys ever had another tornado? Ayo, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Yo, thank you. Sila, that tornado, I remember the video. That's crazy. I remember that. You sent me this a while ago, and that was pretty wild. Wait, that's the new Haranir Druid. Oh my god. Dude, it's pretty cool. That's the new Druid form? Holy. I think I'm race changing to Haranir. I definitely like new things. That is actually pretty. It's just different. I like it. Overall, I like it, and he's cute. He's doing a cool little dance. Yo. That's the bear form for the new Druid race, Haranir. Whoa, yeah, they're pretty cool, man. I think I have to change 100%. I have to race change. Dude, those Haranir forms are so cool. Lacus, yeah, show me all the other ones. Whoa, what is that? Is that travel form? Whoa, whoa. Holy ears. Holy ears. Whoa, those are super cool. I definitely have to swap Haranir. I feel like every Druid is going to be Haranir. Those forms are awesome. They're super cool. What? They're so cool. Whoa. Yeah, dude, wait, go travel form again? Wait, go travel form again. Wow. Wait, go travel form again. Ayo, I saw a comic about this one day, and I was scarred for life. Holy, those are huge ears. Those are like, you know what those remind me of? It reminds me of Revendreth. I don't know why, but that ear design just immediately makes me think of Revendreth from Shadowlands. That is pretty cool. That is awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sick. They have a different Moonkin like Zandalari did? Unsure. Can you talent Moonkin for him and show me? My Druid on beta is not actually, he doesn't have booming form right now. Whoa, yeah, you are not worth my contempt. Do you remember the weak aura that people used to use when Sire Denathrius would basically lift you up into the air? That was kind of peak WoW. There hasn't been anything like that in a long time, where literally every single raid group in the entirety of the world had that weak aura. So when Sire Denathrius lifted you up in the air, it was just immediately like, I mean, that's just a boomy form. Honestly, I still hate him. I don't hate boomy form. I don't like boomies. As a tank player, I'm just really not a fan of these. I don't like boomies. I have a particular dispassion for them. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. That's not the Haranir boomy form? Oh, okay. In the barber shop. Got you. That's not the Haranir boomy form. So wait, because he has a glyph on or something? Let me go check at the barber. Okay, come back and report. What key would you like to do, by the way? Revendreth was pretty cool. All right, question for the team. Lacus, you are healing. I'm fine to tank anything. I'll do one more warrior key at least. And what key would you like to do? Preference? Let me respond to a text. Oh, man. iPhone is... Oh, boy, my phone's dead. Hold up. All right, Okay, what I'm actually going to do then. Yeah, you want to, Sila? You can. You know, this is the best... EU and NA can play together, Sila. Lacus is on EU. So I'll never get to play with him ever, aside from the beta. Beta is the only time you can play EU and NA together. Pencil, I have no idea where you buy feast. I'm so sorry. I think you have to go, like, at this trainer. Scraps, if you're still here, somebody told me that you just have to train cooking, and then you immediately just go here, and you buy the brain to max out your cooking. I think it's this one, right? You basically learn this, and then you'll have it. This is, I think, what you're supposed to do. Let me on stream. I'll show you. They have a new trend form, too. It looks so sick. Okay, interesting. I think you're supposed to buy this for the cooking, and that's why you're supposed to get the feast on beta. And let me go charge my phone real fast. And then we'll come back, and we'll do... okay, POS, Algothar, or Nexus. We can do Nexus. I think Nexus is hard, so why don't we learn Nexus a little better? You play EU? No, I play NA. Yeah, I play NA. You can't find the mats? I have no idea. It puts the spell in your bars. That makes more sense. No, I play NA. Harith. I'm an NA gamer. I live in Asia, but I play NA, which is super weird. AOC Salty, thank you for coming to say hi. Chad, I appreciate it. It was cool that you find people on different websites, you know. Aight. But yeah, Sila, if you want a game, then game we shall. Up to you. What this? You'll become last and get finesse and speed. Oh, okay, thank you. Plays NA, insane behavior. It's true. I always have to play. You know the ping I have on beta, right? It's like 205, 209 ping. This is better ping than I have on live servers. I'm not even kidding. I actually have better ping on beta than I do on live servers. What's the best way to get the 1 crest needed per mythic craft? It costs 60 the guild, and I'm assuming it's a ton from keys. Plus 7 keys drops the highest level crest anguish. But anguish. So if you're learning how to tank, okay, this is a good point. Anguish, if you're learning how to tank right now, I really would agree. I would say that your best investment is not to learn the current dungeons. There's only 2 weeks left of the season. Like, you'll only have Priory and Floodgate and Ecodome for another 2 weeks. So learning those, it takes time to learn how to do this, right? Oh, we'll need DPS random. So Barbershop is here. I show you. So it's... I'm trying to think about what you would do. Like, if you really want to play them, you totally can. Barbershop is, like, right here. Isn't it? Isn't it, like, right over here in Stormwind? I think it should be here. It's like one of these buildings. Yeah. I thought it was over there, right? Oh, that was Transmog. No, that was Transmog. That's not Barber. So it'll be over here. Yeah, on the other side of the wall. There you go. There. I feel like the best thing if you have beta is to play beta. All the progress you made in beta. Oh, yeah, 100%. No, so the beta is just a completely isolated server. In fact, it's a different friends list. It's a different account. It's different everything. So the idea is when I actually go play, when the season comes out, it's just testing. That being said, I'll have a competitive advantage because I know how to tank the dungeons, heal the dungeons. I know the routes. I know all the pain points. Like, I have all that information really set. You know what I mean? So that's very helpful for what it's worth. Yeah, I have all that information already. So I will have a gameplay advantage. Like, I'll be able to push much higher right away on beta, if that makes sense. Because learning dungeons is more important, though. There's turbo boost you don't. That's true. But I think early IO really does matter. Okay, let me go charge my phone real quick to respond to some important texts. I'll be right back very fast, and then I will... I'm here? Cool. And then we'll go do 15 Nexus, at least. Let's see, Warrior and Nexus will be interesting, because this dungeon that I'm about to show you, that's going to be a perfect example of there's a lot of magic tank busters. So Warrior could struggle there, technically speaking. All right. All right, be right back real fast. Oh, my legs feel that, man. Sila, are you coming? Wait, I won't fill. Do you want to come, Sila? You just say the word. We can have that. That's fine. I'll fill. We have a DPS spot open. Can I be real with you guys? Let me be real with you, all right? Good night, Chad. Yo, what's this? Here we go. What am I doing? What are we looking at? Okay, hold up. So, I'm gonna be real with you. Oftentimes, I have to restrain myself just a bit because normally, whenever I come back to stream after like I've been downstairs for a second, I have the overwhelming desire to open back with "What's up, bitches?" But I don't really want to say that because it's very aggressive and it's kind of rude. But every single time I ever come back to stream, I just want to open with that. I'm just like, "Yo, what's up, bitch?" Like, but I don't feel like I have that relationship with people yet. So, no, like I always just find like a little bit, like you know what I mean? Like I catch myself. So instead, I'm just like, "Oh, hey, like how are you?" Like I try to be respectful, right? But honestly, it's just overwhelming every single time. I have to be careful about giving in to these desires. This is why after hours, yo, Anguish, thank you for the Prime sub. Anguish, when you learn how to tank Mythic Plus dungeons, when you learn how to tank Mythic Plus dungeons, you have to learn, all right? You live in Brooklyn, you get more aggressive greetings. Bro, that's true, Coffee. I was in New York several times in my life, right? My uncle lives there, and on top of that, I lived in Connecticut for a year, so I went up to New York a lot, right? And my first great love in my life was in New York. Man, what a romantic story. I'll tell you that another time. I knew this person for like a few months, and it was this wild, wild story, like straight out of a movie, basically. And then when I was like, it was like I was young too. I was like 16, and I met this person, and she lives in New York. And then all of a sudden, I like fell like hard, and I was like, oh my god, like I'm in love. And then what happened is like I started working and I started hustling. I started like tutoring kids. I was like, I just want money so I could pay for her to fly out to stay with me. And then I was going to fly out to stay with her. And we had this like wild whirlwind little romance. And then she was like concerned about money. And then she met this massive millionaire whose father was a billionaire. And then she left me for him. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's a short story. And then like my heart was broken, and then I started like going to the gym really hard, and then I was just like dark and broody all the time. I basically became like Edward from Twilight, and I was just like, my life is darkness. And then I wasn't happy for a long time, but I learned a lot. Yeah, so anyways, that, I don't know, you know. Okay, so what are we doing again? I'm gonna list it. Sila, if you're around, let's do a key. Nexus. Are we learning Nexus? Yeah, that's my Batman origin story. It's definitely not that I was significantly ill as a kid and almost died every day of my life. That is irrelevant. It was the fact that this particular individual was like, nah, this guy's a millionaire. And I was like, I could be one day. And she was right when she said, no, you can't. And I was like, I was like, oh, I will be. And I was like, no, I didn't end up becoming that. So, oh well. Someone else is learning. I know it. Okay, cool. Who's my Joker? Myself. The thing is, if you depend on other people, Dark, then the thing is, you'll always be disappointed, right? So you should become your own Joker. Basically, left part of my brain, Joker, right part of my brain, Batman. I got both at the same time. It's the best of both worlds. I watched Hannah Montana growing up, so I was deeply inspired, and I was like, why settle for one when I could have both? That's the whole message of Hannah Montana. Sila, let me know when you are online. All right, we gotta put me into a key suit before I start going for things. Dude, it's so funny though, Scraps. So okay, obviously I'm really into fitness, right? Like I've been into fitness for a long time. Oh shit, who asked me what my job was? Are you still here? Wait a second. Who asked me what my job is? Someone asked me this way earlier. Gotta join now. Okay, no problem, Sila. Okay, good luck with your phone call. Let me know. I'll be on. Wait. Who asked me that? Somebody asked me earlier, like you said, oh, Lada. Are you still here, lad? Wait, Lada. Are you? Wait. How long ago was that question? Okay, to be fair, I remembered that you asked me the question, but I'm pretty sure it was like a while ago. If I'm remembering correctly, it was quite some time. My bad. If you're still here, I will let you know. All right. Silas coming next. Then we could take a subtlety rogue and we'll send it. Yeah. So I'm into health and fitness, but I got muscles. Yo, what's up, Haliter? Thank you. It is really furrowing, isn't it? It's quite thick now. Like, you know how a year ago I was young and I was like, you know, more Edward from Twilight. Now I feel like I'm Bella's dad. Like, I've really matured in such a short amount of time that I've gone from like, oh, am I Jacob or Edward? It's like, no, I'm Bella's dad. Look at this mustache. Look at this. Look how thick this is. It's aging me a ton. Like, I don't mind it necessarily, but like, it's really like, there's a lot of braids here. Look at how many strands there are. It's really quite a mustache. Look at it. It's really like, look at the thickness. Look how much it comes out. You see the lips are here, but the mustache is there. It's quite pronounced. Yeah. Oh, but anyways, I was saying, since I like fitness, right? I've seen clips of you from a while ago. You sound different as well. It's been a tough year, Small. You know, my life is now separated into two categories. It was when I was married and then after getting divorced. The truth is that divorce changes you fundamentally. I would love to say it definitely didn't, but it absolutely did. All right, let me grab this key. I took minoxidil to grow my beard. I have not taken anything. I always used to shave all the time. Okay, hold up. Which tier list is this? We got to update commands. Who wants to be a mod on Twitch? Hold up, wait a second. Official healing, wait a second. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. No, hold up, wait a second. Nope, wait, Deep Sith. First of all, Palpatine, wait. All right, Plagueis, wait. Hold up. Wait. All right, who wants to be a mod? Okay. Small scales, you're a mod. Do you know how to edit command here? Who knows how to edit a Twitch command? Can you make this? Okay, go like this. Cool. Right? Healer tier list, I want you to make it this link. This is the right link for this. I've got you. I can't get it to be that thick in the middle. I do have the mustache jeans, indeed. Yo, what's up, rough kitty tongue licks? Do you know I learned that recently? I always thought cat tongues were soft, but then recently one of my cats was grooming me, and I actually realized that their tongues are indeed very rough. It's true. I am new to being a cat dad. It's a work in progress. Yeah. I did not know that. It was very surprising, to be honest. Okay, so healer tier list command needs to be updated to that link. So we got to go like this, right? Would wake me up every morning with a face full tongue bath. Yeah, they're little combs. Exactly. Their tongues are like little combs. It's right. That's correct. I didn't know that for a long time. I've been trying Claw Guardian Druid. If there are some people who love it, and there are some people I don't personally love Claw Guardian, but there are a lot of people who really like it. Yeah. Something fun for the pre-patch. If you type /camp, you place a little campsite for your character. I did not know that. Yeah, so we got to edit the healer tier list command to this. And then we have to edit this command, right? Making this today, right? Updating today. Updating this today. It's today. Cool. In about, let's call it like, or something like this. Cool. There we go. And then we need to update that command to that. All right. Does anyone else know how to update? Wait, who's Woosie? You want to? All right. Bet you know how to edit this? Great. Woosie, you're now a mod in my chat. Congratulations. /mod. Okay, perfect. No longer trigger a command edit heal chills. Yeah, here to boom. Perfect. All right, that should work. All right. Thank you. Cat tongues are soft when they're not in groove mode, though. Wait, no, you don't want to be a mod? All right, bet. I will not make you mod then. Yeah, I mean, my cats, they're super cute, but I've never lived with cats ever before in my life. This is basically my first time ever living with cats, you know? It is a brand new experience for me. Yeah, I mean, hold on, Harith, are you not a mod here? Harith, you want to be a mod? So not good time zone? No, I mean, you don't have, I mean, like, you just mod you. Like, it's not that much of a responsibility. I'll do it? No, I mean, I just mod anybody. Why does it matter? You can just basically ask me for a mod. Depends on the day. Now, I'll be a mod? All right, bet. Here you go. Angel Loa Lannis. There you go. Perfect. All right, don't abuse your privilege. Don't be responsible. That's it. Be responsible. I need an adult. Mod shit, dude. Yesterday, that's right. Ooh, a feast. All right, cool. All right, shall we? All right, well, let's do 15 Nexus. After this, I'm pretty sure I'm good with my Prot Warrior testing. I don't mind trying a few different talent options, but overall, I'm okay with this for now. I don't think there's anything really rough here, though. What else is important other than pathing and Mythic Plus? What's next in priority? Oof, Anguish. It's so hard for me to answer that. There's so much nuance to tanking, and the game does an absolutely terrible job at teaching you how to do it. Unfortunately, I really think the game just does a really, really, really bad job at teaching people how to tank. It's like really the worst part of WoW. Like, there's no in-game tutorial for tanking or healing. There should be. Like, they could iterate on the Proving Grounds. You remember the Proving Grounds? So it's not just routing, but it's pacing. For example, if you take a look at the poll I'm about to do, right? The pacing of the poll is what's important. It's the route is, everyone might do this first poll, though. There's a few guides I have. One of them I've made is now about Snap Threat. One of them is just like a tier list for tanks, right? And then I think that what's more important than all of those things, though, is just understanding pacing. So, for example, I'm going to game as many movement abilities as I have and make sure that I lead my team. And I'm going to be using that. So, for example, I know I want to pull these first two. Yeah? So I Thunderclap there, and then I Shield Charge here. And then I'm going to make sure I defensive here. And then I'm going to go here. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm going to be pacing. So my group, the reason I won't lose threat here, I proc cheat death immediately, it's fine. The reason I'm not going to lose threat is because of how fast that gather was. I intentionally wasted my cheat death, knowing that I was getting hit in the back, specifically because, right? And the reason is that I needed my team to understand what I was doing. And that is a tank skill. And that's specific, though. I intentionally plan to do that, because in Pugs, in a higher key, that would be a waste that I planned my cheat death for that. But actually speaking, the reason we did that... Oh, I forgot to reset my... Whoops, I forgot to reset. My bad. Is because now I'm telegraphing my motion. So watch this. For example, yeah? I'm going to go leap, boom, leap, here, because I have time spiral, and then now I'm in this pull. Now I'm not going to lose threat at all. There's zero chance I lose threat in this pull. And it's because I'm telegraphing my motion. This is an underrated tank skill. Threat is mostly solved by getting to the pole before everyone else gets to the pole. That's like the entire thing about threat. You have to understand that the threat is a mechanic that is mostly solved by movement speed, more than anything else. If that makes sense. It's a little weird, it's a little backwards, but that's actually how threat works as a tank. Because you think it's like rotation or how much damage you do, but oftentimes in Pugs, in coordinated groups it's not as bad, but in Pugs it's actually so much more about just getting to the pole before anyone else gets there. Massively underrated skill as a tank player is just knowing that you have to get to the pole before everyone else. Cool, so now I'm going to go here, and then I'm using my charge, and then see how I'm here before... Look, my rogue is not even in the pole yet. I'm not going to lose threat here. Make sense? I like how Lacus is, he's scared for me. I don't know why. I'm chilling. Don't worry, Lacus. Don't worry. I got you. I'm going to rally cry this, too. Help you out. I feel almost ashamed when my healer starts randomly spam healing me. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I start getting externals, like, I'm just like, oh, I mean, thank you. I mean, it's not a problem. Like, you can external me, right? But I just also feel a little bit like you don't trust me. Like, you ever feel like that? If any tank players here, you know what I'm talking about, though? Like, when you just, like, randomly, you're like, wait, why'd I get external there? Like, there's no trust. We've betrayed my trust. There are some things that Warrior does struggle with in this key. Oh, I know. You're fine. I'm mostly kidding about that. All right, let's go pull this here. Boom. Get my shield up immediately, and here we go. First thing is a healer DPS. Is what, exactly. So the telegraphing motion as a tank is not just as a tank skill. It is also a skill to help your DPS and people, right? No, I mean, well, if you cocoon me on pull, then it doesn't really help me that much anyways, Deco. I mean, there's really... I mean, I appreciate the thought. If you ever cocoon me on pull, I tell you what. Thank you for trying. You know? Thank you for trying. That doesn't really do anything. I think this DPS was always safe for pugging. I mean, technically, mage is the best answer to that question, but it's not actually a foolproof answer. There are... Oh, this is a hard pull. Hold up. We accidentally... I wasn't going to pull that. That's supposed to be with the next pack. So, hold up. I have to game now. I'm gaming. I have cheat death. It'll proc soon, probably. I'm going to... Watch out. So here, I have to make sure I plant. Here, I don't want to move at all. These guys do a frontal, and my melee DPS need to know exactly where I am on this pull. So I'm just going to send that there. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, Warrior's pretty tanky, man. Like, my healer doesn't really need to worry about me that much. There's, like, a few pulls in here which do a lot of magic damage, but I'm chilling. Yeah, Cocoon, as about to say, it's not even a tank external, though. Exactly, though, but it's very noticeable. The thing about Cocoon is that it's incredibly noticeable when it happens, right? So, yeah. But also, I'm noticing that, for example, like, how come I have Life Bloom, Redruve, everything? Like, I'm chilling, man. Leap Reset is coming from my Evoker, actually. Time Spiral. My Evoker is playing Time Spiral, so I get an extra movement ability, which is actually very nice for Warrior. It's very inconsequential for most things, but it's quite nice for Warrior. You get extra Leap. If I have it, I'll use it, but otherwise I have to gain my Leap and my Charge. So, Anguish, while you're learning Mythic Plus, the truth is, you have to be willing to practice and fail, all right? The biggest thing is, when you watch me at the start of a season, I'm probably not going to make that many mistakes. I'll make some, 100%, but I'm not going to make that many mistakes. Do you know why? Because I've already made them. Like, that's the thing. Like, I won't make the mistake of charging to this guy knowing he's going to jump at me and then losing threat. Like, look at that external. What is this bark skin? I didn't even take damage. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I kick. I kick again. Warrior actually has so much CC. It's kind of filthy right now, though. So, the main thing is, though, right? You are running low and stuff. Yeah. I can always, like, I'll... I don't think I'm the best tank in the world. There's a lot that I do as a tank that is actually very suboptimal, to be honest, Echo. However, the one thing I'm really good at is knowing how to communicate with my team what's going on. So the thing that I excel at as a tank is just making sure everybody knows what I'm doing. Like, I'm just very clear with communicative gameplay. As in, basically, it's like, I know how to signal to you that I need help because I'm going to start micro-kiting. And if you watch me start micro-kiting mobs, you're going to be like, hey, I need to help him. Like, it's just like, it's a little simple, subtle messaging that doesn't involve me saying anything. But it's a very good skill to have as a tank, is like, how do I communicate with my healer that I need him now? There are some pug macros that you can get, very helpful. I don't have them on beta, but on retail, normally on my action bars, I have some macros that just go, heal me for 5 seconds if I mess up, or external me now, please, or whatever it is. In the season, I'll use those. Or there's even one that says, CC, please, I'm kiting. Exactly, right? But so I'm good at letting you know when that's happening. And it's an underrated tank skill. I think a lot of tanks forget that they have to actually communicate with people. Like here, one reason that I was charging around and zipping around like that is because my team will watch me move and they'll be like, okay, don't attack yet, right? Because it's pretty obvious that I'm basically going to be running around like this. What does external mean? External is when a healer can give you, the tank, a DR. So, like, you as a warrior, watch out, rogue, he gonna die. Rogue's gonna die. This guy does a frontal. So basically, external is like this, right? You have, like, shield wall. A healer also has shield wall that they can put on somebody. So they can, for example, external you. What's up, Quezzle? Not just healers. True, technically. How's a Prot Warrior going? Really good. I think Prot Warrior is very sturdy. I think its damage is a little bit less. I could be playing slightly more damage talents, but overall feels pretty sturdy. Like, I didn't even defensive that just now, and I didn't die. Other tanks would actually get clapped by that because I forgot it was coming that fast. Prot Warrior feels very sturdy. There's a lot of magic damage, so technically speaking, it probably shouldn't feel this good, to be honest. But I would say that it feels really, really smooth right now. Very smooth, very smooth. So I'm going to taunt this here, and then I have boom, and good kicks, and I can AoE taunt if need be, and I'll just stun that one. Perfect. Nice, I'll let my team balance themselves. So I know as a tank, for example, that I have to rally cry right now, and then I can go in here. This is a 300% damage amp, so I really want to play very well during this. However, I need to keep that guy away from my team because he cleaves. So if that guy's not dead, then I need to make sure that my team has full uptime here. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, Prot Warrior has plenty ways to mitigate magic damage. I mean, Spell Reflect's a really short cooldown. It's a 25% DR. You have Demo Shout, pretty much like 50% uptime, close to it. Like, it's really high uptime in AoE. With Mountain Thane, you have double shield wall. I mean, you got a lot of tools to deal. You have Cheat Death if you could plan it. Like, the idea that any tank is unable to mitigate magic damage is just wrong. That being said, there are still some tanks that take a lot of extra magic damage, right? Yeah. So, there are some general rules for tanks. Hold up. AoE taunt. Ooh. And there, for example, I plan Cheat Death. Cool. I'm going to get stunned. I got to put away from the team. Away from the team. There you go. And they're going to kill all these mobs real fast because they get a massive damage amp here. Boom, 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 boom. And I get it. Nice. What's up, friends? Hi, Lisa. Hello there. If you are new to my stream today, I don't know. Let's go with a classic. Do you like furries? I felt like being nostalgic. So here, right now, on this mob, I have Demo Shout, which is a 25% DR, and Spell Reflect, which is 25%. It's multiplicative, not additive, so that means that it's actually, what, 37% DR? Plus I have Ignore Pain up. So, like, I'm going to be very tanky against this, and I'm in D stance, so remember, there's also just casual, less damage happening there. Like, my health is not going to move, and that's a fair tank buster. On Paladin, it can kill you. Okay, so I just grab Snap Threat real fast. Boom, 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 boom. And then I'm here. And then I'm going to go like this. Perfect. And here, I have Shield Wall, plus this, plus that. I could have Spell Reflect there as well. Okay, watch the casters here. Here we go. And this, and that. Perfect. And again, I just keep this guy facing away from my team because he will melee people. Otherwise, we get in. Nice. Yo, what's up? I'm new to your stream. Watch your YouTube videos. Hi, Lisa. Thank you. I'm glad you like my YouTube videos. I look forward to making more. There's a ton of really cool ideas that I have, and I'm excited to make even more stuff. I actually made, Lisa, yesterday, I made my first dungeon routing video, like a how to tank video, and I'm very pleased with it. Does anyone have repair? Because it looks like my shield is kind of going to break, probably, in the middle of this key. Anyone got repair? You can't mount in this dungeon. I wish I could. Can I zone out and zone back in? Does it reset if I do that? My shield might break mid-key, and if it does, then I'm kind of screwed. Nope, sorry. Can I... I mean, does a green shield scale? Okay, so if worst case scenario, I can put on another shield. Okay, that's good. I'll just put this down here. It'd be hilarious if I need to do that. Okay, so this pull, these guys do a healing absorb on me. So I want to make sure I don't get hit. I'm going to pop my defensive early. And then I'm here in the pull, and I've gained my movement, and here we go, and we're like this, though. Yeah, I made my first dungeon routing video, and I'm very excited about it. I think it went well. This is kind of what I wanted to see, like, how much does this hurt warriors, a pack like this? Because there's a lot of stuff happening here. This pack really does hurt tanks a lot. So we're going to watch out for puddles. If I get stunned, I probably die immediately, but otherwise it seems to be okay right now. Oh, I don't know. This doesn't seem to be hurting me that bad right now. I feel pretty chill. This feels very easy, actually. Of course, I say that I'm gonna die soon, probably, but it's pretty good. Not bad. My bear gets shredded in this part, though. More tanky than other DPS. Yeah, Deco, it's true. What if I made a how to heal guide? Part of it would talk about like a min max is like when you triage heal, you need to know what's like who needs you the most. But when you tank, as an example, when you heal tanks, I'm a successful healer not because I'm a good healer. I actually think that, technically speaking, as a player, I lack a lot of skill. Oh, we're super dead. Yeah, hold up. Somebody went that way. Oh, we're dead. I would just reset this pull. I wouldn't even try, probably. I don't know if Lacus can heal this. There's two of these big guys. I mean, it's... I could rally cry. Actually, if we kill it fast enough, there's some potential here. Maybe. Hold up. So we had somebody walk over to the left and pull the second seer, but you really want to avoid these seers pretty much at all costs. You want to avoid them very much. Okay, yeah, I would reset.
Can't pull second seer. We gotta watch the pad.
I will start WoW at midnight add-on release, and we'll play Holy Priest. Nice, because it will not be meta. No, Lisa, it's going to be okay. It depends on how high you want to push. That's the thing about Holy Priest. Oh, my shield's going to break now for sure, though. The thing about Holy Priest is it's actually going to be really good. It's very, very decent right now. When you watch a tier list, Lisa, that's meant for the highest level content. So we're talking like plus 20s and plus this, etc. though. Good morning, Mats, by the way. You're going to be absolutely fine for what it's worth at the level that you want to play at. Not a problem whatsoever. You're going to be A-okay. So if you want to just play WoW and get into WoW and you want to play your Holy Priest, that is A-okay. You're going to really have a great time, I think, with Holy Priest. It's a very good first healer. If I made a list for what is the best first healer to start with, I actually think that Holy Priest would be pretty high up there on that list. Oof. Uh-oh. I got stunned. Okay. Hold up. Big healing. Big healing. Wow. So this is where Warrior Tank will struggle. This is the type of pull where Warrior Tank will just get hit really hard. I could have planned my defensive slightly better, but I do need a little help from my tank, potentially. From my healer. Oop, nope, nope. Uh-oh. Did we have extra damage go out there, or just, nope, oh boy.
Survive.
I think that was just the seer. Yeah. You have to, like, Giga heal that. We could reset the key, I suppose. Here, I could play... What other tank should I play today, by the way? I'm kind of good with Warrior. I know where it stands now. I just want to have fun at the game. That's important, Lisa. Holy Priest will be fine. Don't worry about it. You want me to play VDH? I haven't played VDH in a bit. Sure, go play VDH. Let me check. I think that pull might be like a 200k HPS thing. Let me check. We have the death logs now, so we can actually see what's going on here. Core right explosion. We might have had a cast go off, it looks like. Umbral bolt. Oh, just one bolt goes off here, plus the mana. Yeah. That pull just hurts. That was some ground effect. No problem. Yeah, actually, I really think Holy Priest is going to be okay. It's a surprisingly decent healer at the moment. A lot of people are like, you know, it's notoriously not that good, but surprisingly good right now. Here, I'll play Promotes Leader. I'll be right back. I'm going to play Paladin. What should I play, though? Here, I kind of want to play my Paladin, actually. Maybe some prop pally gameplay for a second. For reference sake, if we take a look at my damage on the Warrior, right? Overall damage is like 80k right now. So let's see, though. On the failed previous pull. Yeah, I know, it's okay. It's okay. That one's hard because also me as a Warrior will need a little help there. The hard thing is the fact that all I really want to do is order ice cream today. So we could play Paladin here. To be honest with you, I feel the cravings for ice cream. Between Disc and Mistweaver, Mythic Plus being your main focus. Won't push super high, but I'm still unsure which one to pick. Him, Chris. Hold up, wait a second. I know you. Wait a second. I know you. What's up, Balor? I mean, they're very different play styles. In terms of which one is going to be the best, we don't know. Tuning can change at a whim. You should definitely choose right now based on what you like. You know? What's up, Safri? You think I'll be okay with Prot Warrior? Absolutely. 100% you will, Anguish. With Prot Warrior, you need to learn fundamentals. Good night, Lee. Good night, Lee. You got to learn fundamentals. The fundamentals of tanking, all right? Where's your shield? That's the first and foremost thing. Where's your shield, dude? Don't let mobs hit you in the back. Ooh, Scylla, bring it. Ooh, a Windwalker monk. All right, cool, cool, cool. This has been your baby for the last 7 years. You can't get... Have you played it yet, Flux? Dude, I swear, Mistweaver is actually so fun right now. No, of course, it's perfect. You come back at the perfect time. Yo, have you gotten to try Flux, Mistweaver? Yeah, basically. You can't face mobs with your back. That's the main thing with Warrior. Okay, Nexus Point. Yes, okay. Here's the thing, Flux. I agree. The thing is, for me, I don't know why. Because, okay, everyone is saying this. It's not just me. It's not just Deco. It's a few other people, too. For some reason, Mistweaver is hella fun right now. I know. It's the weirdest thing, because I'm not a Mistweaver main. I've never been a Mistweaver main. But for whatever reason, okay, with Nexus Point only done it once, ooh, it'll be a learning experience, Silo. You might die, and that's okay. Dude, I agree with you. It's fair. It's my favorite healer on beta. If I could play one healer today, it would be Mistweaver. It's living rent-free in my head, too. It's fist weaving, correct. That's what it is right now. They buffed it recently, right? It's actually really fun. It just feels super fluid and very rewarding right now. I don't know how to explain it. It's actually just a very good healer. I know. Now, hold up, Flux. Do you know who Megaset is? Out of curiosity. Are you familiar with this? I have cool news for you. In all the Mistweavers, yeah, you can actually heal while we're moving. If you have cooldowns. Otherwise, you have to make a plan. If you're out of melee range, you do have to make a plan. Look who's... I reached out to her, and this is a cool thing I can do now, because I've been a no one for a long time in WoW, but since I started streaming and putting myself out there, and since people like my content and choose to come say hi on stream and support, right? Not yet, Mornix. I will update the tank tier list shortly. I know where things are now, but I gotta in a sec. So, okay. A very interesting development is that one thing I want to do is I want to use my newfound clout to reach out to experts and have them teach me their favorite spec so that I can teach you and so we can learn together. Because I am not an expert at Mistweaver. I'm a casual enjoyer of it. I'm going to get combat pause real quick. I'm an enjoyer of Mistweaver, but I'm not an expert at it. So it's so cool that actually I could be like, hey, I don't know you, Megaset, but I'd like to just message you. Would you be down to make a video teaching me, and therefore I'm going to record that, right? And then I can show you, and we can all learn together. I did the same thing with Frost Strike, one of the best Frost DKs I've ever played with. I did the same thing with him. Yeah? And it's like, well, now I have a Frost DK, and it's like he taught me how to play it, and I was like, sweet. That's awesome. So now we can learn together. Because most WoW guides, Flux, they're made with the intent of, I know everything, let me teach you what I know. If I make a warrior guide or a prop pally guide, like, I'm going to teach you what I know, but there are some things I'm not that good at. Brewmaster being a tank that I'm just not that familiar with. So we would have to learn together. So for Brewmaster, maybe I can reach out to Shaw. You know who Shaw is? Like, maybe I can reach out to him and be like, hey, would you mind, Cole? Like, would you want to make a video with me, and then we can help teach people together. And I think that if there's nothing else I do, that would be so cool. I genuinely think that would be like omega amazing. Like what an opportunity I would have to do that with people. You know what I'm talking about? I think that'd be so awesome. So I can use my newfound, because like we crossed 7. I mean, people look at numbers, right? Like if they don't know me, which most people don't, I'm very new to content creation. So if I reach out to somebody, you know, they would have no reason to respond. But nowadays they can. What do you think is more fun? I have my preference, Safri, but the truth is, Brew is a very polarizing tank. Some people really like Brew, and other people really don't like Brew. When I see you commenting on your disc, hey, Sila. The thing is, Safri, Brew is such a weird tank. Because there are some long-term tank players which hate it. And when I say hate, I mean like they really don't like brew. And there are other people who are like, no, brew is literally the best tank ever. And it's my favorite thing. And I don't want to play anything else ever again. Yeah? It's so weird. Yep. It's interesting. It's interesting. Do I have the right stuff on? I do. Cool. Here we go. Alright, let's play Prop Alley for a key. I will play Sentinel. I will not play Sentinel this one. I prefer Demon Hunter over Brew, but neither of them are my favorite tanks. I have 3 favorite tanks, and I have 2 tanks that I'm okay with, and 1 tank I don't really like. You can guess which ones are which. Okay, so let me just grab the key real quick. 15. Sila, I wish I could teach you as we do this, but truth is, if we fail it, we fail it. No problem. Hard chilling. But I just kind of want to show off on Prop Alley a little bit. Ready? All right, cool. Let's go. Countdown. I hope you're ready to heal me, because I'm about to blast. Combat log enabled. Did you know that I was the one who first got Mistline to be taken as a talent? Interesting. So you're saying you're a trailblazer. You're saying I should have done the video with you, Deco. I see. I see. Is that how it is, huh? Is that how it is? So I'm going to do some tech here. A, we have a Stampeding Roar. Excellent tech for my druid. Next, I pre-freedom myself. Then I bubble. I go here. Not bubble, sorry. I go this. And then I do another horsey horse. And then I taunt this guy. And now I'm in the pole. And then I go boom. And then I go boom. And I go boom. And my health is super stable. And on top of that, I'm blasting. I'm blasting. Blasting, 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 blasting. And then I'm going to go like here so I can stand in this and do more damage. Look at the DPS meters. I go burr. I go burr. I go burr, 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 burr. Do I like Prop Alley right now? I do. I think Prop Alley is super fun at the moment. You know what I mean? I actually a big Prop Alley enjoyer at the moment. I think it's pretty fun to play. It's something about just doing very large damage. It's a numbers game. The truth is, in World of Warcraft, to be honest with you, class balance, yada yada, sure. But honestly, big number equal big dopamine. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules, okay? I don't make the rules. Big number equals big dopamine. I go wings, boom, I go toll right here. Bam, 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 bam. Cool. Now I go big damn. Big damn. Big numbers. Big numbers. Big numbers. The truth is, you know, oh, what's up, Mats? Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. I know you from the YouTubes. Also, I'm very bad at responding to the YouTube, so thanks for coming over and saying hello here. We missed something? Yeah. So the Twitch chat is like right on my main screen, so it's very easy for me to respond to it. But the YouTube chat is not so much. That's like far away to my right, so I do have a hard time responding to it sometimes. If you are a chronic YouTube watcher, first of all, I'm glad you enjoyed my content. But if I ever miss your comment, just do come over here real fast. It will be the right idea. So I'm going to go here, boom, 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 watch this little null blast here, and then we're going to drag this up, and I'll pull this with this over here because I'm a prop pally, so I know I can do this just fine. Here we go. You were told to say hi? Well, hello there. Well, hello there. How you doing? Oh, wait, sorry, hold up. I'm supposed to be masculine these days. I was told recently that I'm not masculine enough, so I have to be like, how you doing? There we go, that's a better way to say it. That's the right way to say it, right? As far as I know. Is it like, how you doing? Or is it like, hey, how you doing? Is it like that? Which one? Yeah, which one's more I think that both. I think both. Maybe it depends on the day. Sounding like a troll? No, trolls sound like this. That's what a troll sounds like, that Slayer. Lower voice is mandatory, of course. So I have to be like... Sup? Is that better? Did I get it? Did I convince you? Am I now masculine? Am I big man? Am I big man? Am I big man? I over-consecrate. Hold up. Boom, 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 boom. Yes? Nice. Nice. That's good. That's good. Shield reset. More shields, nice. Boom, another shield reset. Damn, swimming in it. Big damn this pool. This caster's not getting a single cast off, not on my watch. You have the nasal voice too. Do I have a nasally voice? I've never liked my voice. Whenever I hear my voice in a recording, I think to myself, ugh. But I kind of got over it at some point. As long as you do more burpees, then I owe a lot today. People were very nice with their bits. But the only thing is that, so we're at 63. Whatever the number is on screen, you got to add 63 to that. I kindly asked if I could split some of those burpees for tomorrow, Nats. Because actually, I'm pretty sure if I tried to do 200 burpees on a day like today, it would not go well. So we're going to go aggro here, and I'm going to start this RP. And then right when they come in here, I'll have good threat. Perfect. The Void Lash comes out. I'm going to wait a second. Okay, I actually went too fast here. I went giga fast. We didn't start the RP. Okay, so I got wings up now. Perfect. Yo, RP. Start. Ah! Where? Wait. What am I missing about this? Why isn't the... Did something bug? Why aren't these mobs spawning? Wait a second. This is the weirdest thing. Wait, did something bug with this boss? Wait, guys. Okay, if you're watching this and you've played beta, this isn't right, yeah? Something's very strange right now. Strange things are afoot. You don't need to kill this guy for the RP unless they've changed it. Did they change it somehow? Oh, no, he's here now. He just started now. Bro, what? Oh, no, he's not... He can't... Wait. What? Wait a second. I'm very confused. I am confused. Okay. Do you need to kill this dread flail? Did they change that since the last time I did this dungeon? Because this was really sad. It just looks bugged. Hi, Nordenheim. Hello there. It just looks kind of bugged. It just looks like this pack didn't spawn. Wait a second. All right, cool. Well, I feel like we should report this bug because the dungeon just broke. Hi, Nordenheim. Well, the dungeon we're doing just broke. No. Paladin's fine, but it definitely did just break. The dungeon is actually bugged right now. Yeah, I think this is a reset. I actually think this is a full reset, though. Tank tier, this will be in an hour. Give or take. I don't know what to do, man. You found me through Ardmate. He's such a gem. He is such a gem. Hi, Nordenheim. Hello there. Dude, he's such a gem, actually. Like, I found him... I think, you know what's weird? I found his Instagram many moons ago. And then he followed me back on Instagram. And I was like... like this, because I was fangirling a little bit. And then I started streaming, and then I noticed he started streaming, so I came to say hi one day, and he was like, "Oh, hi there, Wu Tank," and he was like, I was like, "You know me?" Like, like this. So I fangirled a little bit because he knew me, and I was like, yeah, it's cool. Need more the right info. Oh, thank you, Libro. I'm sorry, I missed your YouTube comment earlier. Thank you. I don't know if you're still there, little bro son, but thank you. I appreciate the comment. Yeah, it is valid. Do you know the most time I've ever fangirled? And to be honest, it was actually too much. So there's a right way to fangirl and a wrong way to fangirl, right? The thing is that one time I did the wrong way to fangirl, where I literally lost my shit. It was actually too overwhelming. This has only happened to me twice in my entire life, okay? This has only happened to me twice in my entire life that I was kind of speechless and I didn't know what to say. All right? No. Allow me to explain. Okay? Here we go. The first time ever was when I was I was working at this thing called a cosplay club. It was a cosplay club. I don't want to go out to regular clubs, but it was a cosplay thing. And there was a particularly attractive person, and they were a Twi'lek from Star Wars. And I was like, I found something out about myself that day that I did not know before. And I had the courage to try to say hello, but never before have I encountered such imbecile word. I couldn't talk. I was trying to talk, and I was like, how you today, you are, how, hello. Like, I could not get the words out. I was actually just complete. I'd never been like that before in my life, okay? And, oh, yeah. I figured something out about body paint that day that I had no idea. And, yeah. So I was just like, bro, I could not fucking say a single word. Like, I was trying so hard, and I was trying to make conversation, and it only got worse because it turns out that they were such an amazing fucking person. Because I was like, and what do you do? And they're like, oh, you know, I do lightsaber shows for like kids in the hospital. Like we're part of like a Star Wars crew, and we do like lightsaber battles for kids that can't enjoy theater. And I was just like, oh, what the fuck? Like, what an answer. Of all the things you could have said, I mean, it doesn't get much more. Like, you know, I was like, that's such a good answer. Like, goddamn. Like, you could have said anything else, but you chose to go with that's what you do? And I was just like, I wanted to like get their information. Like, they're not like, can I come see your lightsaber show? Would you like to see my lightsaber? Like, I had all these things that I should have said in that moment, and I said none of them. So I never saw this person again. I really feel like I missed out, okay? There is a photo of this, by the way. There is a photo of this. And yeah, so the thing is, I had no Riz back in the day. I had no game. I didn't know what to do. I was too young. But I will always remember this as basically the first time in my life that I was truly speechless. Yeah, there is a photo. I will share it in Discord. I won't share it on stream because it's not risque, potentially. I wouldn't say it's risque. I would just say that it's intense. I'll put it under body paint cosplay stuff. All right, bet. Here, let me oh, no, my phone's downstairs. The Discord's here. I got to get my phone from downstairs. I'll share the photo, but I got to run downstairs and get my phone real quick. It's not on my computer. And anyway, so that's the first time. Now, the second time in my life that this kind of happened was actually like 6 months ago. No, it was like not 6 months. It was this beta cycle early on. Like, it was like first week of beta. Mirez raided me. I was playing Guardian Druid, and Mirez raided me. I was like chilling, and all of a sudden, I missed it for a second because I was locked into a boss, so I was focused. And then like 30 seconds later, I just saw my chat start going, boo, 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 boo. And I was like, what? And I looked, and I just saw Mirez, and I was like, okay, guys, who's joking around? And then I looked right, and it was literally Mirez. And I was like, ah! Yeah, and I freaked the fuck out. Mirez is like, okay, so there's a bunch of competitive people who are very good small. You know, like Echo and Liquid and like the top players in the world. Mirez is basically an officer in Echo. And he plays on like their MDI team, and he's just a really good player. The thing about I've met a lot of like really good WoW players, but there aren't that many really good WoW players that are also very just happy, joyful, passionate people about the game. Like, haven't you ever noticed that a lot of the people who are truly competitive in WoW have almost lost the joy for it? And they're just kind of not toxic, but maybe a little inflammatory, and they're kind of like, they don't seem like very happy people. Do you know what I mean by that? But Mirez strikes me as somebody who is just actually like, he loves the game. Like, he really like loves World of Warcraft. Like, it's basically like a Dratnos versus a, I don't know, maybe J.B. I don't know who, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you just like kind of compare people, right? And it's like, yeah, exactly. I've read Panda Mounts or Pond Storm. My theory is that they were the Panda Bear Druid form that was scrapped. Oh, maybe. That's interesting. So, yeah. Okay, do you guys really want to see the photo? I will send you the photo, but yep, remind me later. I'll have to run downstairs and get my phone.
I'll do it after this key.
I'm going to head to bed. I'll check out your tank out. You're welcome. Anguish, ask any questions. When you're getting into tanking, the best thing is just don't be afraid to ask questions. In my stream, there are no stupid questions. That's it. There are no stupid questions. You can ask anything. Oh, wait, I didn't reset the key. You can feel safe to ask whatever. There are some people who are going to flame you for asking stupid stuff. That's not me. I don't like that. There you go. What's my rotation? Azure Strike. Make sure you Fire Breath. And then Azure Strike again. And then hover. Double hover. Triple hover. 3 times hover with Time Spiral. And then Azure Strike more. I missed those two. I blame Ping that one. Okay, to be fair, I blame Ping for that. Because I might almost die here. That's not going to be big damn now. I have forgone. I was distracted by the Evoker rotation. I'm not gonna die, don't worry. I have only myself to blame for this. My damage will be sad. My damage will be very sad now. That's unfortunate. I could have done significantly more. Hold up. Now, my Evoker had a great pull, but I kind of want to reset this dungeon. Part of me just wants to reset because now I'm sad. Hold up. Big number, big dopamine, but small number, small dopamine. What's up? What about Drakthir? Whoosh. Okay, hold up. I kind of want to reset the dungeon. I am sad. I have made mistakes. I was thinking about... Oh, wait, hold up. My Evoker died. Should we reset? Oh, small. Don't we have to reset now? Because your damage... Like, unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, but look at your damage. Like, if we don't reset right now, like, we're going to... I'm logging this, you know? So we're going to complete this dungeon, and then you're going to have, like, a terrible... You died to, like, some mechanic you didn't die to, and everybody's going to know that you should have reset the dungeon. Interesting. It's so interesting you say that. I think we should reset the dungeon, don't you? Don't you think? It seems like that, right? Doesn't it, like, the more we do it, the more we seem like maybe we should just reset the dungeon. No, I was just kidding. Nordenheim, if you're still here, out of curiosity, do you play World of Warcraft? No, it's okay. We can keep going. It's okay. It's okay. That's the thing is, all right. You know as well as I do that if you're a DPS player and a dungeon, like you die on the first pull of a dungeon, you are definitely probably causing a wipe accidentally. Purely accidentally, like it's not your fault. You weren't planning on it, but you're probably causing a wipe. Like just like on, you know, on accident. Because, you know what I'm talking about? Like you have that feeling. You're just like, it's the first pull of Algathar Academy, and then I die again on the tree boss, and you're kind of just like, I don't think we're timing this, and I'm the reason why. Yeah, you can Giga pull on any tank. You just need to have a good knowledge of the pull and like a foundational understanding of how you rotate your defenses. Every tank can live big pulls, even Blood DK, even everything scraps. The idea that sub-tanks simply can't do the pulls, that's not true right now. Absolutely every tank is completely playable. There are some tanks that are slightly better and have advantages to other tanks, but effectively, nah, like everything's gonna be alright. I wouldn't worry that much whatsoever. I need to make sure I have aggro on that farm mob. You played WoW casually on and off since just before WoD? Okay, I have Iron Bark, then I'll hold it. You're a housing main. You know, I really, really love this game, Nordenheim. Like, I'm just a significant... Like, I just really, really, really like World of Warcraft. But I have not made a house yet. I haven't made one at all. It's not for me. I've thought about it. I've thought about how I want to do it. I've visited other people's houses, but it's not for me. It's the weirdest thing. For how much I love this game, I just can't get into housing. I don't want to spend, like, a bunch of time. And I actually think that that is the coolest thing about World of Warcraft. It is possible to love this game and enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. There are people who used to go around and collect battle pets, and that was their favorite thing, and they treated WoW like Pokemon Go. Good for them. There are people who just like doing crafting and economy and professions and running the auction house. That's awesome. It's just so cool how this game has so much to it. Like, I just find that to be genuinely fascinating and wonderful. I really, really, really love how much WoW has to offer in that sense. And I think it's so cool. I think housing is probably the biggest W they've added to this game in a very, extremely long time. I am incredibly, incredibly excited that housing now exists in World of Warcraft. Massive W. Big. Big W. And it's, even though it's not for me, but I think that sometimes WoW players, they forget. Like, if you're in a position where you're making content or you're putting yourself out there and people are watching your content, I think it's very easy to forget that just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's bad for the game. In fact, it might be amazing for the game. You know what I mean? Hold up. I juggled multiple MMOs, clearly a glutton for punishment. They have a name for that, Nordenheim. It's called a masochist. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. So you have your many options for how you enjoy the game. There are people who like playing several games, and there are people who like playing just a single game. I'm a mono gamer, right? I only can play one game at a time. Like, I physically cannot tolerate playing several games at once. Like, I don't understand how to do that. Like, I can only think, like, you know what I mean? I think you're... Okay, no problem. If you do, and you can come back, no problem. But if not, all good. I juggled City of Heroes and World of Warcraft in high school. I can only play one game. I know how I work. I only play one game at a time, whatever the game is. I will tell you, there is a game I wanted to play today, but it's a classic. Does anybody know? Has anyone played Diablo 2? If I say the words Diablo 2, does that ring a bell for anyone? Anybody an enjoyer of Diablo 2? Because that game just got its first update, the first new class as of today in Diablo in 25 years. 25 years, there's a new class today, and new items, and a little bit of new content, tiny bit of new content. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, they released an update. I almost actually decided to stop stream and play it today. I have it. I'm going to play it later. 100% I'm logging in later to play it. I'm ecstatic. Dude, yeah, there's a whole new class. There's literally a whole new class. It's a big thing. They actually, not just like a little bit new Warlock. Yeah. Holy Diablo 2. And you have shared tabs. You have more tabs. You have a bunch of stuff. Dude, it's crazy. I know. Because it's like that game is never get updated ever. I mean, it was all hopium. All the time it's hopium. It's 100% hopium. But actually, no, it literally did get an update. A proper update, okay? Yeah. I'm a bit confused. The article posted on their Wowhead website, 9th. Class changes all live now. Krieger, those are from the beta. They just finally transferred them to pre-patch. I purchased my first car, but did you really? Yeah. Dude, okay, so my dad hates Diablo 2. My dad really, really, really hates that game. And you're thinking to yourself, he probably hates it because, you know, his children were gaming all the time and, you know, he was like, you know, go, Timmy, go outside and play with the real kids. Like, you gotta get off that online gaming stuff. No. The reason he hates it is because I was way too smart as a kid, and I had like a relatively photographic memory. Not photographic, but what's the memory where you remembered numbers, but not images? I never thought in images. I can't think in images, but I would see a number and remember it forever. Like one time, a single number in my head, and I had it literally forever. That's the thing. Does anybody know what that's called? I forgot. Eidetic memory? No, not quite, because that still involves imagery. So like I can't see images in my head, although recently I've been kind of learning how to do that, interestingly enough. It's called autism. Yeah, that's true. I have that. Okay, so I've got the autism then. There you go. Is that the one? Yep, that makes sense. Hold up. I can heal this. Like, I'm healing this. I got this. I'll res you in a second. I have it. Good. Isn't it just numerical imagery? I don't know what it's called exactly, but anyways, so I've got that. Yeah, it was the thing. Hold up. What is my res bound to? I'm struggling. Hold up. I can live, but I need to figure out what my res is bound to. Shifter. I'm trying. I can't figure out what it's bound to. Oh, there you go. That's what found it. Okay, there you go. Cool. I was really clicking everything. I was like shift right, shift left, alt right, control right. I think it's alt right that my res is bound to. Is my bad. I apparently don't have that set here. Aphantasia. So I know I have aphantasia, although actually it's been changing very recently, only in the last little bit. It's crazy how that works, but okay. Dude, this dungeon run is sad for my damage, but that's okay. Yo, hi, Brenna. So, anyways, what happened was in Diablo 2. Oh, nope, okay. Reset the dungeon. Here we go. Do you have an internal monologue? I absolutely do. My brain never shuts up. Was there any update on PTR after yesterday's sound? No. The beta is actually exactly the same. I think we should reset this dungeon. I think we gotta go again. I think we go again real fast. Last one here. There is the frontal. That guy. There's like a mechanic there where the dude jumps on the other dude, and then the one dude, it's like a dog pile, except with clothes on, so it's a little bit less fun. How easy is it to jump into Mythic Plus for the first time as a tank? I've never done them before, but wanted to start. Walsh, there's a ton of responsibility on a tank, and you're expected to know a lot, But overall, it's genuinely, it can be a very fun role. There's just a lot of responsibility. It's best if you could play with friends and have people who won't judge you and will give you the time to learn, right? And something other than that, yeah. So there are two things that happen there, Lacus. Number one is if the big guy is alive and he jumps, you have to dodge the first line. The first line will stun you. If you got stunned, that's what happened. Let me check your death log. Are you an E or an A? There's a no pressure. So you wanna have people that will let you learn at your own pace. But there's a bunch of tank skills that are just not well interpreted. So it's probably there was another guy, I got stunned, and there was a frontal dude. So it's probably on me, actually. Oh, that's me. So this is definitely bugged, but the melee dude is from the Dusk thing. No, that was on me. I got stunned, and I didn't turn the mob. If that Dusk flail is left alive, he cleaves melee, so I have to keep him away from the group, but I got stunned, so for a tad second, he was facing people. That's what happened. That was on me. I'm the one that messed up there. So it's hard to learn how to tank, but it's very rewarding, okay? I do have a druid friend I can play. We need to pug the 3 other people. It depends how much you like watching content and studying, because you can really carry your team as a tank. Like, there's so much that you can do as a tank player, all right? Called Pushy Palette. No, I haven't even visited Silver Moon yet. I haven't actually looked at it, so no, I haven't. But you have to learn. So it's basically the willingness to just take the time to learn, if that makes sense. That's what will really get you very far on tanking. I will have full routing videos. I already made the first one for a new dungeon called Magister's Terrace. I think it will be the hardest dungeon, yeah? And that is... I've already made it. It's for free on Patreon. I want feedback on it because it was my first one. It was very long, but I'm really curious to know what people think about this. If anyone wants to watch a dungeon guide, do me a favor. Click on that, watch it for a little bit at any point, and then let me know by Discord what you think. The very first video on Patreon. You do not have to pay for it. You just have to be, I think you have to have a Patreon account, but that's it. What are your 3 recommendations for pugging tanks beginners? Slow and steady wins the race. When you're pugging, you're probably not going very high. Don't MDI pull. In general, you will never fail a +10. Literally never fail a +10 if you get to the end with 2 deaths. It can happen sometimes, but very rarely. So slow and steady wins the race. Number 2, play for aggro, not for damage. So as a paladin, for example, I go over this in coaching. When people do coaching with me, I kind of talk to them about the level that they're at, because this is anti-min-max behavior. Like, it's literally bad to do this on a paladin. But if I was playing at a +10, I would totally do this. So if I think my team's going to zug, I'll send Toll early sometimes. It feels very sad, but you can play a little differently. I could understand that when I bubble, if I bubble early, it'll secure aggro for 8 seconds, because bubble orotons for 8 seconds if I'm playing paladin. But, like, play for threat is the second big tip for tanks. The third tip is study. No, they didn't buff it, I don't think. Maybe a little bit of a scaling change, but no, I don't think so. The third thing is study, if you can. If you have time, watch a video beforehand. Like do actually spend a little bit of time familiarizing yourself with how to tank keys. And I think you'll have a much better time actually playing tank when the season happens, if you can do all those things. Yeah, hold on. I whisper you. All right, ready? Big pally damage. This one, I won't mess up. This one won't mess up here. I redeem of a gun show? When did you do this? When did you do this? Starting a woo rant. All right. What do you want me to rant about? Bet. All right, here we go. Ready? Ready? Oh, I really need to go to the gym. Actually, so today I won't go gym because I have all the burpees. Like, since we got the bits, like, I won't go gym. I need to complete how many more burpees? Am I doing more keys after this? After this, I might just do the tank I might do the tank tier list update. I want to give one final one because I think we're basically to the last bit of tuning. I think there will be a tiny bit more tuning, but that's what I think. Does that answer your question, those cogs on the YouTubes? For 3 tank tips for that. Gonna insert my own opinion tanks here. Know your class, know your healer. I feel like did demo get nerfed? Not yet, but it will soon. Like 100% it will soon. No, the patch notes yesterday were not for beta. Wait a second, hold up. Unless I'm wrong, you guys are talking as if there were some beta patch notes. They updated the PTR yesterday to be equal to the beta. So that's all the patch notes yesterday were just the same notes that we've already been playing with this whole time. There's nothing new. Unless I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, but as far as I know, there's nothing new in those patch notes. Am I wrong? Are we expecting more tuning this week? Yeah, we are. The patch notes yesterday was to bring changes in. The balance changes were from beta to pre-patch, but that's it. I set up some driver updates yesterday. Worked great for now. Twitch is buffering, trying to fix it for like 40 minutes. I don't know anything about technology. I'm not going to lie. Between PTR and the beta. So the PTR, well, there's nothing. The PTR is the beta, but the main difference is that pre-patch hasn't been on the same thing. There were some beta notes that were fixed over the last month, like some hot fixes and stuff, but the pre-patch server that came out was not the same. So that has been the thing that actually changed. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Big damn, big damn, big damn. Oof. Alright, my damage is actually kind of sad here. I need to... maybe I need to play a different trinket. I think I'm playing the wrong trinket, actually. Good time to chain there as a prop pally, because I know I can kick that nullifier in. He's not going to stay over there and just spam cast on people. Boom. Got him here. What are you most excited for in Midnight? I think I like the fact that the game is getting more accessible, Nordenheim. The truth is that I am a competitive player. Like, I like pushing score. I like doing high Mythic Plus. I like being able to play all my favorite specs, and I want to be able to do all the content that I really enjoy. So, by nature, I'm a competitive player. However, I also believe that World of Warcraft is a game of magic. Like, the whole reason that Azeroth and the world of Azeroth is so freaking amazing is because it's a game of magic. Like, World of Warcraft means so much to so many people. And what I'm most excited for in Midnight is the fact that I think it might actually be the first time in a very long time that people get to experience that again. Because they're making really good changes to to make it more accessible. So people who don't have the skills that I have developed, tanking high keys, might actually be able to enjoy keys. It's just, there's less of a barrier to entry because the classes have been pruned. The whole add-on thing was meant to accomplish that, although, to be honest, as optimistic as I am, they absolutely fucking failed on that. I will say, like, I'm a big Blizzard, I like this game, but goddamn did they fail so hard on the add-on changes. Unbelievably bad. They should have done nothing there, to be honest, because it's actually worse than it was, and I don't know how that happened. But currently, it is harder to understand the add-ons, not easier, and that's a real shame, I think, because they could have done much better. But for what it's worth, the base UI is at least better than it used to be, right? So okay, it could be worse. Yeah. I think a lot of people are complaining about some stuff that doesn't really need to happen, but it is kind of rough, and I do wish they either stuck to their guns and just made it like no add-ons or whatever. So that's one thing. Okay, next thing that I'm really looking forward to, though. Yeah, so accessibility for me just means if you want to try something for the first time in a long time, you can just try it. Like, there's still going to be min-max, right? You want to improve but don't care to be better. Is that what that means, Wisdom? That's a fair clarification for what it's worth, though. I don't find it very... I'm a huge minimalist. Swips a lot. Hold up. Swips a lot. I'm not going to lie. You and I might have a hard time getting along because I watched Dora the Explorer growing up, And that was a very motivational show for me. You know, I play Guardian Druid, and I took that show to heart. So I sort of believe inherently that the answer to life might be swipe or no swiping. So if you swips a lot, then we could have some fundamental differences in our personality. That being said, I'm very down to make new friends, and I'll give it a shot, okay? That being said, yes, thank you. All right, so at least we're on the same page. For me, accessibility is if a class is if you need to understand calculus in order to play your favorite game, I don't think that's very good. So for me personally, the game is best when everyone can enjoy it. I'm not saying that every single person needs to be able to kill Mythic Dementius, because that isn't the case whatsoever. That can be reserved for people who put the work in to kill Mythic Dementius. And I'm not saying that everybody has to be able to do a plus 20 keystone, but I am saying that it shouldn't be that hard to do a plus 5. Like, you should be able to just hop on with your favorite, uncle and play the plus 5. If you come home from, basically, I want the game to be fun for people who just come home from work and now they have 3 children, maybe 7 children, maybe they have 9 children, and they're either very successful or very unsuccessful, depending on how you look at it. And they come home after working their 9-to-5 job, they've spent a few hours with their kids, they've put them to bed, they've spent 3 minutes with their wife making sure that she's satisfied, and then they log on afterward and want to play their favorite game. I don't want them to do a single dungeon and then all of a sudden get flamed because they're bad. I don't want the game to be designed in such a way where this dude, let's call him Steve, alright? Let's say Steve comes home from work after all of this, and then all of a sudden he logs on and some random dude is just like, you know what, Steve? You fucking suck. And you should, there's a fire over there, go jump in it. Like, bro, what the hell? He's just trying to do, it's not even a competitive key. Like, he's just doing a plus 10. Like, it's fine. Right? It's fine. Yeah, maybe I'm projecting a little bit. My name is Steve. What are you going to do about it? But the point is, okay, I just want the game to be fun for everyone. There's a way for them to do this with game design. If mechanics and keys require so much homework, man, Steve doesn't have time to watch a 1-hour dungeon guide. I might make the 1-hour dungeon guide, but he doesn't have time to watch it. And the expectation, in my opinion, shouldn't be that he needs to watch it. Like, why can't they just make it so that he can play a key and they have the system in-game that teaches him the route and teaches him the mechanics that he needs to know, and then he goes from there. But right now, World of Warcraft has always been this weird knowledge check. Yo, Deathslayer, thank you for the sub. Does that make sense? So in my opinion, the Midnight Dungeons, they'll still require a bit of studying and you'll have to learn the mechanics. But at the very least, the pruning of the specs makes it so that it is at least, it's more approachable. Like, if you want to try something, let's say you've never tanked before and you want to tank, it's like, okay, I think that tanking is still very hard, but I would say that DPSing and healing at the very least are significantly easier. And that's good. And I think it's good. Do you know what I mean? The toxicity, I do think so too, Object. And I wonder what can be done to really fix that. I think it's a result of gaming in general having changed so much. Yeah, oh yeah, I think there's going to be a massive tank shortage, to be honest, Sarvrock. I worry about it. I really do. Hi, Tej, by the way. Thanks for the follow. But the idea is, like, I do think, actually, that in Midnight, where the way these dungeons are designed, I don't understand some of the design choices. Because there is going to be a very massive tank shortage. That is no good, man. It's not good. It's bad. I think they should change some mechanics, to be honest. Is it a problem for me? No. I'm chilling, man. It's no problem for me. But I'm not the target. Like, I don't have to worry, okay? Does that make sense? Oh, hi, Elzian. Elzian, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this, too. Like, if it's just in general, like, I want the game. I think that simple is better. Simple is accessible. But simple doesn't mean not fun. Like, fun is not born from this weird, complicated calculus that you have to do. Tanking has a lot of pre-knowledge. Healing, you can kind of learn in the middle of a key. So, yeah, I unfortunately do think that tanking has some issues right now. I don't think that that's a fair expectation, Arctidus. I think that Steve should be able to hop into a Mythic Plus dungeon and have fun. Like, I personally don't believe that he should have to do a follower dungeon if he doesn't want to. I do think it's a game design. They can do things with game design to help with it. Let me put it this way. It is an undeniable fact that at this point in at this point in the world, not just World of Warcraft, right? Gamers have changed a lot, okay? It is true. Like, gaming in general is simply not what it used to be. And I want to actually make you a really good point here, okay? No, I don't think so, Starbuck. I think tanking is hard because there are a ton of packs that just have a bunch of tank mechanics that are not well telegraphed. So if you don't know what's happening beforehand, then you're just going to die. And that shouldn't... I don't know about that. I have 9 tanks now. I like tanking too, for what it's worth, though. But the 0.1%, they should never design the game for the 0.1% object. Do you know why? Because the 0.1% is already chronically and terribly addicted to this game. They don't need to keep them. That's not their customer. Like, that would be a very poor business decision to design the game for the 0.1%. Bro, if you're in the 0.1%, you are addicted to World of Warcraft. You can't even get there, reasonably speaking. I'm sure there's some exceptions, but without playing a massive, crazy amount per day. So, I don't know, man. I don't think they should design the game for people in the 0.1%. I think they should design the game for people who are trying to just get, like, 2k and 3k IO. Genuinely, because the min-maxers will min-max regardless. You don't really need to give them a reason to min-max. If they like the game, they'll figure it out. Mythic Plus is an infinitely scaling system. Right? And it's interesting. It's different. And I don't think it's bad. But think about it like this. You're saying object. In my opinion, gamers have changed, and I agree with you. What's your Mythic Dungeon timer called? Oh, this is Warp Deplete. I think it's just Warp Deplete, this one. On beta, they're doing without any combat add-ons. Okay, but do you know how many combat add-ons there are? Like, you know what I mean? Do you know how many combat add-ons there are right now, though, right? Like, a lot. There's, like, a ton of combat add-ons at the moment, okay? So here we go. Let me go into this poll here. I think that gamers, one of the things that's changed is that gaming used to be an escape from reality, right? Like, so for example, if you really liked gaming, you kind of went online because maybe you didn't fit in outside. Maybe for whatever reason, you weren't very successful socially. Like, it's possible that you had some whatever social issue and you just didn't have a lot of friends, and so you played online games because you weren't invited to play basketball on the cul-de-sac, or I don't know, whatever kids did. Like, you didn't go to the pool and drink Sunny D after. You drank Sunny D at home and Capri Sun, or I don't know. But the whole point is, it used to be that when you met people on an online game, there was some sense of camaraderie because y'all were all awkward. It was just basically kind of a near fact that it was like, oh, the chances that you're as awkward as me is really high. But nowadays, everybody plays games. And gamers now, they do this weird thing where they use gaming as a proxy for real life. So for example, life is very stressful and hard these days. Do you agree with that? I would say that these days, life is a little dark. It always has been, but it's a little dark. And if you watch the news, it's kind of scary out there. So what happens is people are... Oh, I'm going to die. Hold up. Actually, I'll get hit by a circle. I'm going to die. So the idea, though, right, is games are a way for you to have success when you might not have it in real life. The problem with that is that you start to take things very personally, extremely personally. So a lot of the title players that I know of don't even like getting title, but they have to. Because they feel as though if they don't achieve that score, their mom will literally never love them again. Like, there's just, like, this crazy thing, right? Like, they basically, like, you know what I mean? Like, they just have this, though. I was scared there for a second. Yeah. Okay, watch that, Pat. So they basically are like, if I don't have success in this game, then I will never be loved. Like, I just simply, like, everybody will hate me, and my life will end, like, basically at this exact moment in time, and everything's going to go poorly, and I'm not worthy of affection and love and etc. Like, it just becomes this whole terrible thing. So they have to get it. And the problem, if you ever have to get something in a game, is that it leads to toxicity. That's a game design problem. And, well, it's a partially a game design problem. It's not just a people problem. But when you start using World of Warcraft as a proxy, let me proc cheat death first before I ardent. Proc cheat death before I ardent, 1 second. Dude, this area is really hard to tank, and I am playing Paladin right now. Paladin do be a little squish. I do have cheat death, though, so I'm going to let that proc in a second. Yeah, do you think so? What do you think, Wizzo? Do you like it, though? Do you like the masterclass video? So, what I'm trying to say, and I'm not making this point very eloquently right now because I am slightly distracted by tanking this. It is kind of a hard key to tank. Is just we have to be careful about being too personal about our favorite game. Does that make sense? Okay, I didn't make my point very well there. Normally I'm a little bit better spoken, but this area in particular is very toxic to tanks. Can I explain to you why this area is toxic to tank, though? Oh, hi, Shane. Wow. Yo. Picking up wrestler. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for coming to the green website. I see you there. So, okay, let me explain this. This Arcanist right here, scroll over him. Melee attacks inflict additional 40,000 arcane damage. This Defender, he does a thing where he goes melee attacks apply Null Sunder, which is a healing absorb and healing reduction. This guy right here has another effect. And it's like, why do they all have tank effects? No, like, but honestly, like, what's the reason that they have to do extra tank damage? It's not like there's a lot of tanks playing the game, man. So my question is, why? Why do both of these Arcanists have to hit me with arcane damage and make this harder to tank when there's massive AoE to my group happening and circles to dodge? And 2 dispels to go off? Like, I don't understand. So the healers have to heal. Look at this pack. My healer is healing. My healer is very healing right now. No, like, look at it. Look at this. My healer has to dodge both of these circles. There's 2 dispels for him to worry about. And on top, like, does it look like there's nothing happening here? Look at this. This is the massive AoE. My healer has full ramp for it. He's, like, he's panic healing right now. Not only does he have to heal, he's panic healing. So, if they weren't, I don't think so. I disagree completely. I think you would definitely not pull more because this guy is a limit. This Circuit Seer, they've put him in here, so you can't pull 2 of them. And if you could pull 2 of them, good for you, man. Like, that's an MDI type pull. Not tracing arbitrary goals, I think so too. But the problem is, oh yeah, that's just me being bad. Ooh, bad lines. Of using CC, well, they changed that, and that was also pretty toxic for pugs. So I don't think that, like, tank mechanics like that, basically, let me put it this way. If a tank dies in a key, no one has a good time. I inherently don't think that tanks should pretty much ever die in keys. You can make it so that they can't artificially pull more, and maybe that's toxic. But actually, if tanks die in keys, 0 people have a good time. I did not play more Brew, but if I did, I would try your build, Rish. That's the first thing I would do with Brew. That's actually one of the first things I would do at that point. If this boss, as an example, this boss is not that hard. Actually, this boss is, like, super easy now. However, it's just going to be really toxic to pugs. And this is a game design problem. Like, this boss is literally designed to create toxicity. It doesn't have to be, but it will. You have tried the Rish build? How do you feel? And how do you feel with the Rish build? Okay, wait, hold up. Wait. What is it? Alt? No. It's Alt right click. Alt left click. This one? Alt left click? Bro, I don't know what my res is. It looks like we might not have one anyways. I'm going to sack my healer. He's going to go get those lines there. Perfect. Is that panic healing? Yeah, that's panic healing. Hold up, I'm not playing extremely well right now. Was it alt right click? I thought it was alt right click. That's what I thought it was, but apparently not. So here, you just want to watch the knockback. You're going to get knocked back into a line. Careful. I off heal this. I heal, I help. Yeah, I know, Wisdom. So here's the thing, Wisdom. You know, sometimes you gotta cook. You can't be afraid to burn down the kitchen. You gotta cook sometimes. But Elzian, thank you for coming to say hi. I hope you have a great night. And I am excited for midnight. That's why this conversation started. Nordenheim, you've never been to my stream before. But can I tell you something about my stream? If there's one thing I have learned to do with my health and my life, it's simply go with it. Basically, yeah. You know, like the old Shia LaBeouf, and he said, just do it. I kind of subscribe to the philosophy that not only should you just do it, but also sometimes you just gotta roll with it. In particular, you just gotta roll with it. Because my thoughts don't make any fucking sense. I just honestly have to roll with it. Okay, hold up. Let me off-heal this. And I don't know what's going on half the time. I never know where things are going, to be honest. My stream is just a really, like, I start one topic, and then all of a sudden I'm at the next topic, and then I'm at the next topic, and then I'm talking about trains, and now all of a sudden I'm talking about Japan, and then all of a sudden I start talking about, like, octopus and stuff, and you're like, bro, what? And it's like, I had octopus once. My brother, he likes food a lot, and then he was like, yo, you should try octopus one day. And the same day, he also made me try uni. Do you know what uni tastes like? Uni tastes, let me explain what uni tastes like, okay? No, allow me to explain. Because people are like, oh, uni's so good, like it's fancy food. Fuck your gourmet food. Listen to me. Uni tastes like you are sitting there, right? And then you're playing the game where you're a kid and you're standing in the ocean and a big wave comes and crashes. And then all of a sudden, you're just like, boom, face plant into the ocean. You know that game where you're just like, oh, like this, not unagi, uni. Uni is sea urchin, okay? Now let's watch this. So the thing with uni is that all of a sudden, you're standing there, face plant into the ocean, and then what happens is you take a giant, accidentally open mouth bite of the ocean floor. Like this, okay? That's what uni tastes like. That's exactly what uni tastes like, okay? No, unagi is eel. Uni is sea urchin. And goddamn sea urchin tastes fucking like terrible. It tastes literally like you're trying to consume the ocean. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't think the ocean tastes that good. Like, apparently some people really like it, but I swear, it's not that good. It's very overrated. There's a lot of things in this world that are overrated, okay? Like 69, that's overrated too. But unagi, oh, hold up, I got stunned. How did I get stunned by that? Hold up, wait, everybody's about to die, 1 second. All right, guys, rein it in, I'm sorry. Star Wars? No, Star Wars is not overrated. Hold up, Arctitus, get the hell out of here. Wait a second. The end Star Wars are kind of overrated, but the actual Star Wars are great. What are you talking about? Yo, what is my lay on hands? Why do I have no keybinds? And where are all my keybinds? I don't understand where everything is, though. What about 6, 7? Eh, I'm ambivalent about it. Power Rangers? Power Rangers isn't that, though. It's about that 9, 5. Thinking about it. I suppose that makes sense. So, yeah. Lobster? I haven't had enough lobster in my life. Unfortunately, I grew up not wealthy, so... No, that's not true. My family was pretty middle class. Like, I got all the healthcare I needed when I was sick and growing up. But yeah, anyways, Norden, the reason that, I don't remember how we got here, but now we're here, so here we go. I think I had lobster, like, a few times in my life, but, I don't really remember. With your hand, I think you just want to show a terrible thing your hand does. Oh, my hand also does this. Like that. On repeat. I can do that as many times as I want. No, I could just, every time I make a fist, I can do that, yeah. Oh, look at that! Cracker buddies! I don't think that's a real thing. Okay, I bubble now. I sack this one. Here we go. Are you stream conversation jump? Oh, yeah, there you go. So what I'm doing is I'm not just... See, I don't want to talk out of my ass, right? There's a lot of good things that asses can do, but I don't want to talk out of it. So I basically wanted to show you the point that I was trying to make. And I just kind of let it happen organically. Some people really like organic food. And this is an example of how organic food can serve you, I suppose. I don't think I have percentage. I don't know what's happened in this dungeon, but I'm pretty sure I don't have percentage right now. It meant to mod you earlier. Oh, I thought you said not to mod you. I don't remember exactly what the conversation was. Rotation around Pestilence feels so strange. I have not actually gotten to play that unholy version yet, I don't think. Oh, You said you needed... Oh, that's right. And then I just sort of assumed that, though. Also, is that 3 burpees for tomorrow, Wisdom? Or is that for today? Hold up. We're all dying here. Everybody's dead. Uh-oh. 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 So, you didn't you want to learn how to heal Mythic Plus?
Wasn't necessary.
3 burpees. Oh, yeah, shit. Wait a second. That's 9 burpees. You're correct. Gotta make it today so he has to play another dungeon I can heal. Do you guys want to see the last boss? Because we also need percentage. Yeah, I know. I know. Not your fault. Do we want to call it? Or do you want to finish it? I don't really mind either way. Paladin feels fine overall. Not that worried about it. Does the season we're going to have dungeons, big fun pulls? Oh yeah, Johnson. Dude, I think this season is going to be really good. Does Raider IO care about your selected role or only the spec I play? No, Azakatsu. It does not care about the spec. Your Raider IO total, it will split, but your total score will be regardless of whether you time that key as a tank or a DPS. But your score in game will not change. Your total score, but it will count you as like you have 1,800 tank and this for DPS. But technically speaking, your total score will not. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I got a good copy. Based on your role, not based on... Yeah, exactly. Yes, Wisdom, correct. That was a YouTube question. Supple Woo. Loved your recent vids on the YouTube. Thank you, Sully. I have been working hard on those YouTube vids. I'm glad you like them. It's Dadu. Hi, Dadu. Can't decide whether to go Paladin or Brew or Paladin and Druid. Honestly, the playstyles of tanks are so different. I feel like you have to just do what you absolutely love to do. Yo, what's up, Beastmaster? Lurk? Yo, what's up? Go Guardian of the Brew. Well, did you see the video I did yesterday? Wait. Did you see I did the blindfolded tanking challenge yesterday? That's basically a bear cosplaying as a demon hunter. That's the whole thing. That's the thing. Watch this. I show you the photo. I made a thumbnail for it, and I like the thumbnail. Down all the way here. Look, I was very proud of this. I'm learning how to make stuff. So window capture, hold up 1 second. Let me make sure I don't show you something I'm not supposed to. Yeah, look at this. This is Giga. Oh, nice. Wait, can you already see this? Oh yeah, this window capture's on. Nice. So here, you see this? Yeah, look at it. Yeah, it's a bear cosplaying as a demon hunter. I think it's really funny. Yeah. No, it's okay. I can share. You can see my notepad. I'm not a terrible human being. Yeah. This is gold. No, I did. I did a 17 Halls of Atonement. Yeah, we actually finished the key. We were off time by like a little bit. But basically, yeah, I did an entire key completely blindfolded. And it's a legit blindfold. Like, I literally can't see anything. What do all these numbers mean? I can't see anything. Yeah. It was an unbelievable challenge. Hardest challenge ever. You don't realize how hard that's going to be, right? We could totally time it next time too. I don't think I ever really messed up with that blindfolded a woo pick. I see it, Wisdom. I see it, to be honest. I can see what you're throwing down there. But yeah, it was genuinely so cool. I tried it last season in a 15 Priory. But yeah. We were only a few minutes off. I mean, I went back and watched it, Deco. Bro, the third boss, I'm literally like this the whole time. No one told me to turn around on the third boss, man. Not a single person was like, yo, turn it around, like, turn around. I was just here, and I was just like, okay, I'm hitting the boss. No one told me to turn around. There's even a famous song about this. Whoa. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't looking. Dude, you can. It's on YouTube. It's the last video I just posted. It's actually hilarious. The Rizius, you want some of this tea? 4% movement speed? Nice. Nice. Here you. I got you. Yeah, hold up. Reasonable trade. The best part of when you died at the second chart and thought you were alive is a tank tier list time? Probably, yeah, Lacus, I think so. GG's. Bye, Sila. Thank you for coming. I'm glad we got to do a key. It may not have gone that well, but that is okay. It is a-okay. We just wanted to test. At this point, I've done so many tanking keys, I kind of know exactly where I stand on the tanks. Like, I have a pretty solid understanding of where things are right now. Yeah, we did limit test a little bit, indeed. Reminder about phone for... Oh, yeah, you want to see that? Okay, Nordenheim. I'll go grab my phone real quick. I will send the Twilight photo in this, and then we will go do the next thing. But yeah, Discord's here, by the way. I haven't had it pinned all day, because I really wanted feedback on the first dungeon video. But here. Discord a la here. Voila. There's the Discord link. You might need one more monkey. But Rish, I know where Monk stands. So I only need to test things if I don't actually know where they stand, right? But I know exactly where Monk, Rish, where are you going to rank Monk? What do you think? Where do you think Brewmaster is? Scale like S tier, A tier, B tier, or C tier? What do you think? So keep in mind, I play with 0 game volume. Like, you know, where would everyone stand at the moment for you? Well, let's talk about that in a second. When I come back, we can just work on the tier list now. Why is Brewmaster meta? You've come at the perfect time. Matt, if you're here for the next little bit, well, let's talk about it. Let's actually have a conversation about why it's meta, because that's a great question. But let's go over it. Like, I'll tell you what I think about the tanks, but let me just set it up. So here, what we do is we can do this. Yeah, send me your takes now. It's finally going to be the meta tank. So, Jerome, and I'll talk about this in the video because people really need to understand. You don't want to be S tier. It's a very bad thing. If you are looking like the S tier spec, it's not the right time to be S tier. You want to be S tier a month from now. S tier right now, a month and a half from now, you'd like to be S tier. If you're S tier today, they're coming for you. They're going to knock that. They're coming for you with a bat. You're getting the nerf hammer, man. You're getting the nerf bat. Like, it's not where you want to be. So you want to be like A tier. All right. Tier list maker tanks. Again, and I just think this is so funny. I will do this. I will show you this again because every single time I type in tier list maker tank, you can see that it's clearly selected here. You always have to remember to type in here. Let me show you this. Giga browser, by the way. I only have 1 day left on this sponsorship. If you want to see this whatsoever and you want to try cool gaming browser, this is the link right here. If you are curious about it, I think it's cool. This is the last day of the sponsor, so after that, I will not have that link anymore unless they decide to re-sponsor me, and then sure. But otherwise, here we go. So that's Opera GX here. It's a cool gaming browser if you've never tried it. And if you want to, that link makes me a few dollars if you'd like to try it. It's a cool browser, actually. Might not be for everyone, but I think a lot of people will like it. All right, there's that. Cool. I just copied this link one more time here, and then boom. Now, allow me to show you the tier list that I have clicked on before. Every time, I think this is genuinely so funny. So here we go. What do you mean by gaming browser? It's like meant for gamers. It's got really cool effects and just like it's literally meant for gamers. Like they have built it for gamers. All right, so here's a tier list maker. When you type in tier list maker for tanks, right? You kind of forget that not everybody plays World of Warcraft. Because the first thing that comes up is this. And I go, great. Let's start ranking the tanks. Which do you think is S tier here? Not this one. That's C tier. So, you know, I do think this is very funny because the very first time this wasn't a joke, I actually went to rank the tanks in World of Warcraft, and I actually went down here, and I was so confused because I was just like, what? What? Like, I could not figure out what I was looking at. Do you think I should do this for April Fools? No joke, though. That might be a... Oh, my God. Okay, I'm telling you right now, Dark, my humor might not be able to process that. It's very possible that I will actually need to, for April Fools, release a video on my YouTube saying the new meta tank ranked and then actually just rank the actual tanks. I think that might be hilarious, to be fair. That might be something I do need to do at some point, so could be interesting. All right, so we can actually go for WoW. And then we're here. What, this? Not interested. All right, so give or take, let's reset this basically, and then we'll go here. That would be hilarious, right? Or at the very least, the YouTube thumbnail. So we're going to delete this. Actually, tanks are fairly fine right now. So let's just have 4 categories. We don't need more than 4. It'll basically be like, we'll go S, A, B, yeah, and C. These are the categories for tanks right now. And we can call S like cheesecake, basically. Because cheesecake is S tier, obviously. Healer tier list and just ranking like doctors, nurses, herbs, and natural. I'll die happy. Okay, I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Also, so while I go just get a snack real quick and prepare for this, I have a question for you. The question is this. It is a tradition on my stream that if I'm going to make a tier list, we always have a second tab open in the background. What should the tab be this time? I will let you guys create input. I won't necessarily take the top vote, but just in general, I'm going to give you a few, give me a few options and I'll put a poll up and we can decide while we're live. You can help me determine what the second tab should be. The previous ones we've had so far are Draenei Near Me, Xalatath Feet Picks, IHOP Femboys, Big Torin Near Me. So we've had those 4, I'm pretty sure. We need like a new one. Like what could the second tab? Twi'leks Near Me? That could be it. Wild Haranir Druids, possible. All right, and adult ×3, yeah. Threat Enlargement Pills. Not a bad idea. It's pushing it, but it could be. What's up, Sari? Come on. Okay, well, give me some suggestions. And it's a flash yellow when I get a sudden doom. I don't think you can make your thing light up with sudden doom, Quezzle. But if there was somebody to ask, it'd be Obly. Twi'leks, no, it's got to be a little bit more subtle than Twi'leks Gone Wild, because that's a totally different video. How to increase, it's got to be WoW related. I feel like how to increase your lightsaber length. Do I leave my wife for WoW? Okay, all right, hold up. That's a very strong potential there, Daru. All right. Do I leave my wife for WoW is pretty good. And I thought it was weird for naming GeoGuessr. No, World of Warcraft cheats. No, okay. Finding Mancrit's wife. Okay, that's a fair one though. All right, so here right now we got a poll going. All right? No, I won't do that's too much. Here, question, right? Second tab. All right. So we have a few option ones, okay? Let's see what we have here. I think one of these is here. All right. Okay. And then oh no, this will be too long. Let me check it. Because I think it can't, it has to be like 2 words. Let me see on the Opera GX browser. Okay. No, because you can't see it. Okay, so look. We can't do should I leave my wife for WoW, and the reason is because if I redo this, you can't actually see this. It'll just look like this, which is no good. We need it to be less suspicious than this. All right. So it can't be that though. What's up, Mats? Yeah, we're going tank tier 2000. Okay, that's a good one. I'm good with that. That's a very solid one. Okay. Yeah, could be. All right. No, can't be that. What's up, Sparky Oster? So right now we've got, I think the 2 best ones so far are Healer Mommy ASMR, the 2026 Mulgar FurryCon. I'm good for these 2, but what else? We got like a 3rd suggestion, and then I'm going to poll it, and people can vote. What do you think? We've got Don't Stand in the Fire. It's possible, but it's got to be a little bit more. It's got to be spicy enough without being too spicy. No. Can't be like that, Scraps. That's too direct. Too direct. It could be like, could Could be like Teen Worgen. That'd be hilarious. Like Teen Wolf, except Teen Worgen. Could be. Wild Worgens. Could be. Wild Worgens. All right. Okay. Bear. No, because that's still, again, scraps. That's too much. Very tanking. No. Too much. That's too far. That borders. Lacus, I get it, but it's too far. Check Discord later. Thanks for, bye, Nordheim. Thanks for saying hi. Let me throw you a follow too. I see that you're a streamer. I see the check mark next to your name. Let me throw you a follow. Baldur's Gate Bear Scene. Worgen Volpera mix. Tanking retail, but I'm old. Halls and Bear. Are Windrunners related? Well, Ferris. How tanks. They came back around. Gilnean Restoration Club. I still feel like we haven't found the third one that could really be a good opportunity here. Okay. Do girls like tanks more? That's not a bad one. That's possible. I could see that being there's some potential there. All right. Nope. See, that's too much Sparky. The thing is, I get what you're throwing down here, but that's too direct. Like, I'm going to get banned for that. So it can't be that far. We have to keep it within a certain level of reason. So far, again, the only two options I feel like are really good right now are just, okay, that's fine. All right, there you go. These are the three options. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to vote, and fine. In love with Illyria. Can mages... No. We'll go... These are the three. We have these three options. As long as they fit, here we go. 5 minutes. Vote. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a snack before I start the tier list. Those are the three options. You can only vote on Twitch. You have to come over here if you do want to vote. Okay, be right back. I'm going to get a quick snack, and I'll be right back, and I'll give you the updated tank tier list. We also got to do the burpees probably when I get back. Whoa. Okay. What won? I'm a little bit confused. What? Oh, hold up. What is this? Okay, wait. What won the poll? I can't see. What did we get? What did we end up getting? The Tarzan set. Yeah. I love Tarzan. I've been playing it all day, actually. I'm over here dancing. What's the poll? Yo, immature pair. Hello there. Immature pair. I need to ask you one question. Do I know you in real life? It is very important that I ask you this question. Do I know Healer Mommy ASMR? Okay. Nope. Okay, that's good to know. Because there are people in Thailand named Pear. And I do know people with that name. That is a name. The Thai nicknames are always hilarious like that. There are names like people name they have the English name and then they have their Thai name. All right, here we go. It is what it is. I like this one. It's a solid one. We just got to make sure we can actually type this in here. Is your Xbox random name? Good, here we go. Cool. That works. Window capture. Yeah, it's just right there in the background. Perfect. That's the one. Charging just came in to say hi. Thank you, Natboy. I appreciate it. It's one of my favorites shooting Kuma for her tank builds. Kuma Bear? Scraps? Like Kuma Bear? Acid Sister? It was just your randomly... Oh, yeah, she's cool. Did you get the phone? Yeah, I did, actually. It's there. It's there right now. It's in the... take the caps off healer. Okay. I don't actually want to show you this tab because I don't know what's going to actually come up here. If you want to see the photo, it is in Discord under Body Paint Cosplay. It's there. It's in the Discord now. Oh, yeah. It is there. I probably won't keep it there forever because it's a bit of a sus photo. You tell me, Small. Do you think it's sus? I'm gonna get my burpees done right before I actually send this tier list too, because I need to get my head right. I'm a little tired. So more burpees throughout stream. Yep, it's there. You gotta tell me if you think that photo is sus. I was very young there, to be fair. I was. But you can see, right? You can see why I just went humming. I completely lost my words. I did learn things about myself that day. You can see why, right? But you understand. We are of the like-minded opinion. Correct? It's something about the horns. Okay. So, Wiz had said 9 more burpees, but I believe that'll go. So, tomorrow we owe 71 burpees. Something definitely awoke inside me that day, absolutely. A hype train just started. Wait, why did a hype train start? Oh, probably because of Pear's sub. Yo, thank you. Well, thank you for the Prime sub, Pear. That'd be much for a safer work chat. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, that's actually a good point. Dude, the Discord things are crazy, though. It says, welcome back. To see the tab here, you're... Wait, what? I appreciate the sub. Okay, so I'm going to get some burpees done. Are you the left or the right? Oh, good question, Mats. We might never know. It's hard for me to remember. That was a long time ago. That photo was taken I think 11, 12 years ago. It's weird that I'm even that old. Sometimes I feel like I'm 5, which would make some of the things I've done in my life incredibly illegal. Luckily for me, I'm not. Burpees, okay, with 200 bits. So, hold up. All the future, any further bits that are donated today, I think I'll do 108 burpees today. I appreciate it. Those will go to tomorrow's stream. Is that reasonable? So, as of right now, we're at 71, right? That's plus 6. So, now it's 77 burpees for tomorrow. And I'm cool with that. I'll do 108 burpees today, but I think that tomorrow is maybe slightly less than that. That seems reasonable to me. And then Saturday I'm off. Saturday is Valentine's Day, so I'm taking Kitty out. We're going to a nice, very nice buffet. Ooh. What am I supposed to say? How do I do that, Wiz? Like, flash heal. Flash heal. Holy light. Like what is that? Is that what you're looking for? Were you a military brat? Said you live in Thailand? No. I just moved here when I was in my early 20s. Don't look at you while you do it. I don't know. You tell me. Will you do tomorrow all burpees you will collect today? Correct. Well, okay, within a certain level of reason travel, there's probably a limit. I'm off on Saturday, so technically I can. There's a limit somewhere in there. Probably. I think no more than 200 in a day. 200 in a day is like. What if can I sprawl burpee? What if I sprawl? Because the limit is actually the push up. Like my shoulder actually just sort of gives out at some point. If I could I burpee sprawl instead of full burpee? Do you know the difference? That would make it easier. So right now when I do burpees, right, we have basically full burpees where I'm coming down and I'm going 1, 2, like that. A sprawl is easier where I just let my body hit the floor and then I basically pick myself back up. Huh? So those are much easier. That's a sprawl versus a full burpee. What do you think? How do we feel about that difference? Which one do I have to do? Because like several hundred push-ups is you have a pull-up bar? I have a bunch of stuff actually, dude. Because my main job, I work in fitness. So these didn't count? That's fair. I have like Olympic bars. I have a sandbag. Look at this. Here. This is a 40-kilo sandbag. It's a nice sandbag. So this is a fun thing to kind of throw around sometimes. I've got all sorts of fitness stuff. Because my job is in health and fitness. Oops. So I basically, this room, the other half of it, is like my little gym area. And it's where I take all of my work calls. Because I work as a trainer and I just work with people in their living room. And I get people fit. And help them with joint stuff while they're at home. What? Wait. Hold up. Wait. Wait. Okay, wait. Oh. Thank you. First of all, thank you for 5,000 bits. First of all, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Second of all, okay, so that's 150 burpees. All right, here we go. Okay, all right, well, so tomorrow, wait, hold up. Let me just do the math real quick. Tomorrow, you know what, Travel? At this point, I might as well just start stream from the gym. Because that would mean that tomorrow, I'm down for the challenge. So that's 77 plus 150. Whoa, Travel. First of all, thank you for supporting stream and caring about my health. That would be 227 total burpees tomorrow. Okay. Bet. We're gonna spend most of tomorrow's stream doing burpees. Okay. The thing is, I love impossible challenges, so I got this. I just hope I get a good night of sleep tonight. This is where I gotta bring out like the the C4 pre-energy drink or something. Holy, I don't actually take any pre-workouts, but I feel like tomorrow is a nice solid coffee day or something. with less effort than I do the vest. Oh no, this is fun. I love this sandbag actually, cause I like uneven lifts. 200 is easy, done in 2 hours. Here, no, this sandbag here is really fun because I like doing all sorts of things with it. All sorts of things. Hold on, let me get the right up. Whoop. Okay, first of all, let me just get the burpees done before this, and then we're gonna do the tank tier list. I think this realistically might be the last tank update. We'll see. There might be one more, but I don't think so. So this is kind of where we're at right now, though. All right, over too quick. Okay, hold on. Wait, here we go. Boom. Yeah, well, if you tune in, okay, so here's the thing. If you tune into tomorrow's stream, I now owe 227 burpees. Also, I don't think these will stay on for the burpees. We can try. Perfectly ironed socks. I tell you what, I'll give it a shot. Here we go. I don't think this will stay on, though. All right, ready? 1. 2. How many do I owe right now? 3. Until I get to 108 today. 4. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Oh wait, some of these are Wisdom's birth. Some of these are Wisdom's burpees. My bad. So that's 11. Here we go. 12. Flash heal. Flash heal. No, I'm not gonna lie. Burpees and ASMR do not go together. I'm not gonna lie. They don't kind of go together here. Hey, Suzuna. You're welcome. So hold up, 15. That's 89 out of 108. So 19 more. How do I add burpees? It's 100 bits for more burpees. But at this point, I'm not sure how many more I could do today. It's 3 per 100 bits. That's the rule. Okay. 19 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so now we're at 13. The bits for burpees, honestly, so the bits for burpees, no, I mean, they're a way for you to support the stream, so that helps a ton. They're also a way to get me moving, because if I sit here all day and play WoW, especially these days, I'm so busy that I'm not really going to the gym as much as I should be doing. And I realized that I basically just need to learn how to work out during stream. So it was a combination of a bunch of things. I realized, why don't I put them as like a stream goal every day? So I get moving, I work on my cardio, and I don't have to end stream early just to do my workout. So it's kind of like a win all. The days that I end up doing a bunch of burpees, then I end up streaming longer because I'm not as pressed for time. And the other thing is just a really nice way for you to support streams, so thank you. All right, I owe 13 more. It's 13 more to get to 108 today. I'm not gonna lie, Wisdom, to be honest with you, towards the end of the burpees, I do start sprawling a little bit because otherwise, actually, my shoulders will get a little sore. So maybe like the last 10 or 20 in a day, I kind of end up sprawling. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, ooh, 11, ooh, and 13. Oh. Ooh. Nice. Nice. Oh boy. Yeah, no problem. I've got my WoW gamer mix right here, Pixeluna. I've been eating some beets. Oh, fantastic. I'm gonna get real fit. I'm gonna get so fit doing this though. Thank you guys. And Travel, you are single-handedly carrying the burpees. Much appreciated. We have Tractive today, Wisdom, and Travel with all the bits. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. When I catch my breath, we will start the tank tier list. I don't mean to debate people by having this in the background too long. So this video, if I can get it right, I don't think that it will be like an hour long. I want to keep it kind of about 20, 30 minutes. Got any weight goal or cardio? Good question on Wheelie. For me, fitness right now is just about health. I had been kind of bulking for a while, and I enjoyed that. But to be honest with you, about 7 years ago now, I was doing fitness modeling, and my body will literally never be in that condition again. Like, no shot I ever want to be that lean. But the only problem with having already hit that level is that I don't really want to go back there because I was already doing that for a while. Like, I have plenty of stories and memories and photos to like when I was in that shape. So nowadays, my whole thing with fitness is just, you know, moving pain-free and feeling good in my body. I have certain health conditions that I have to worry about. I've got connective tissue disorder, and what that means is that I have to keep myself fit, so otherwise my joints just start feeling really bad, and I deal with pain. I used to be chronically addicted to pain meds when I was in my early 20s, and it was such a bad way, just because I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't been diagnosed yet with EDS. I didn't know how to fix my body. So these days, I mean, fitness is so much more just about my health than it is any aesthetic goal, right? Like, I'm already in a relationship, and she likes me. So I don't really have any need to put on any sort of market muscles. Like, I don't need to have a ripped six-pack anymore or anything like that, you know? When were you diagnosed as a furry? That's a great question. Depending on how I answer this, the answer could be potentially illegal. Let's see. I knew I liked fur when I was a young child, and the reason is because for my birthday, I always wanted like bunnies and cool animals to come to my birthday parties. So I've always definitely liked fur, pretty much as long as I can remember, but I've also liked scales for as long as I can remember, because I like snakes and lizards. Yeah, Kitty keeps trying to basically fatten me up. Like, soon I'm just gonna be like, brother, may I have some oats? That's true. Okay, My breath has almost settled to do the tank tier list. What I am going to try to do with this tank tier list, by the way, is I am going to attempt to answer why each tank is good or bad. I don't just want to rank them according to their current power level. My full intent is to give you an explanation of what the benefit of being a brewmaster is and what the benefit of being a blood DK is, or a paladin, or a VDH. So that is kind of my goal, is to make this tier list a little bit of a discussion around the tanks. There is a clear list. I think everybody kind of agrees with it. Like, I think that Wisdom or anybody who is a high-level WoW player will definitely just be like, I agree. Like, the rankings for the tank are a little bit less important comparatively to why they are ranked that way, because that'll give you a much better idea for what you can expect for tuning, among other things. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, it is Hungry Eyes, you're right. For the sake of the tier list, I might pause the music, question mark? You want them to keep the music? Oh, nice. So you know, I would really be a problem. Matt's, the thing with fitness is so individual. You know, any chance for a beginner new healer too? Stampede very soon on my list of things to do, because I really like doing it for the tanks, right? So yeah, on my list of things to do. Oh, thank you, Mats. I just saw your message, by the way. Oh, I appreciate that message a lot. I'm gonna do mod work. Look time for me. Okay, bye, Pixeluna. Oh, this will be posted to YouTube. If you do miss it live, then it will be posted though. Out of breath makes sense. So, you're welcome. Thanks for hanging out, Pixeluna. Okay, shall we get to it? Yeah. I'll post this to YouTube tonight. And then the beginner healer tier list, I think that that's an important one as well, because there are certainly some healers that are much more approachable than others. I definitely think so. Whew. I'm almost caught the breath though. Thai Amazon. They're like $2 each. They're the only ones the shop had. I didn't get to make the quotes, BB. Once I start this tier list, by the way, I'm locked in. I'll just clip this. No like edits. So if I ignore chat during this, once I start, I'm starting. Those behind me, I have a bunch of them, but I don't actually decide the quote. They're just literally like $2 each. You can buy a bunch of them. I love Thai Amazon. Oof. So you want music on or music off for the tier list? I might just restart it with the Tarzan list. I feel those burpees, man. Holy. Okay. 100 out of 108. I think off would be better for the tier list once I start. Okay. So, for reference, tomorrow is 227. Is that correct? I believe that is how many I owe tomorrow. Yeah, I'm saying it for the first time. I don't want to go all the way to sweaty high key, so I already decided to be a bear. I hope they don't make him too bad. Dozballs, I think the bear's going to be just fine. Tomorrow is 227. There you go. Whew. I'm swinging off your ceiling fan. Good luck. Good luck. Don't do them too early. Please do them late. Well, 227 burpees I have to do throughout the day tomorrow. There's no way I do all of them at once. It's going to be like 20 to 30 every other key, right? Like it's basically like 20 to 30 every, like between every key. So you just kind of accumulate them throughout the day. I think that trying to do 227 at once would be asking for trouble. Okay, do I keep this on the tier list or do I disable? What do you think? Do I keep that in the top right or this will be clipped directly to YouTube? So up to you. Let me just increase window capture by 1 frame. Should be like this, because I think it's off by like a second. There you go. Now it covers the whole screen. Perfect. So I think that works. Yeah, this works. Cool. I think my camera's set. I hope you guys know that I love making YouTube content. And if you like my YouTube content, then I hope you enjoy it. And I love doing stuff, right? Yo, Max, thank you for supporting the stream. I just realized that, though. I got to take a cough. What's happening? Oh, Jonathan. Huh. Sorry. I was doing burpees. I love making content, but I'm very bad at editing, you know? I think that's how I would do it. Because like 200 that's a lot of burpees. But I appreciate you caring about my health. All right, so we'll make myself kind of big here. There we go. Yeah, I love making the YouTube content, but I'm very bad at editing. So once I do things, if you're ever catching a list live, then it's basically a one take. Yeah. And the most impressive thing, I will toot my own horn here a little bit without actually farting. I made yesterday my first ever dungeon masterclass. Whole dungeon guide on a Magister's Terrace. It is everything you need to know. Every single thing you need to know on Magister's Terrace and how to tank that dungeon. It accidentally was an hour and 20 minutes long, but it is everything you need to know. A very, very good guide. I did it in one take. Like I hit start record, I sat in my chair, and I did all of it one take. I'm finding some strange stuff. Oh, embellishments always change though. They're gonna edit those and tune them, Mickey. So I don't even have, most of my beta characters don't even have stuff crafted. It doesn't matter. Beta's always weird with embellishment stuff. I wouldn't worry about it. They'll fix it. If they don't fix it, they'll at least change it. Okay. Three things I want to go over in the intro. Timestamps. All the builds that I tested. We linked in Discord. So they're going to take me a long time to make, but if you want them, Dabs, it's right here. It's for free. You don't have to be a member. You just have to have an account. I put it there I just want feedback from people. So I put it there. And then you can find the link. It's the first thing that's posted on the Patreon. But when I make more of them, I'm not sure. I don't think I'll post them until like late Feb because it'll be too early to watch them and study, but it is going to be very helpful. I think that the way I did them, I think is really good. I've been thinking about how to do those guides for a long time, and I have some really good ideas. Yeah, it's all about the dungeon knowledge. But the thing with most guides, well, I don't want to, trust me, somebody will copy it. I've been thinking for months how I want to do those guides. I have really been putting a lot of thought into what the best way to do those. And, yeah. Think. Shit was wild. Wait, what? Oh, they're going to tune the embellishments. Yeah. I mean, so that video is for free right now on Patreon. I want feedback on it because I haven't made the other 7. So if you watch it, I would message me on Discord or find me on stream and tell me what you think because I have not made the other 7 yet. So before I spend hours of my life recording the other 7, I'm kind of interested in hearing some feedback about what people are looking forward to seeing versus not seeing. So it would be great information for me to have before I record the other 7. Yeah, so by all means, just check out the first post there. You can see it, yeah? If you click on that link. Here, I think I can pull it up on stream, actually. It's here. Yeah, it's this post. First post, it's right there. That. Yeah. Just if you get a chance, you could watch like 10, 20 minutes and be like, okay. Yeah, I would love that. If you got a second, I think it would be great because I will record more and I have other ideas for how to do them as well. Thank you. All right, shall we get into the tank tier list? Let me just think about the intro real quick. I need to have 3 things. We'll finish the Tarzan song and then we'll go for it. Number 1, 2, I need to clarify that obviously this is probably still subject to change. I think there will be one more thing. Picks of the builds? That's a great question, Mickey. I actually was thinking that today that I would make picks of the build. Great point. Good call. I will do that. Remind me after the thing. I'll do that. Good call. Yes. So I think that I want to do a TLDR as a Katsu, about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes TLDR, but you can't explain everything in TLDR. What's up, Aliter? I'm about to do the tier list, but good call that like let me screenshot the builds and then I'll put them and basically go from there. That's a great call. Great call. That's a good call. I will do that. All right. Shall we? Like a top down before you go into the video. Sure. Can do. Okay. While I get into when I start the tier list, remember you can talk amongst yourselves, but I will not be. I'll be locked in. I want to give you my thoughts about the tanks I have been testing now for 3 months. We have actually played more healer than tank, but the advantage. This is a very interesting advantage actually, and I will talk about this in the tier list. One of the very cool things that I've been able to do is I also heal. So I know which tanks heal good to heal and which don't. That's a very interesting thought. Best first line to start with. You can gluten. You can macro demon spikes, yeah. Best first thing to start with. Thinking about it. Hydrating. Thoughts? Ears on or off? About to start. Ears on or off here? Yeah, I know. Off? On? Best off. Not professional? Fair enough. I take it. They do stay. They sell them for the burpees. No, I'm cool with that. I think Rish is correct. I'm trying to be... Hello, fine gentlemen. Welcome to my healer tier list. We have established fine... oh, fuck. I don't know how to be rich. God damn, I suck at being a bourgeoisie. All right, let me be a poor fucking scoundrel. All right, here we go. Yeah, music off. Good point. Stay a while and listen. You guys are... Okay, I gotta put my fucking chat away because you guys are gonna distract me for sure. There's no way I'm focusing. I gotta put my chat like all the way down here. Not to be honest, this is also the best content. Thank you, Dedu. Thank you. Classic music on? No, I'll just put no music. It's okay. And I found myself. Oh, thank you, Dedu. I appreciate it. Off is YouTube. That's true, but it's okay. You know. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad people vibe with me. I do. I'm glad people like me. Bless you. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Sneeze into fully explaining. No. I think I'm just debating on like what the very first line should be. Because the problem is that y'all have influenced me, and I kind of want to start with, don't you want big boobs? It's like, no. I should start with something else that's not that. What's up, bitches? No, fuck you, Lacus. Goddamn. No. You ever seen the Master of Disguise? No. You ever seen the Master of Disguise? This is what you are doing, and this is what I want you to do. Start with an old woo. Hello, YouTube. The turtle. I love that movie. I'm making this. I'm just gonna minimize my chat. I can't focus. There we go. I'm putting my chat. I'm literally putting my chat over here. I'm canceling. I can't even see you guys anymore. Okay, that's better. Now that we're here. Okay. All right. Oh man. Here's the thing. I am going to sneeze again, so I'm just waiting momentarily. I'm just giving myself 1 minute to sneeze. No, listen. Welcome back. It's a woo here. I'm tired of waiting again. Time to play as a tank. You know what? Honestly, that's not a bad idea. All right? Yeah, okay. Actually, Azakatsu, I'll take that idea. Bet I'm going to roll with it. Here we go. I'm not looking at chat. Okay. All right. I got this. Cool. Stop chatting. I'm not looking. You can chat while I already start. Once I get in the groove of things, I got this. It's just taking me a moment. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a slow starter. You know, it just takes me a second, right? I don't finish fast, but it just takes me a second to start. No, look, don't oof me. I gotta close this out. I'm serious. I'm just gonna tab over here. Now I can't see. All right, great. Imagine the whole room is potatoes. Potatoes. Fuck. All right. 3, 2, 1. So, you want faster queue times? Well, you've come to the right place. Today, we're going to be discussing the meta tank tier list for Midnight Season 1. It's your boy... Oh, fuck, no, I can't say that. Shit. Fuck me, dude. I don't want to be like that. My bad. No, I blame you guys, by the way, because you're the ones who put that in my head now. I'm like, no, I don't want roaches. I don't want roaches. No, all right, take 2. 3, 2, 1. So you're tired of solo DPS queues and you want to play tank for Midnight Season 1, or perhaps you're already a tank main and you're looking to know what is going to be the meta tank. I have been playing the Midnight Beta for 3 months at this point, and I have tested all of these tanks multiple times in effectively every single key. I am excited to talk to you about the state of tanking, rank them on a tier list, and tell you the pros and cons of each of these tanks. But a few disclaimers first. If you want to skip ahead and hear what tank I'm going to talk about, and you want to hear your favorite tank, you can absolutely do that. There will be timestamps linked in the description of this video. Every single build that I have tested will be linked in Discord, so you're welcome to go into my Discord and see what I have tested. Nothing is final. There will definitely be at least one more tuning pass, but overall, I am actually quite happy with the state of tanking. I have a few fears about there being a tank shortage, so actually, it's a pretty good time to decide to tank, because if you're a good tank, I think that you'll be able to get into groups pretty easily, considering tanking is still quite difficult going into Midnight Season 1. Now, that being said, which is the best tank? The first caveat I want to say before I start ranking them is the fact that tank tuning is not final. We recently had a massive patch which completely shifted the meta once again. There might be one more of those. You have to remember that I am recording this on February 12th. The actual season doesn't start until March 24th. Heroic Week exists before that. If Heroic Week exists before that, most likely they will tune before Mythic comes out. So they're going to use that week to tune. If any tank is overperforming during that week, they will probably tune them down. That is very important to understand, because if you decide to re-roll before that week is actually done and before the Race to World First finishes, you might end up regretting your decision. Ultimately, at the time of recording this, you should play whatever tank feels best to you. Tanks have very different play styles, and you should ultimately play what you find fun. A WoW season is 6 months long, and if you find some friends to play with and you don't cry yourself to sleep in the shower, well, you shouldn't fall asleep in the shower anyways, but I guess I'm leaving that in the video. If you find yourself being lonely without a full B tag to play with, then you probably want to play the meta tank so that you don't just enjoy the capital city all the time. Okay, let's get into the rankings. Well, last thing to clarify is just the fact that every single one of these tanks is viable. The tank balance between the tanks right now is actually incredibly good. Better than the DPS, better than the healers. Those are kind of off right now, but they've done a pretty good job with tanks. So without further ado, I'm going to go bottom up. So we're going to start with the worst tank. But do keep in mind that this isn't the worst tank. If I'm ranking the tanks in a competitive tier list, I have to put this one at the bottom because technically speaking, it provides the absolute least to your group in terms of value. Its numbers dictate its performance, given that it does not have the best utility package for keys, and it also, unfortunately, is the only tank without a group buff. So you know what tank this is. It is Blood DK. Recently received a lot of buffs. Therefore, it is no longer in C tier. I don't actually think any tank is in C tier. Blood DK is in B tier. It is actually a great tank for plus 10, plus 12, and plus 15. Its problems don't start until you get much higher. And it is so important that I clarify this because technically speaking, this is the worst tank right now on beta. However, it is absolutely immortal in plus 12, plus 15, that range, Blood DK feels amazing. You do still have meaningful utility on this tank. Double grip is amazing for controlling pulls. You still actually have a good package to provide to your team. But comparatively to the other tanks, it is simply not, it's not comparable. Your damage is lower, and on top of the fact that your individual damage is lower, you have no group buff. Group buffs are so incredibly massive. You have to understand it's going to be a theme of this list. If you compare Blood DK and Guardian Druid, and both of them were doing the exact same damage, okay? Exact same single target, same overall in AoE. What happens is the Guardian Druid provides 3% more damage to the group, simply by default of having Mark of the Wild. So the fact that Blood DK doesn't have a group buff, 3% of your DPS's damage is significantly more than you will do as a tank. Blood DK numbers, at least it doesn't feel that bad to play. That is such a big thing because you're not going to be trolling your team by choosing to play it, but its problems will become apparent as you get higher and higher and higher. Toward the kind of 19 range, and you can make this decision. Maybe you're not doing 19s and you love Blood DK. Again, you can totally play this tank. But it can fall over. It is still a Blood DK. They've simplified this a ton. The best part of Blood DK, in my experience testing it on beta, is A, I do still feel immortal, but it doesn't have a niche anymore. Let me talk about the best part first, and then I'll talk about kind of the downfalls of Blood DK. So the best part is that... Wait, hold up. No, I blanked. I'm sorry. That was so awkward of the timing. The timing of this, I blanked. Give me a second. I'm getting the thought back. Nope, that was terrible timing. Oh, that's staying in the video. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. No. Hold on. Okay. The best part about Blood DK is that you are still pretty independent. There are other tanks which I would describe as being even more independent, but at this middle range of keys, you are very, very, very independent. Like you are not actually needing your healer to help you that much. As long as you coordinate your own defensives and rotation well enough, you are going to be just fine, all right? The second best thing about Blood DK is the fact that they changed the interaction with Shattering Bones and CDR on Dancing Rune Weapon. At first, that was pretty bad, but the next part, the way that actually plays is that your setup globals are not nearly as bad, so your snap threat is significantly better. Whereas before, you had to do some weird decision-making, thinking, okay, do I min-max my own damage in numbers, or do I try and basically support my team by generating as much threat as possible in that first few globals? Whereas right now, when you walk in, you get your bone shield up, and then you're in the pull. So it's actually significantly better and smoother to play. That part is true. But the downfalls of it is mainly no group buff. Second, it can just fall over to simple auto attacks as key levels get higher. And there isn't much that you can do to outplay that. Like, it's pretty limited on what you can do. If you reach a barrier on this tank, there's only so much problem solving that you can do, all right?
So that's kind of my thoughts about Blood DK. You still have AMZ, amazing cooldown. You still have Grips, absolutely fantastic utility. I didn't just want to put this here and basically trash on it because there are good things about Blood DK and there have been some pretty significantly good changes to this tank, okay? So that's my thoughts about Blood DK. What a way to start out the tier list, guys. On to the next tank. There is another tank that's in B tier. I was playing this all day today, and it actually feels pretty solid. But somehow, it received a nerf instead of a buff in the last patch notes, and therefore, based on numbers alone, it's falling behind. But this is a super interesting one, because I don't think inherently that there's anything that wrong with this tank, but it's Prot Warrior. As of right now, current tuning basically means that Prot Warrior is solidly in B. I would say this tank is pretty sturdy. It doesn't have survivability issues. It's actually quite tanky right now. The biggest problem is that Colossus is still unplayable because Snap Threat exists. You cannot get Threat on Colossus. Even if numbers-wise it was better, you simply can't play it in Pugs because they're going to Zug and you have zero ability to gather pulls. Like, it's actually terrible on Colossus. On top of that, the recent nerfs kind of affect Colossus as well. They kind of buffed it, but then also, I don't know, there's some weird things going on, and Mountain Fane is effectively your bread and butter. You will be playing Mountain Fane as of right now if you play Warrior. Its single target DPS is not that bad in keys. Overall, it's decent. It does similar damage to my Blood DK. The problem is, it doesn't really have a niche because Warrior, in this current retail season, Warrior is doing significantly more damage. But that's not true right now. On top of that, its group buff is less valuable with the current meta, but that could change. Remember, if Fury and Arms are not tuned that high, but all of a sudden the best DPS looks something like a Rogue or a Hunter or a DK or whatever it is you want, Warrior gains a ton of value because this group buff is incredibly valuable. I mean, this is still a very, very large group buff. So it has a lot of potential to be played. If it can survive the pulls, which right now it absolutely can, then you might see Warrior played. It just depends entirely on the comp. You don't really want to be in that position if you're kind of going into the new expansion and you're thinking to yourself, my tank is really only good if all these other factors line up. It's looking less and less likely. On top of the fact that very rarely do they let two tanks, the same tank, be meta for 2 seasons in a row. So the fact that Warrior was so dominant this last season, its playstyle is effectively unchanged. It's super weird, but Warrior is, of all these tanks, basically received the least amount of changes. It is still exactly the same. If you like that, by all means, play Warrior. It isn't that bad. Again, no tank right now is in C tier. After all the buffs, I think the tanks are looking a lot better. So those are our B tier tanks. We have Blood DK and Warrior. Warrior, I think, has significantly more value than Blood DK because although their damage is about the same, maybe Blood DK actually slightly higher, but this has a group buff, and that group buff absolutely carries it significantly harder. Okay, next, we have our A tier tanks. In my opinion, solidly at the bottom of A is Prot Pally. Prot Pally has received a bunch of changes, and this is once again a reminder of the fact that things do change, and they might change again, because in the original week of beta, the very first week, this tank was actually F tier. I would have to have added 3 more tiers to this and put that there. It was unplayable. They made a bunch of changes going in, and Prot Pally plays significantly differently than it used to, in the sense that its Apex talent changes its rotation without its last current tier set, in the sense that it has no more CDR on its major abilities, which is very, very strange. It feels okay after the buffs, but it's weird for sure. It's just a different version of Prot Pally. But ultimately, you still do all the things that Prot Pally does. You technically have no offensive group buff, but this tank is obviously unique in the sense that if you can play it, it makes keys feel significantly smoother. It is never going to be the highest DPS tank. You are losing damage by playing Prot Pally. But if your key just goes so much smoother because of your ability to control casters with your shield, because of your ability to help your team with sack, bop, lay on hands, spell ward, etc., and different mechanics, then it kind of makes up for that. I do think in my testing, I absolutely did find that there is a limit to how long you can play crit wings. 100% there is a clinical, actual key level where crit wings is no longer viable. If you're playing crit wings, your damage is very solid. But you probably will have to swap Sentinel around 17, 18 even. I mean, there were some pulls in Magister's Terrace on 15 when I was playing crit wings. 15 is not that high on beta. And I actually got 100 to 10% health with a single melee. And that was within wings. Like, I didn't have Ardent or Kings up, but that's with my wings up. So it's like, you're getting clapped. That's full. Like, I'm standing in my Consecrate, which is only a 5% DR now, but still, and I have my shield up. It's not like I misplayed it terribly. It's just, you are getting clapped. The recent armor nerf definitely was a little uncalled for. I already think that Pally, after the damage nerfs, was kind of out of the cheesecake tier. So it got that armor nerf, and that definitely affects it because that's what it's weak against. And I absolutely did notice that. So I do think that this season is going to be very much about tank survivability. Of all the things in these dungeons, you really have to figure out how to live as a tank. There's a lot of different tank busters, of bleeds, of magic damage. Like, you have to be able to survive as a tank. So if Prot Pally can be played, it is always going to be very valuable and useful because nothing else will make your key feel smoother than a good Prot Paladin. But it also requires quite a bit of external healing. If you're playing Sentinel, you're much tankier, but then again, you kind of lose your niche of, I'm just sort of here as a support, because now I'm doing, less damage than these tanks, but at least I have a much better utility package for these keys, and like I said, if you can live, then it's good. But do remember, the original week of Prot Pally, it was F tier, then they massively changed it, and then they nerfed it, and then they nerfed it one more time, and now it's about where it's at now. I don't think it's bad. I think it's pretty solid, but it might have survivability issues. And I think if you have to play Sentinel, you're unlikely to see this at a very high level. You kind of lose a lot of value of what Prot Pally brings if you bring Sentinel. Like, if you have to play Sentinel, then you would probably want to make another tank work that does significantly more damage. That's my opinion. Yeah, those are my thoughts on Prot Pally. It does make keys feel safer. I enjoy playing it right now because I have a lot of agency, and I like having agency as a tank. Okay, moving on. The next tank that I'm going to rank is VDH. I think VDH is also an A tier, and I think it is definitely above Paladin. Right now, VDH has been very strange to test because it was bugged for the entirety of beta cycle. If you're not familiar with the bug on VDH, it is the fact there is actually a few bugs with resource generation, among other things. But the main one is the most egregious, which is that Fiery Brand has like casually 3 times the uptime that it should have. Because whenever it spreads to a new target, you get it refreshed. It's supposed to have an X duration, which is not that long, but it's just kind of rolling like consistently in pulls. So that's a massive DR. On top of the fact that it's a massive DR, Revel in Pain was also a talent that some people were taking, which buffed it even further, although not everybody was playing Revel, actually. So that's kind of a minor coinkydink, you could say. The problem with VDH is that if they fix that bug, this tank's in a very interesting position. It has been simplified, I think, more than any other tank. It is genuinely very, very, very straightforward. This is the easiest iteration of VDH I have ever seen. Even when it was OP at the end of Dragonflight, it still had a lot of complexities with frailty, with calcified spikes, with a bunch of different things. Now, all that's gone. Like, you really are just you hit Fiery Brand. When you're gathering, try not to take too many melees, then you fracture Soul Cleave, and you even Spirit Bomb. That's it. Now, I would say one of the coolest things about VDH is your Apex talent is easily the best Apex talent out of all the 6 tanks. Like, unbelievably cool Apex talent. Not tuning, just the fact you get an extra meta. If they just simply made that, by the way, if every tank's Apex talent was you get your extra big cooldown for a little bit, holy, that would be amazing. Imagine Guardian Druid, extra Incarn, Pally, extra wings, like, ooh, that would feel amazing. So those extra metas do feel very cool, especially because you're playing Annihilator, so you get the reset on your Spirit Bomb, and sometimes you can high roll your stacks, which is kind of cool. Okay, here are the problems with VDH. A, when they fix all the bugs, it'll go down. All tanks are bugged negatively except this one. This one is bugged positively, so that's a problem with this. Okay, next, because they're so simple now, they don't have a lot of tuning potential. That's one of the weirdest things, in my opinion, about VDH, is that if they were bad, they would have a hard time buffing them adequately. Because where are they going to put the tuning? Do they give them extra armor from Spikes? Spikes has over 100% uptime. I guess they could do that for some Fizz DR. That's not exactly their problem, though. Do they change? Like, you don't have Illuminated Sigil, you're playing double Fiery Brand. Like where do they adjust VDH tuning? And I think that in my head, that's a bit of a weird thing. They could just add a few percent more DR if you're playing some of the talents that still give you DR, but they're all very passive now. So in terms of active decision making on VDH, I worry about their tuning. They're either going to land it in kind of like a this is very powerful spot, but if they're not careful, then it'll actually just be kind of unplayable because you don't really have a ton of nuance in your rotation when you are really just Fracture, Soul Cleave, Spirit Bomb. Like, if they decide to mess with some values, I feel like VDH could be either in a lot of trouble or have a lot of benefit from that. And that's kind of like an interesting part of it. As of right now, though, it's feeling very strong. Annihilator is annoying to play. Some people have described it as fun. I find RNG on tanks to be annoying, personally speaking. I really like having stability on the tanks that I play. I'm not a huge fan of constantly responding to whether or not I get the proc of the thing I want. And since Eldrazi was nerfed, I absolutely feel that on Annihilator. It is very powerful. Borderline, you could put it in Cheesecake, but I have a feeling that when the bugs get fixed and everything kind of settles down, VDH will be solid A tier. But Annihilator, if you don't know, the 35% chance on each fracture does create some weird gameplay where if you're trying to min-max your meteor stacks, there's some weird pressure to either not hit meta or do hit meta. Do you Spirit Bomb now? How can I coordinate this? And I don't really like that sort of decision making, in my opinion. This is a personal preference, and ultimately my opinion is but one of many. That's what I think about VDH. I kind of wish Eldrazi was back because I found that to be very fun. I liked Eldrazi, but I don't really like Annihilator. So you probably won't find me playing this tank even if it was really good. It's still very fast. It has a great Apex talent and does provide Chaos Brand. The last thing I'll say about VDH, of course, in terms of its group buff, is we all know that Blizzard really wants you to play their new thing. And their new thing is Devourer. So Devourer is almost certainly going to be meta. I'd be pretty shocked if it wasn't. There are some problems with that spec, but ultimately, it's pretty good for keys. It's got everything you want for keys. And they're definitely buffing it so that it's at least very good. You won't play two VDHs. They would have to really mess up the tank balance if you were going to play a Devourer and a VDH. So it's a little weird. I think that the state of VDH in terms of its meta viability, which is hilarious because it is literally the meta tank, I have a feeling it's not going to be the meta tank going into Midnight for all the reasons that I have mentioned. Okay, now moving on to some of the Cheesecake tanks. The first tank in Cheesecake, believe it or not, there are two in my opinion right now. The first one is Bear. I want to say, for all the Guardian Druids listening right now, I did kind of want to sandbag this. In the back of my head, I was like, okay, I should definitely rank this lower. However, I ultimately decided to tell the truth. That's the type of person I am. Guardian is really good at the moment. It, however, needs a very strong caveat. One of the reasons it's good is because recently there was a massive damage buff. There was also a survivability nerf on top of its damage buff. That survivability nerf has been felt. Ursox Fury going down to 30% from 40% is noticeable. On top of that, there is kind of a degenerate playstyle, where if you are talented and you're playing Druid of the Claw, there is a problem, which is that a lot of Guardian Druids playing the quote-unquote meta build are going to die. And I just strongly encourage Blizzard. They should probably nerf it because it's doing too much damage. Survivability-wise, it's not that far ahead. It's probably equal to something like VDH or Borderline. It's a little tankier than Sentinel, Prot Pally, but it's not as tanky as the tank that I'm going to rank next. So it doesn't need a survivability nerf. It doesn't need a baseline nerf. The only thing that's doing that much damage is a specific Druid of the Claw build, which they can nerf directly. So much of your damage, like literally 50 to 60% of your damage, is coming from one ability. It's Ravage. They need to nerf Ravage. That would be fair, and it would be all right. If they nerf Ravage by 20%, okay. If they nerf Moonless Knight by 10%, 20% again, that's fine. Then Guardian lands in a very solid spot. Like, it would basically bring Guardian to A. As of right now, the reason I can't rank it in A is simply because of how much damage it's doing. It's very, very valuable because its single target damage is so incredibly high, and its overall is actually competing with some other tanks, but effectively, its single target is so high. So they need to nerf Druid of the Claw. But I am one of the few people who has been testing Elun's Chosen pretty constantly because I prefer Elun's Chosen, and obviously I like Guardian Druid. So in my testing, I've done a ton of EC keys. EC is very reasonable right now. It's not overtuned, it's not undertuned. After the last set of buffs and nerfs, I think it's about perfect. If you misplay, you're gonna die. You're not overly tanky, but you're not doing crazy damage either. You're doing a reasonable amount of damage as Elun's Chosen. The only build that is doing too much damage is Druid of the Claw. So when the nerfs come in, which they will, because there's no way they let a tank do that much single target damage, it's the one thing they never, ever, 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 ever allow is tanks to do more damage than DPS, especially single target. They really hate that. They need to nerf Ravage in particular, or just adjust Druid of the Claw a little bit, okay? That is the thing to understand. The other problem with Druid, of course, is that its group buff is comparative. It's sharing the same group buff as Resto Druid, which is so dominant and has been so dominant for the entirety of the beta cycle. From the first week of beta to right now, the meta healer has been decided, and it doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. They've nerfed it like 3 times, and they haven't nerfed it enough. And I worry they won't nerf Resto Druid enough because it's not overperforming in Raid. So they're going to try to balance it between Raid and Keys. That's a problem. They should actually just change that as a metric for the future. So Druid does not look like it's in my opinion, very, very strong meta contention. But it's very solid right now. That being said, if I ranked it in A, I'd be lying to you. Currently, with Druid of the Claw numbers, and that's what this list is, it is actually currently, if this is current tuning, Druid of the Claw belongs in Cheesecake. But if I was separating this by hero talents, I would simply put Elun's Chosen in A or B. I would probably put it in A because Druid does have a lot to offer. This dungeon profile, the off-healing from Druid is something a lot of Druids are going to be unfamiliar with. But you have Dream of Cenarius back, which is a massive Omega Giga heal for your team. After the Wildfire's been nerfed a lot, so you don't really worry about that anymore. But basically, you have Curse Dispel, which is pretty valuable in a few of these dungeons. It's quite valuable, in fact. You have Poison Dispel, which is valuable on a few pulls. You have Vortex, which is very helpful on a few packs. And the ability of Druid to both live and kind of coordinate the team is helpful. Remember, though, you notoriously don't have the best kit for Mythic Plus. You have no Leg Sweep. You have no Ring of Peace. You have no Tiger's Lust or Freedom, which are amazing, really, really strong cooldowns right now, okay? Because there are some mechanics that they completely mitigate. You do have the off-healing. You have no AoE silence. You have no sigils. You have no grip. Actually speaking, one of the weirdest things about this tier list is that the 2 highest tuned tanks right now are, technically speaking, the ones with the least amount to offer your team, arguably speaking. Because there's a reason that the last several seasons have been Prot, Pally, VDH, and Warrior. Just because of what this can do. There are so many pulls where having the shields, kicks, is going to carry hardcore, otherwise a fear might go off. There are so many pulls where having sigils is just going to make your pull so much cleaner, or having interrupting shout and AoE silence, Omega button. Druid doesn't have that. Neither does Brewmaster, which we'll talk about in a second. I have a few more things to say about Druid. I think that one of the coolest things Druid has going for it is that of all the tanks, this one has the best, and I mean the best, ability to live one-shots because of a new talent. I am slightly worried they will nerf that talent. Please don't. It's pretty reasonable, and it's part of why Druid is able to live these keys. You have a talent called Natural Resilience. It overshields you with Frenzied Regen. I like mechanics like that. Everybody likes mechanics where if you overheal with your self-heal, you get an Absorb Shield. It's very nice. Because of how this tank works at the moment, we don't have as much coverage as we did before, a little bit less, just a tiny bit, and therefore we could really use that extra little defensive. So I really like that. Please keep that. Don't nerf it. But on logs, it's doing quite a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a small nerf to that. I do think that this is fair. A lot of these dungeons are very mean to Druid in particular. I actually think that if it isn't tuned highly, Druid literally drops to here or here, because it will have a problem living. If they accidentally nerf its survivability further, and they don't just look at Druid of the Claw and realize it's doing so much damage, I think Druid will be in a really, really rough spot. Because so many of these pulls actually clap Druid. I'm thinking about the battle axes in Algothar Academy. I'm thinking at some of the pulls in Nexus. I'm thinking about a few of the things in Magister's Terrace. There are a few pulls that are really challenging for tanks, and all tanks have a really good way to deal with it. But without that Frenzied Regen shield and some of the survivability that it has, I think that Bear could legitimately struggle to live simply an equivalent level of key. So I'm hoping that this is where I'm saying, if the tank's in Cheesecake, remember, you don't want your spec to be an S tier. Anything that I rank in S tier needs to have like a, how do they nerf this? Because ideally for me, the tanks should all be like this. I would say that this is a healthy tank meta. Let's say that it all looked like this. I think that that's healthy. Like basically 1 or 2 tanks that are maybe slightly behind but definitely playable, and then 4 tanks that are really solid. What I don't like, and this is the good thing about tank tuning right now, I don't like for the tanks, we're going to rank Brewmaster in a second, to look like one of them is here, 2 of tanks are in Cheesecake, and the rest are in C. This is a bad tank balance. Because this happens on a lot of seasons. Oftentimes, they just don't really balance tanks for keys, and it really does look like this. So I'm very happy that it currently does not look like that. Actually, I think right now, the tank balance is pretty decent. So let's talk about the last tank, Brewmaster. Brewmaster is definitely the best tank on beta right now. The only reason Druid is here is because of how much damage it's doing. Otherwise, Brewmaster is by definite... No one's arguing the fact that this tank is the best. Why is it the best, though? Because you've never seen this. When was the last time you saw Brewmaster being the technical best tank for Mythic Plus? Been a hot minute, okay? The reason that Brewmaster is the best is because of what these keys demand. The timer on a lot of these dungeons is not necessarily the real challenge. There are some DPS that are heavily overperforming, okay? The question is this: why is Brewmaster the best? It is very simple. With the changes and the pruning, this tank can live. It is just that tanky. Its damage is not the highest. Its single target is not the highest. It is actually because this tank is a live lord. If you play it well, which is not as hard to play anymore, but I don't subscribe to the idea that it's easy to play either, this tank just lives. It does still require some external healing, but you have significantly more options and availability to game your own rotation to basically be more self-sufficient. The Vital Flame changes and just how much that's doing is really, really awesome. It is strange because this rotation is different than it used to be. My problem with Brew, and let me talk about my problem with it before I talk about all the benefits aside from it living. Okay, so one of my problems with Brew is that people say that right now this is so easy. This is the easiest tank. Just pick up Brewmaster. All you do is keg and then fire and then keg and then fire and then keg and then fire. And it's like, that's it. Here's the problem. A lot of times people who say that have already been playing Brew for a very long time. This tank is still very much a set of conditionals rather than an actual rotation. Because technically speaking, you keg and then fire unless keg is coming, unless you have one charge of it, and then you're still recharging, and then you want a blackout kick. And then instead of that, you go here, and then instead of this, you go there. And then you want to fill purifying, but you want to keep all your brews here because of the Apex talent. And then to try to force proc this, you want to go there, and it's like, if this, then that. And so you're constantly playing a little bit of a mini game, whereas technically your rotation is simplified. You're kind of just constantly juggling this mini game of, can I see if I can get empty kicks? Like, you just really want your Apex talent to proc more. And there's a lot of people who find that gameplay super fun, but it is also RNG. You can try to technically force the RNG, but it's still RNG. And I'm not a huge fan of the RNG gameplay for tanks myself. Now, to be fair, a lot of that is RNG offensively. To be fair, defensively, you know that this tank can live as long as you don't oversend, panic, and play poorly. The other problem I have with it is that snap threat is still an issue. A lot of brews, for some reason, they will really depend on spinning crane kick and overuse that button. And I have found personally that it is problematic to play with them. I have not personally noticed my keys being smoother in any way, shape, or form healing this tank. It is undeniably the meta tank as of right now, but I don't find it actually contributing positively to my keys. It's possible it's because I'm playing with meta rerollers who aren't very familiar with it, but in general, I as a healer would rather see a warrior, VDH, or bear in my key. I find these tanks to be easier to heal, whereas this tank, if they're really, I've played with some very good brewmasters, but I've also played with some brewmasters that make me question things, and I feel like I am still spam healing them. Like, I am really working hard to keep them alive. That could be their own rotational error, but nonetheless, it's important for me to mention that. At a meta level, when you play it perfectly, Brewmaster is excellent. But at a weekly 10 to 12 to 15, I actually think this tank is going to troll a lot of keys because it still has some issues that, just because it's now in the spotlight, have not actually been addressed. I'd love for this to have a little bit better snap threat, or at least another option for snap threat. I don't know what the solution is, but I would very much like a little bit of help for Brewmaster to secure its position in mid-range keys. Because it still seems to me like it depends a lot on kind of everything going well. That is my personal opinion. Okay, now other things that Brewmaster provides, and this is super interesting. One, Ring of Peace is very valuable in a lot of these dungeons. There are some mechanics that really can just be completely avoided with Ring of Peace. The other thing is that leg sweep is very, very solid right now. And on top of that, okay, Tiger's Lust. Tiger's Lust and Freedom actually mitigates, I'm thinking in particular, Pit of Sauron. There is a heavy, heavy, heavy dot that gets applied to your party, but it's a movement speed slow. So druids can shift it, but Pallies can Freedom, and Tiger's Lust. Also, the gargoyle that comes up and goes and picks you up and drags you up into the air and drops you, you can Tiger's Lust that. And you can have it up for every single gargoyle pull. That's amazing. There's a lot of little things that Brew can do right now that are solid, that are very, very solid. So the one weirdest thing about it is that what currently are the meta DPS don't actually benefit from Brewmaster, and yet you're still seeing it played. I recently released a video talking about the current meta, and it was very strange to me because really people are actually playing like Arcane Mage, Demo Warlock, and Og Evoker. And those specs do not benefit from Mystic Touch. There is a funny interaction, actually, where Demonology Warlock does have some physical damage, but Arcane Mage doesn't. Og Evoker basically doesn't. So it's strange. It's very weird that Brew is considered the tank, because actually, if you were going to be playing your... if you were going to be playing that comp, a VDH would technically suit that way better. You know, there are other tanks you could play that would technically suit that better. But actually, people are playing Brewmaster. And if you look at those logs, it's not necessarily because of its damage. It's simply because it enables the pulls. As I mentioned before, this season, I think, will be determined by which tank is the most durable, a little bit less which tank has the best utility, which is a strange season. Most of the time, tanks can actually just live as long as they game well. But I think this season is going to be a lot more about just surviving. Tanking is going to be hard going into Midnight Season 1, and I think there will be a tank shortage. I absolutely foresee there being a tank shortage. There are a ton of mechanics that you need to have either studied, you need to know, or whatever. There's a ton of things you need to know. Like, I was starting to make these dungeon guides, giving masterclass information and deep diving and going over every single pull and how you need to understand them. Bro, the first one is an hour and 20 minutes long. Because I was like, but you need to know this. Like, there's this and there's that and there's this and this is what you need to know here. And here's how you route this and here's how you paste this and here's how you do that. I'm like, oh my God, it's crazy. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I'm trying to keep this brief, but it ends up being an hour and 20 minutes long. And that's exciting for me, but I'm like, okay, I got to figure out a way to make this next one just an hour or something, because I don't know how many people are going to sit and watch like an 80-minute guide on how to do this dungeon. So keep in mind that the tank you feel the most comfortable on is probably going to be the one you live the best on. Even if brew is this good, if you meta reroll to brew, I don't necessarily think that you're going to have an easier time than if you played your comfy tank, which is warrior. Not necessarily. So it is important to realize that distinction, and those are kind of my thoughts about the tanks. I would say there's some interchangeable information here, but give or take, all tanks are within a tier of each other. And that's a really good balance. I still think they could buff Blood DK a little bit more, but they won't because of Raid, which is a big problem. They really need to separate this or just give it a group buff. You give this a 2% haste buff and it will feel much better, something like that. I think Warrior did not deserve the nerf that it recently got. I think it absolutely, even if it was doing 10-20% more damage, it still wouldn't be here. It would be like here. So I think they could probably revert that and just look at the numbers here a little bit. But it's actually interesting, the fact that all tanks are pretty playable. You'll see people be able to do 20s on beta on pretty much any tank. I don't think that any tank will so significantly struggle, and they are playable. So the conversation is just what is tuned a little bit higher than the others and what provides more value to your team. So ultimately, you should play whatever you want. And I said this at the beginning, and I'll say it again before we end. The WoW season is 6 months long. All these tanks are viable. Plus, there's going to be more tuning. The one thing I wouldn't hold out hope for, and it depends, unless they make some changes to how they tune. If something is good in Raid, they probably won't be very good in Keys. So you have to be careful about that. Blood DK, unfortunately, falls into this. Now, I want to clarify as well. The best pug list, the best tank for 3K does not look like this. There are some things I would change about that, but I'm going to cave that for another video, okay? I want to do that possibly tomorrow or something like that, okay? Let's go over it then. All right, that is my tank tier list. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you later. Bye. Cool. All right, hi guys, I'm back. Hello there. How's it going? Hello. Thoughts? What do you think about the tank tier list? Glorp, hi. Hello there. I just focus on the tier list when I'm doing it, though. We have a leech buff. Leech buff wouldn't be offensive or defensive, though. Encore, what do you think? Let's distract him again. Hi. Okay, what do you think about the list, though? That was really good. I got a little distracted, and the biggest problem was when I was talking about Blood DK, I literally had a brain fart. What I was going to say was the Shattering Bone change was really good. But the problem is this. Fuck, I blanked. Bro, I literally was like, and the best thing about Blood DK is... Oh, it was a terrible time to have a brain fart, because I really don't want to say that any tank is bad. Dude, there's no way, Paj. I know. I kind of didn't mention that in the video, and I probably should have. This is Hopium. I seriously, I think this is Hopium, though, right? Yeah, I know, Kami. They're always a little long. Okay, this is Hopium. This is big Hopium here. What I think is going to happen is they're going to accidentally nerf Brew down here, and then basically Bear will also get nerfed down here, and then it's going to be like this. I swear to God. Like, I swear to God it's going to look like this. It always looks like this. And I'm just hoping that I'm wrong. Because you know if you've played WoW for long enough, fuck. With respect, you know this, right? Like, these three tanks always dominate. So I'm kind of hoping that it doesn't look like this. I want there to be changes. Yeah, I know. But I mean, you see that, right? Like, that's... No. I don't want this. I kind of want this... I like the fact that these are actually... This is literally how it is ranked right now. Yeah, I know. I'm actually okay with... VDH can go down here for a season. I'm okay with it. They have suffered a little bit, but I like a change-up. I do want there to be a different meta, regardless of what it is. So my personal choice for meta tank would be one of these three. One of these three would actually be, I think, would be good here, though. Yeah? Like, I think Brewmaster is probably the most deserving because the last time that Brewmaster was meta was a very long time ago. It's so sad, too, because if you're a Brewmaster enjoyer, do you remember when you had Keg of the Heavens? At the end of Shadowlands, you had the most giga tier set of all time. That tier set was so good. Oh my god, do you remember? You had the, your Keg Smash gave you, what was it, like 66% health? And it healed you for so much, like, oh my god. But the problem is that season, Blood Decay was meta, because it just had an even better tier set. And so it was like, nah, well, you just kind of missed out by like a little bit. So I feel like Brewmaster actually does deserve its time to shine. I really feel like it's not my favorite tank personally for all the reasons I mentioned. However, I accept the fact that it deserves its time. That's kind of what I think. I do believe that, actually, you know? But instead, they will buff the damage. I feel like they won't buff the defensiveness aspect. VDH doesn't necessarily need defensive buffs, but the problem is, okay, they fixed the resource generation bug in the last set of hotfixes. I haven't played it since those hotfixes. But isn't the fiery brand bug still in the game? Okay, I forgot to mention this. Actually, I should have mentioned this in the video, no joke. Bro, you guys know that there are still so many bugs, right? They fixed a few of them. But, I mean, you guys, let me open my notepad. I don't mind showing you this because, again, I am not a terrible human being. Well, let me show you this. A lot of this has been fixed at this point, but not all of it. Here, let me just, here. All right, listen. Yeah, like, let me just show you some of the bugs. I think this is still accurate. This is the Blood Decay bug list. As far as I know, some of this has been solved. Well, this is the problem. It's like this, I think the Bloodied Blade was fixed already and a few other things here. But like, dude, there's a lot. The bear bug, okay, so this is the Apex talent, still a problem. This was fixed already. We have this one now, that one's fixed. And that's still bugged. This one is also fixed at this point, so those are pretty solid. At least they fixed some of it. But like, yeah, we're literally still like this bugged right now. So that is actually a pretty massive problem in my opinion. Are we sure if it's a bug? So that's a good question. At what point can a bug be considered a feature? Absolutely. That's true. It's absolutely a thing right now. So the Firebrand doesn't seem like a bug. I mean, does it make sense? You have a lot of uptime on that. But to be fair, again, think about how they would tune Demon Hunter. Because you only have Meta and Fiery Brand. Like, Fel Dev is no longer a defensive. So how do they tune it just in case it's bad? What's the difference is just this, Lacus. So if I log in real quick to my VDH. Is intended as illusional. Dude, I don't know about Fiery Brand. I don't think it's intended. Lacus, if you've never played VDH before, your Fiery Brand looks like this, okay? Oh, but I think so. Okay, so look. You have your Fiery Brand. Ignore my UI. I haven't reset this one. This one is weird since I changed my UI a little bit. Fiery Brand. It's a massive DR on yourself, yeah? It's a 40% DR. Oh, yo, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Okay, so you have Fiery Brand right now. You're playing Annihilator. This one is a massive cooldown. You got 2 charges of it, too. But the idea is that it's supposed to spread. However, they changed it so that instead of it applying to an enemy, you technically apply Fiery Brand to yourself, and then it force spreads. But if I apply Fiery Brand to myself right now, every time, the target, sorry, if I apply this here, you can see the duration is at 10 seconds, correct? Now, technically, it should dissipate in a few seconds. But the idea is that as it spreads, of course it's not going to do so in the city. God damn it. It's going to be so weird in the city, basically. But what happens is it just refreshes its duration. It's whatever. But basically, yeah. When it actually spreads, because it's not going to spread, I think maybe these are not in cleave range. Every time it spreads to an enemy, it refreshes its duration. So let's say that these were all here and I had a mob actually funnel in, it would reset itself to 12 seconds. Does that make sense? And so anytime you can pull with Fiery Brand being able to spread, you have this massive 40% DR that is lasting way longer than it should. Does that make sense? It's going to be weird in the city because I can't maneuver these training dummies. That kind of makes sense? Yeah, okay. Do you guys want to go over all in one day the best pug list for 3K?
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I forgot. My bad. And shield block or perma on, where you hover over your. Oh, sorry. The game is a little off here. I feel like I want to make almost like right now. We could do it another day, but basically there should be a difference between those on ads in the big 2026. And when forced to DPS and raid, but want to focus on tanking at Mythic Plus, was the least friction? Guardian Druid, Baskel. Guardian Druid likes almost all stats equally as long as you have enough haste. Boomy is still haste mastery as far as I know, and Feral is going to be what? I don't know exactly what the stats are for Feral right now, but in general, Guardian Druid cares about secondary stats, arguably speaking, less than others, because a lot of other tanks have one stat they really don't want. Like, I'm pretty sure VDH still does not want Mastery, as an example, and I'm pretty sure that Paladin, although it doesn't have Mastery breakpoints anymore, still is going to want a lot of haste and no Verse, as an example, and potentially that changes, actually. I'm not sure with their new Mastery. And you're still going to want at least a haste breakpoint on DK. To be fair, though, DK might be another option for that, because you can technically play DK with a level of haste mastery or haste crit. Well, haste verse mostly. But then I think that the stat prio for Unholy is something like crit mastery and less haste. So I guess Bear probably has the least amount of friction. I'm not sure exactly what Fury and Arms want right now. I'd argue that. Wisdom, what do you think about do you think that my thoughts on the tank are correct, give or take? There were some things I didn't really get to say, but what do you think? You are somebody who's a knower of things. Yeah, season 3 was a pain, lots of gearing. Yeah. And Tessa's fire. You can, TH. Go for it. You can. I already played a bunch of Prot Warrior today. I mean, all the logs. Prot Warrior is solid. Like, I don't know exactly what the best talent build is. Speaking of which, I should actually go put all of this in Discord, like, right now. Here. For all the people who are watching and are new here, I will link all the builds that I have tested, everything, literally, in Discord, okay? Pharaoh's Mastery Crit. I don't know if it's still Mastery Crit is the problem. It might be, it might not be. Unsure. I feel like they're pretty accurate with them, but to be honest, it's important to clarify that healers and DPS are very poorly tuned right now. Like, if a healer and a DPS tier list has massive disparity between the thing that's the best and the thing that's okay, right? But tanks are actually, after the last tuning, much better. I'm pretty happy with the state of tanking. Like, Brewmaster is not meta by 5 key levels. Like, it's just good, but it doesn't feel like I'm trolling by not playing it. And I'm kind of all right with that. Like, I sort of am okay with how tanks feel on beta. Like, you can say Prot Warrior is bad, but, I mean, I don't even know if this is... Like, I know a lot of people are playing without certain levels of the Apex talent and maybe putting another point in here somewhere. But for what it is worth, I actually feel very decent. I was testing around with here, if I need the Rage Gen, if I want to try this, I'm not sure exactly what the best talent tree for Prot Warrior is, but give or take, this is what I was testing. I know what will be Brew or Bear because I have to heal and raid, and I love tanking in Mythic Plus. Ultimately, it's your decision about what you play. I cannot harp on this enough. I love making tier lists. It's a chance to talk about the game and give people updates and have people follow along. But anything is viable, first of all. And on top of the fact that anything is viable, you have to understand that things will change as well. So don't re-roll based on a meta tier list today. They're just a fun conversation. Yeah, so also... a big thing that I'm curious, I want your thoughts on this. If you're listening and you like World of Warcraft, if a spec is not taking their Apex talents, listen to me. If a spec is not taking their Apex talent, don't you think they're going to buff it? I mean, there's no way that they unleash Apex talents and then a spec is just casually putting all their points somewhere else. Ignore what I'm putting them into. I mean, I feel like they're definitely gonna. I don't think it's optional. Like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna want you to take the Apex talent. So if there's a class like Guard, I mean, at least Warrior has some options where I think there's an argument to be made about one Apex instead of 3 Apex. But like, Druids are playing 0 Apex, maybe 3 out of 4. You know. No shot they buff the Apex and make you miss out on the base talents. But the thing is, you're not missing out. Like, you still have all these points. This is with 4 points here. Like, you got to imagine that they're not optional. They have not? I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question about whether or not you do or do not. I originally, when I was testing stuff, I was like, I'm going to play 4 out of 4 Apex because certainly they're going to buff it. I don't know, man. I mean, you know the Guardian Druid build right now is weird. There's a few builds going around. I feel like I think so too. I think they're going to buff it. Does mean, dude, tanks feel almost as button heavy? They are. Yeah, no, tanks haven't changed at all. Dude, Guardian Druid got significantly more complicated. Goddamn. Dude, no. It's so weird. Tanks are more complicated. Tanks are borderline more complicated than they used to be. Like, tank is the only role that did not get easier. There's nothing easier about tanking right now. Zero. Like, it's so weird. And Guardian, by the way, like, so I'm playing a few different builds here. There's the 0 Apex Druid of the Claw over here with massive Iron for uptime, just for a little bit of survivability. And then you could also, a lot of Guardian Druids are basically assuming that you will definitely play at least 1 point into Apex. But the problem is that you kind of, like, you could drop Balloon's Favorite and play 2 points down here, which maybe means you drop Fury of Nature as well, and you play, like, 2 points here because you're playing Druid of the Claw, and you definitely want your 40% in power on Ravage. I don't know. Yeah, and you keep getting rolled on. Dude, it's very hard to tank. I'm going to make guides, and I'm excited to make guides, but, yeah, well, no, there's a lot of tanks that are independent right now, Mickey, in my opinion. Like, when I play certain Guardian Druid builds, like, you don't really need to heal me at all. I think that tanks are okay independence-wise, that's okay. But there's just so many mechanics, man. Like let me show you an example. Let me just give you an example, though. Yeah, of course, Stormclaw, ask away. If you were asking something during the tier list, I didn't see. I have to mute chat, otherwise I get distracted. Let me show you. It's not that much worse, Mickey. That's my fear. Because Season 1 of The War Within, I mean, tanking Grim Batol literally killed almost everyone's enjoyment of tanking in general. Like, goddamn. Here, let me show you this real quick. You can still play it, Bell. Bell, you can still play it. This was a cook I was playing. No, right. This was an unbelievable cook that I was playing with Bear, but I swear to God it works. I have played it before. I am going to, like, out myself here by showing you this, but technically speaking, this is not that bad. It's about 20-30% behind. Like, that's a lot of, you're losing a lot of damage, but you're very tanky, so you can play this. Now, here. I want to show this, though. Yeah, I did, Kami. I missed all your hot takes. I actually did close chat because I'm too ADHD and I get distracted. I'm like, ooh, shiny thing. All right, let me read your comment real quick, and then I want to show you. I'm going to give you an example. Are you sure this isn't Grim Batol? Let me see. I'm asking this again. As a tank, I'm a little daunted by tanking Mythics because everyone expects you to know the perfect route. Yes? I really almost never. I'm semi-casual. Would you ever do an ND? Yeah, of course. Look, I already did. I got you. I've already started making routes. For example, for my dungeon guide. Also, I'm making full guides. I got you. If you're worried about routes, first of all, do I have legacy on here? Yeah, here, let me show you. Let me see if my legacy routes imported to beta. Ooh, they didn't. They did not. Oh, look, take a look at this. I have routes with full notes on them. I got you. I make routes with full notes. I'll make a video about it at some point. Stormclaw, I got you. In my Discord right now, if you go to Season 3 dungeon routes, every single dungeon will have a route for plus 12 and a route for high push keys. They might not be fully updated because I haven't played in a few months, but they'll be there. You can find all my routes, and I will put notes with them as well. I'll just have to take the time to make it. The other thing, if you'd like, this video is completely free. I made a masterclass of a tanking video. Very proud of it. It's very long, but it will literally teach you everything you need to know about Magister's Terrace. So if you're curious, this is one of the new dungeons. Here, take this Patreon post. Very helpful. And then let me show you this first poll, because you have to study as a tank. It's not just the routes. The problem is you have to have homework done, because look at this first poll. These two guys, I'm going to show you this, okay? Look, you can see this right here, right? There are two defenders. Melee attacks apply Null Sunder. Null Sunder is a healing absorb. So you're like, that's not that bad. Let me show you the route here. MDT import. Let's go to Nexus. Okay, so there's these guys. Open enemy info. Of course, it's not listed, but basically here. Watch this, okay?
These apply Null Sunder. If I pull these right now, I'm going to let them hit me for a second. Look at the debuff that they apply to me. It stacks armor reduced by X amount, absorbing X amount of healing. And it just consistently stacks until I proc something that heals me. Okay? Like, these guys are killing me alone. Granted, I'm not pressing any buttons, but this is a Mythic 0. I'm not even in a key, and they literally killed me, just 2 mobs, because they apply a stacking debuff. That's not so bad. You just out-heal it, right? Okay, let me show you again. Yeah, of course I can, Oloco. Give me a second. Watch this. Now, the rest of this pull, so you have that, and now I have this mob, because I'm going to pull this together. This guy does a massive tank hit. I'm going to defensive it so I don't immediately die. He does a Searing Rend. I'm going to heal myself because I'm going to instantly die. It's a massive magic hit. Okay? So he does this. And that's a massive magic hit. All right. But certainly that's it, right? There can't be more tank mechanics in this pull. Oh, wait. There is. Because that Arcanist right there is a caster. But also, every single one of its melee attacks increases by arcane damage. So every melee attack inflicts 40,000 additional arcane damage. Huh, that's interesting. Now, there are 2 Arcanists in this pack, there are 2 Defenders, and there are 2 of the big guys. Why are there 3 to 4 tank mechanics in one pull? It's unnecessary. Like, you don't have to have that. It serves no function. What is the point? Like, that's my question, is like, why does this have to do arcane damage on hit? Like you can game it, but for what it's worth. No, so that's all I'm saying is, like, who does that help? My question for you is this. What does this matter? Nobody will know that this exists. I guarantee you will go 6 months in a season, your DPS will literally never know that this is a mechanic. Because it's only on melee hits. It's only on melee hits. Which means, of course, that it only will affect tanks. So my question, so what you're going to have, watch this. Okay, let me show you something. This is a Mythic 0. This is not even a key. Imagine, here, I'll show you a key. Actually, I can just solo the first pull. Imagine that is a Mythic Keystone. This is a Mythic 0. All right, watch this. I'm going to hit Incarn, and I'm going to not play perfect, okay? So I'm going to intentionally play poorly, but I'm going to at least hit Incarn, okay? Watch how quickly I die. So I'm going to Moonfire, 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 and then I'm going to hit Incarn, and then I'm here. How fast do I die? That's a Mythic 0. Granted, you don't have to do this pull. But, bruh, why? Why? That was with Incarn. Granted, I could have done a lot better because I know the mechanics. So I understand I have to not only Incarn, but also layer a Lunar Beam and a Frenzied Regen. But, like, is that good for the game? Like, you will have so many tanks that walk into the first pull of Nexus and just floor pov. I don't know if that's good for the game. This is the first pull. Exactly. That's my rant and why I'm like, okay, so granted, this is the hardest pull in the dungeon, arguably, for tanks, okay? But alternatively, if I just go over here and I stealth past this, I don't think they have stealth detection. Okay, so let me show you the first pull in this area. Because again, at least maybe it's just the first pull. No. 2 more Defenders with Null Sunder. You have these guys, which just absolutely clap you, okay? And then on top of that, you're going to be pulling more Arcanists with this. And on top of that, I mean, this all just does so much damage here. On top of that, there's massive AoE damage happening to your group. And then here, there's this massive AoE here. And then there's circles to dodge. And then it's just like, bro, and then I'm going to get hit by a circle as a tank and I'm going to die. And I'm just like, of course I can do the first pull well, of course. I can live it for a long time. But it's just, there's nothing to teach you that happens in game. So what you do, there's no spell stealing this. So what you do, for what it's worth, is that you need to have your opinion. Like, it's just, you need to have studied it. Now, granted, look, let's say I don't even have Incarn. I could probably live this for a while on my own. I'm going to Bark Skin, and I'm actually going to start hitting buttons. So I need to have Frenzied Regen up, and then I'll Lunar Beam. Let's see how long I could live this for. Yeah, my Frenzied Regen shield will help carry this pull. So, of course, I'm going to show you a different version where I actually pay attention. Nope, I died. I tried to game things too much, and I immediately died. Okay, let me try it again. Now, here's what happens. Eventually, I can do it. But if I have to practice, like, how many times should I have to practice this before I actually get it right? So, to be fair, right? Or we're playing for skill. Vaudrin, yeah, but I think that a lot of people are still going to end up doing this. The arguments of, well, you're doing high keys. Keep in mind, I have done this on a very high key, and it's not that hard. But I don't like that argument because if it was just, if that argument applied, then at the very least, you would just never have issues in keys. Like, if that argument existed, then the meta wouldn't exist. Because you're like, well, the meta only applies to very high keys. The problem is, how many of you have been in like a plus 10 or a plus 15 where you won't get invited on an off-meta tank? Out of curiosity, how many of you have actually been invited on an off-meta tank? Have you ever had a problem where you're playing off-meta and you don't get invited at a plus 10 or a plus 12? So you see, I can live this for longer. But still, I just question whether or not all of these tank mechanics actually need to exist. That's all. Like, part of me just wonders if this really is beneficial to the game or not, you know? This will be a pretty normal pull, but keep in mind, it's not that impossible. It's just going to kill your pugs. Like, this disproportionately affects people at 2K versus 4K. Being severely punishing on the tank. So that's what I'm saying. That's what it is, Beyblades. That's what I think as well. And so it's like, because keep in mind, I'm not going to, when we do keys, I'm not going to die to this. No matter what tank I'm playing, I'm not going to die to this because I at least know what's going to happen. That's because I've been playing beta for like 3 months and I know what all the mobs do. And when I make a dungeon guide, by the way, I'll have it here. Like, for what it's worth. And when I play this, I already know. Like, probably not. You will very rarely see me die to this because I've already died to it a bunch. And when I make a dungeon guide, I'm going to have to explain what all these mobs do and how to game it. Now, basically, this pack dies really fast, so you only have to live 1 overlap, maybe 2. I don't know. I just question if they took off, if, for example, these defenders just didn't apply Null Sunder or something like that. This Arcanist didn't have the additional arcane damage. Those are little things that I think would genuinely help a lot. I'm guessing that's... So it's Lust Pull, your DPS will blast in an actual key. Like if I go into a 15 right now, all of this is going to die in like 15 seconds. Because it's first pull of the dungeon with Combat Potion. So you don't have to live it for very long. You basically just have to live 1 overlap. But nonetheless, yeah, I don't know, man. That's it. Can you at least dispel the magic buff on the mob? No, it's not spell stealable. There is, however, in Magister's Terrace, again, watch this thing here. I'll link it for you. The second boss in Magister's has a mechanic on beta that no one knows about. That guy gets a 300%... Here, I'll show you. Magister's Terrace, second boss. Oh, this MDT is so weird. Here. Open enemy info. Oh, dude. Yeah, never mind. I can't show you. He gets a random 300% attack, or sorry, 100% attack speed increase with additional magic damage again. So that one, there are spell stealable things in this dungeon, but in this Nexus there isn't. So there's a lot of little things. These enforcers, no mob is actually updated here. So I'm not saying it's not impossible. By the way, again, tanking in beta is absolutely fine. It's just, you know, and labeled mythic right now. Dude, that is kind of funny. No, I haven't seen that. I kind of miss Sanctum. Like I actually enjoyed that season, even though it was a terrible time for a while. Does that make sense? Like it's very possible. It's very possible to do it. I'm not saying that it's like unfair necessarily, because me and Wisdom and anybody who's played beta is going to be just fine. Like, we're not going to have a problem. We're going to be all right. But the pug tank who didn't actually watch my route video or any guides before walking in, like poor Steve after work, you know, he's going to load into his first +2 Nexus and pull the first room and just instantly die. And I don't think that's good. Maybe they can tune it so a +2 is not that hard, but still, I do think that is problematic. And I think that there are little pulls like that, which
are going to create a tank shortage for sure going into Midnight Season 1. Those are my thoughts, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I can also appreciate that that technically speaking, they need to challenge tanks. I get that mentality. But I also just don't think that the joy of tanking... Let me think about this. I don't think that the joy of tanking is surviving really hard pulls. I think that the joy of tanking is being able to lead your team well. So if the dungeon is a little bit easier, but you do a good job as a tank, I find that to be equally as rewarding as if the dungeon was very, very hard for you, but you still did a good job. Like, if you do an equally good job in the dungeon that's easy and the dungeon that's, like, super hard and might kill you at every pack, I don't think this one is better. I think this one is worse. I think that, in general, the second dungeon, like, first season, basically, compare Grim Batol to, you know, even Mists of Tyranna Scythe people remember the anima slashes. Okay, let me think about what's easiest to tank here. Actually, all of these dungeons suck to tank. I'm not gonna lie, pretty much all of them sucked. But, bro, gave you 5... Dude, did you? Did you? I'm so sorry. Holy fuck, you did. Yo, Kane, thank you. Hi, VCrypt. I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't have that open for a second. Yo, first of all, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on green. Much appreciated. Those are massive. I don't know if you guys know this, but that is actually super helpful. Hi, thank you very much. Also ask a question. Yeah, of course, ask your question again. I'm sorry, I didn't have that chat open. I was ranting. Yo, thank you very much for supporting stream. That's super omega giga. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Also, hi, Kano. Wait, Kano, by any chance, you're not related to the D2 streamer, Kano, because you guys know that D2 got its first new class in 25 years, right? Does anybody... Okay, this is just a side note for WoW, but does anybody play D2R? Yes, I am. I do multi-stream. Yeah, I just don't... I often don't have it open, though. Wait, hold up. Brew's tanky? Yeah, deals. Well, okay, let's take a look at some of the logs. Like, I don't think Brew does that much damage. Dude, I'm actually so excited, man. I think that tonight I'm gonna find some time to play my D2. Very exciting. D2R got a new class. Did you see that? That's crazy to me. Yeah. Holy shit. That's crazy, man. That plus need to frankly dodge its mechanics as DPS. That's true. Yeah, Oselisk, Brew is very good right now. But again, if I show you this... So, by the way, what I was saying was the difference of tanking Grim Batol versus, like, Siege. I don't think Grim Batol was a fun tank experience. Technically speaking, Grim Batol, if you remember, was a massive separator of tanks who knew how things worked and tanks who did not know how things worked. Right? For anyone arguing... So, oh, yeah, dude. Just ask me any questions, VCrypt, about Thailand. I love Thailand. I've been here for over 8 years. No. So, here's the thing. There were so many annoying things about tanking Grim Batol. One of which was in these slashes, the fact that people would unnecessarily CC them. I remember so many times as a prot pally. Do you remember these Shadow Flame slashes? Holy. Because you would plan, you would be like, okay, I spell ward, and then people would fucking CC them. And then immediately you would be like, okay, well, now my spell ward's worn off and I die. Because that was really annoying. You had to not CC them on a pally tank. No, really. Like, Grim Batol early on was so bad. But that's because of how it was structured. Also, one of the mechanics, there's technically not that many tank mechanics in here. But for some reason, every single pack just meleeed so fucking hard. And this is a good example, though. If they just took out these brutal strikes, it would have been a lot better. Like, this is a mechanic. Like, there's no need for this guy to have Brutal Strike. You already had to deal with the Rives, you know? Right, exactly. Exactly, right? Yep. And also, like, this guy already has these two mechanics, so they don't need to make every other mob in here have an additional tank mechanic. That's kind of my worry. When I start seeing mobs like this, right? Oh, like, you know, how much would you 20 to be in Tybot roughly? Ask me. Make sure you message me on Discord, too, by the way, Decrypt. If you need any specific Thailand questions, if I don't have the answer, then I know Kitty will. So just make sure if you need to message me there. But I got you. First question. Yeah, let's talk Thailand. Is the main form of transport for tourists Grab? Yes, but you want to download Grab because if you don't download Grab, you can get fixed prices. If you look like a foreigner while you're in Thailand, they will definitely charge you more for all taxi rides and bike rides. 20 kilometers in a taxi, not that much. 20 kilometers, huh? How far is 20 kilometers? Depending on the time of day, it could anywhere between like 10 US dollars, 15 US dollars. How far is 20 kilos? 20 kilometers, huh? That's like about as far as, let's see, like maybe around here. Yeah, like $10. Let's see how far this says it is here. Let me just Google this in my maps. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, let's see how far like this is from me. This says that it is 15 kilometers, so like 20 kilometers or probably something like this. That's about, okay, so 15 kilometers away. If I took a taxi, okay, no problem. I got you. Let me see if I did this right now. Ish is just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. This is a wild take, but Blizz eliminating the need for DPS to interrupt, just make them bake into spells. Ha. Oh, man, Mickey, I don't know how that would go. That's interesting. I like GB, but I was playing Cataclassic at the time. It was my first experience playing retail. Too much, right, Kami Fluke? I mean, again, I just remember in Season 1, I was playing Paladin, and I was pushing for title, and then I stopped because in the middle of Season 1, I got divorced. So that sucked. Basically, it was around, I think it was give or take around that time where I got divorced, and then I was like, yeah, I don't have any interest in playing a competitive game. So I stopped too early to get title in Season 1 on my Paladin. But while I was on there, I just constantly got messages. Every time I logged on, people would say, yo, do you want to tank my 17 Grim Batol? And I was like, no. Like, no. Maybe. Sure. I guess. You know, like, I just wasn't excited about tanking that dungeon. Well, so thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, VCrypt. I'll happily answer any Thailand questions you got, though. Like, I was not excited to tank Grim Batol. The other one was, I didn't like Stone Vault either, for what it's worth. And it's like, I just was not having a good time that season. Because, like, it was just a little RNG, too, of whether you parried and this or whatever. Okay, VCrypt. So I'm looking at my map right now. If I go give or take 20 kilos, it depends on the time. So right now it's 8:30 p.m. my time. It's 8:30 p.m. on a Thursday. So it shouldn't be rush hour right now. Let's find out. Let's see. 15 kilometers away. It's going to be something like this. This is 15 kilometers from me right now. Yeah? Here, I'll go. This will be even farther. Safari. Yeah, okay, perfect. This is 22 kilometers away. I will tell you what it says to me right now. Okay? Here. A standard car, give or take a taxi, is going to be $15. That's what it is. About $15. $10 to $15. It is currently priced a little bit higher right now, but I would say $10 to $15. So between like 300 and 500 baht. What's up, Psychino? What the heck is a kilometer? The actual unit of measurement, Cape. Pit of Sauron v Thorn. I think Pit of Sauron will be okay, actually. 15 US dollars. There are ways to get even cheaper for what it's worth, though. Would you say Farseer is still better than... No. Good question, Zykina, but I think Totemic is better than Farseer right now. But because Chain Heal is really bad and your ancestors don't do anything. What's up, just Dom Things? Can I call you just Sub Things? If I enjoy Prot Warrior, what would be a good second tank to play? I'm leaning towards VDH. Bear's not that fun. Paladin seems not ideal. Paladin is not that bad as a new tank. I actually don't think so. No, if I was to bike that distance, nobody really bikes 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers is a fair bit across the city, so you're probably not going to bike it. A bike from is going to be $8. I'm looking at my thing. It would be $8. But you have to understand that Bangkok is built on a grid. The ancestors are literally cosmetic on a Resto Shaman right now. It's very strange. Because of that, Farseer just feels bad. They nerf them too much. I think they might buff them again for what it's worth because Shaman just falls behind without Whispering Waves. So that's what I think is going to happen there. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. So if I go here and I go open my little tier list that I was just making, And then I go like this. Here we go. You guys know what Thailand Low Bank... Have you ever been here before, VCrypt? Have you ever been to Thailand before? Do you think you can heal a key? Yeah, but I don't know if I'm doing more tonight. It's kind of late. I do have work tonight, and I gotta have dinner. Are you going to Tomorrowland? VCrypt, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a moment of honest admission. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? I don't go outside. I don't know what Tomorrowland is. What's Tomorrowland? I don't know what is Tomorrowland. What is it, kitty? What's Tomorrowland? I didn't even know this was... What is it? It's like a rave? Oh, fuck, yeah, that's why I don't know what it is. Is the music... It's a festival / rave? Yeah, that's why. He does go outside. He's filmed videos. That's true. I did kiss a giraffe outside. It was a long time ago. Some rave that started when I was... Holy. I'll get us... No, I don't want to go to that. The biggest music festival in the world is in Thailand? Yeah. So that's not really for me. I'm playing some music, by the way. It's not exactly my thing. Oh, I see. That's why you're coming here. Okay. So here's what you have to know about me. All right. I am very social when I am in my room talking to a screen and you guys are here. But the second you put me around other people in the real lives, I am very quiet. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub, Vilcor. Thank you. So, there's something to understand. Like the other day, I was off stream that day, and I happened to be on, and I got into somebody's Discord. Yeah, I was playing with a friend of mine, right? A nice little bear tank by the name of Gfo. She is cool. And here's the thing. All right, that's her. She's cool. I got into her Discord and everybody was like super awkward because they had never actually talked to me like in Discord before. And they were all like waiting for me to start yapping. And I was kind of just like quiet. Like I was just chilling. Like I was just like not talking very much. And they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "What do you mean? I'm just hanging out." And they're like, "Okay." Like they could not figure it out. And I was like, because there are 5 people in this Discord call. I'm not streaming. Like this is again. Yeah, I'm actually kind of a quiet person. If it's one-on-one, I can talk to people, but I don't really like groups. That's true, right? That's why you look too young to be married. Yeah, I know, Dead Pixel, isn't it super weird though? What do you think is a solid choice if I wanted to heal rating their DPS? Crovia. Sorry, ask again though. Let me respond to YouTube chat now. If I miss your YouTube chat, always just come to the main stream, okay? It's just always a thing. Sounds like free tickets to you. But yeah, VCrypt. Do I train at a gym? I do have a gym membership, but to be honest, today I did. This is my burpee thing. This is my challenge, VCrypt. I took it off for the tier list that I just made, but basically, you see that thing I have done 108 burpees on stream today. And tomorrow I apparently owe 227 because 100 bits equals 3 burpees. So I do a lot of fitness on stream these days. This is a way for A, you to say thank you and support the stream, and B, to make me move because that's healthy for me. Whose routes do you check out when you're pushing? I make my own. I actually make my own. I don't check other people's routes though. Stop. Oh, hold up. Wait a second, though. Sure about the math there, then? Hold up. Okay, I can do a few more burpees today, but I'd like to point out that I had sort of already capped out at 108. That being said, I will do, like, a little bit more. Otherwise, they're going for tomorrow. But tomorrow is already 227, so there's possible they carry over even further to another day. No, I have a gym membership, but also keep in mind that I work as a trainer. Like, my actual job, a flex redeem. Oh, okay, cool. But also keep in mind that, again, I know where that camera is, so I know how to flex. You want to see something cool?
So, VCrypt, I used to work as a model. Actually, Kitty, downstairs, if you're on stream right now, say hello. Okay, now, here's the thing. I'm aware of what other people do because I also heal, Mickey. It gives me a lot of perspective. Okay, Kitty, you met me when I was in my modeling phase, yeah? So I was like, you know, ripped six-pack. I was in pretty good shape back in the day, yeah? I was prime real estate, as one might say. Not usually how you describe yourself, but yes, that was me. I was much smaller, yeah, I didn't have as much muscle, but I was in pretty good shape. Was I, how to say? I don't know how to, well, I don't remember what question I was going to ask. Okay, that's fine. So basically this, right? And of course, I was only tiny in my upper body, like below the waist, not so much, right? I'm being subtle. Good. Okay, so from here, when I flex, because I know how camera angles work, I can flex and make myself look much leaner or bigger, depending. Watch this. So if I flex like this is me doing fashion. If I'm trying to be fashionable, look at my arm here, okay? See this flex right here? I'm gonna make my arm look lean, but I'm flexing. So this is, for example, if I wanted to be like Twink Energy, I would flex like this. But if I wanted to be muscular, I simply bring my shoulder forward, take my elbow in, and then flex up. Very different. Here is shoulder back, not exposing the deltoid cap, rotating my arm that way, intentionally putting my chest back, so my chest, you can't see the pecs, because I don't want to appear peckish. Right? Shoulder back, arm rotated, here. Angles are everything when it comes to this stuff, and people don't realize that because this, so let's say I was here, is lean versus this, is now me bringing forward, elbow angle here, and I know how to make myself look much bigger. You see? It's actually cool to know how to maneuver angles. It's the same thing when you're standing. It's just people who really have no knowledge of how... A lot of people think, like, it's not just Photoshop, it's also understanding photo angles. Like, let me show you this. Like, you think that's cool. Wait for this one. It's not cheating. It's actually just straight up, like, you can really maneuver this. Watch. Here, look. Okay, you can see my camera big enough here? All right, bet. Watch this. Okay? So, if I... do this. Don't worry, I'm wearing underwear today. Okay? So if I'm standing here and I want to look lean, like I want to look like I haven't been eating kilos of cheesecake recently in my life. Yeah, let's say I want to pretend that I have not been eating several kilos of cheesecake. Watch this. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my hip at a 45-degree angle, and then I'm going to drop this hip toward you so it looks like I am facing you. And then I'm going to suck in and move my right shoulder back, okay? So now it's going to appear like I am very lean, okay? So basically I'm doing this and I'm pushing this glute forward, and this would give me the V and this indentation here. So I'm basically, it looks like I am very lean here, narrower waist as best that I can accomplish, okay? Now, alternatively, if I shift this up just a little bit, and instead of standing at a 45-degree angle, I actually face you, and I'm broad now, and I take a big breath in, and then I puff up my chest and bring my shoulders forward, I can look way more massive. You see? It's camera angle. It's just a game of like knowing where people are looking. This is a very different here versus puffing up the chest a bit, flexing the shoulders this way. You see? Make sense? Yeah. No feet. Oh, here, sorry. Yeah. So my feet basically are here, right? And if I want to look like I'm really awkward, I kind of put my feet like this and I go hee hee. But otherwise, my feet are here and I grip the floor. So I can tell a lot about somebody based on your foot. You have to be able to actually move your toes properly. So basically, your big toe has to actually maintain pressure with the floor. If your big toe doesn't maintain pressure with the floor, you're in trouble. This is actually a physical therapy thing. The only reason I'd be banned is because that bottle exists in the background and it looks suspiciously dark. Okay, so basically, here's the thing. Your feet, when you squat, they really need to maintain contact with the floor. Okay, listen. So when we come here and you squat down, your foot has to maintain contact. See my left foot? If my foot doesn't maintain contact and my toes lift up, then I need to work on my ankle and my hip, because this is going to cause me a lot of irritation. Foot on the floor, grip properly. Use your feet. It is a very strong sign of longevity. If you have flat feet that collapse in, if your ankle looks like this, you need to actually work on that. That is a problem, seriously. If your knee looks like this, you must address whatever is wrong with this. Not just your foot, by the way. It might be your hip or your knee or your shoulder. But basically, like, you have to actually think about that. Yeah? That's my specialty, Oslisk. You never know what's going to happen when you tune into my stream. Literally, you have no idea. I don't plan any of this too, by the way, no. Yo, what's up, Vilcor? But in what channels? What would you be posting more Drew Tank videos? YouTube or Twitch? So YouTube is where I'll post stuff, but if you want the best quality access and also want to consider this is actually the best place to support Vilcor. So this is the best place. I owe you 3 burpees, right? There. A lot of my Patreon videos are completely free, but if you want to support, there are 2 tiers to Patreon. Number 1, you just get access to all the videos on there, all some cool min-max stuff and tank guides. So that's going to be very helpful. And 2, if you would like to actually go for the tier 2 Patreon sub, then you get 1 call with me per month. We can discuss anything you want. It is a one-on-one private call, so technically there's nothing off limits. It is advertised as WoW coaching, but I suppose if you want to talk about something else, then that's also fine. I have 100% dad bod. Dude, people love dad bod. Dude, people like dad bods. That's good. That's not a problem. Don't worry about that, Arcanistic. Got him with a tan line. So the tan lines are because Thailand is super sunny. You're welcome. But also, wherever you'd like. Thank you for the gifted sub, Vilcor. I appreciate it. Yeah, watch. So here, right? Do you do coaching? You'd be so good. Yeah, I do. But I do coaching through Patreon. It's just through the Patreon link. There's like 2 tiers of Patreon. There's no difference except that the second tier gets a coaching call with me once a month. Again, can talk about anything you'd like with those. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. My mission, just in general, like what I actually want to be able to do for the WoW community is I just want to make tanking and healing more accessible. I know I'm going to have a good time in the season regardless. I like this game. So I'm going to play Guardian Druid and a few other things, and I'm going to have a really good time. But I just want there to be more people playing Midnight. Like that's my like biggest goal, is I just want whatever I can do to help people feel more comfortable. That would be amazing for me. That's kind of my ultimate goal, you know? Yeah, here, by the way. If you are interested in that, just come here. Which region do you play on live? NA. I'm almost done sipping your coffee. I'm going to hop into a key. Anyone need a healer? Oh, ADHD. Didi. Hello. That's me. Where in the disc are the pics of the builds? Good question, Mickey. Excellent. I'll get you to them right now. Okay. Let's do them right now. So, I need to Lux a new WoW player. I owe you 3 burpees, right? Hold up. That's true. Let me get this for you. I got you. What's this? Sorry. Dude, yeah, by the way, Giga video. I kind of want to react to this video live. I'm not going to lie. General chat. Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay. 227 burpees. Do you guys think I'm going to be able to do 227 burpees tomorrow? I owe 3 right now. I got you. Dude, 227 is crazy. Here we go. 1. Wait, my shirt's not tucked in. If you have less than a decade experience. I have some thought processes on what a casual actually means to World of Warcraft. Yo, thank you for the 100 bitch, the Sparky Ostrich. Wait, I sounded like I said bitch. No, don't send me 100 bitches. I'm just no. I feel like WoW does have so much history. I did say that. Yeah, it came out wrong. My bad. That didn't sound like no, no. Listen, Kitty. Wow, funny seeing you here. Aren't you excited for Valentine's Day? Okay, ready for another question? Absolutely. Send it, VCrypt. Send it. VCrypt, do you play World of Warcraft, by the way, or did you actually just find my stream because it's listed as Thailand? Oof, Wisdom, rough. Okay, so that being said, no, I think that Mickey is right that I can actually link these builds screenshot-wise, because I think that might be helpful for people. I think that's a good idea, actually. I was thinking that too, because some people don't import properly, or they just want to see things. This is the craziest build I've ever come up with, I think, but no joke, I actually think I'm playing this in keys. I'm not even kidding. I think that I will play this in push keys right now. Like, in the season, I can see myself playing this build. Hold on, I gotta just get rid of this. Perfect. Screenshot. You can just swap decurse if not needed. You just swap this around to either natural recovery or whatever. Did we skip You'll Be in My Heart? It's just random play right now, though. I found stream because of GFO stripper pole. Oh, such a good video. I don't know about that, though. Okay. I play World of Warcraft. I play World of Transmogcraft. I choose tags based on transmog. That's actually amazing. That's such a cool concept. I like that concept. Is tipping a big thing here? No. No. Okay. How, VCrypt, this is going to sound really weird, but this is actually a thing. In order for me to answer this question properly, okay, I'm debating if this gets me. Okay, this is educational. This is educational. I just need to know because it actually determines this. How white do you look? I swear to God, this is a real question. I need to know before I answer that properly. Yeah, exactly. No. Just seriously though. No, because I'm in Australia. So how are you, like, very tan? Like, do you obviously look Western? No, because if you come to Thailand and they think you're pretty tan. Okay, but you look very Western, right? The reason I ask this question is because when you come to Thailand, you will get treated a little bit differently if you look like you're Western versus if you are a foreigner from a place that is not the West. And the expectation, if you look like you're Western, and especially if you're a little older, I think that people will expect you to tip. Like, for example, when my family came to visit me, everyone expected them to tip because they sort of clocked them as, like, these people they're going to tip for sure. But technically speaking, no, you do not actually have to tip in Thailand. The only thing that's polite is if you get a foot massage or something like that, then you can tip, 20 baht, even 50 baht or something. If you are very pale, then I think there's actually more of an expectation, and you might have some people kind of give you a look because, like a foot massage, you just get a foot massage. They're very common here. It's not weird to say that whatsoever. Yeah, a foot massage is like $9-10 or something. Very, very, very nice. I think my dad, when my dad was visiting me, I think we got foot massages every day. It's actually like a social activity. Yeah. A foot massage. It's you guys are just live in weird countries. That's weird. You sort of look Asian. Oh, you're probably fine then. I don't think you have to tip, basically, VCrypt. I don't think so. They won't really expect it. You just... The way that salaries are built here in Thailand is that it's not like they get paid in service industries significantly less, right? And therefore account for the fact that they will definitely get tips, right? But so there's some restaurant where we just accept the tips. So that's the thing. But in the U.S.,
their salary is intentionally less because you're supposed to tip them and that's how they make money. No, go for it, go for it. You'll tip anyways. Well, first of all, you gifted me 5 subs on the green website, so I automatically, you can ask me any questions you'd like. Yeah, I know VCrypt. My family, when they were here, they were tipping like several hundred baht for literally everything. No, I mean, my family, I actually was, I told them, I was like, you don't have to do this. And they were like, that's fine. Like, we're here. To them, it's not a ton of money. So they were happy to just be like, here's 500 baht. Here's like, they were casually tipping like $10, $15 and it was fine for them. It's a nice thing. You'll certainly make somebody's day. If you tip them, like, if you tip them 100 baht or 200 baht, like, they will have a great day. So, you know, you can put a smile on somebody's face with that. I have lived here long enough where I don't feel the need to tip, but yeah, it's not expected at the very least. It's just, you will make people feel very nice for that, if that makes sense. Right. And you definitely tip for that if they did a good job. I mean, so again, I was actually thinking of the next in real life Thailand stream that I do. I was actually thinking that it would be kind of funny if I just got a foot massage and kept the camera rolling. Yeah. Like, actually though. How white? I'm thinking like a 9, probably like a 9 out of 10 wisdom. I feel like I look pretty fair. Is there anywhere else you would consider living? Not that I'd want to live. I love Thailand. I'm so glad I found this country. Yeah, I think a 9 out of 10. I'm just missing the Nigel Thornberry 10 out of 10. Definitely be. You think a foot massage would be not okay to stream? Safe. Yes, no problem. No, it's okay, VCrypt. That is massively overhyped in the news. It was a thing, but it's no problem. I don't think it, I mean, so okay, you guys think it's weird, but I can't express to you that it's just a lot, like it's just a cat, like it's just Friday afternoon, you get a foot massage. Like, it's very common here. They're incredibly common. They're unbelievably common. What's up, Cop? Hey, Cope. I don't think it would be that weird, to be honest. I mean, I guess ADHD, I just have to let GFO know that it's happening, right? And she has to make sure that she's off stream, otherwise she'll get banned. So I have to ask them, but maybe that's a good question, Beyblades. How's Blood DK? It's after the recent buffs, it doesn't feel as bad, but it's decent. Like, it's still not amazing, but it's okay. Yeah, I was making my tank tier list, and now we're talking about Thailand Aladdin. I got sidetracked though. If this tip is, I mean, that's true. That's a good point, Wisdom. You're not wrong. Basically, you know what would be hilarious? If I did an in real life Thailand stream and then I did film the massage. Like, I got it like an hour. The thing is, I just want to fall. Yeah. Yes. Kami, let me show you Thailand right now though. Kami, let me just show you this. Also, yeah. The Thailand stereotypes for sure. What if we did it where every sub during that window, I just tipped the masseuse that much? TLDR. I will, first of all, let me just show you the city because I think that's actually kind of cool. Let me just show you Thailand, all right? This is the tier list we made earlier. Cool, this is the tier list here. Voila. Yeah, the TLDR is this. I was traveling Asia with my best friend. I'd never been to Asia before. Never, ever. Never even been here once. And at this point, though. So, and my expenses are covered and I'll come to Thailand. I mean, if you do come here, you're welcome to ask me anything, though. Sean. Yes. You're playing with Prez. Sean, it's a little bit weird now. Yeah, you can totally do it, though. Sean, did you see my preservation evoker guide? Out of curiosity, did you happen to watch my Prez guide? Because I kind of went over that, but I can teach you that. I'll show you on Prez. Okay. So here, let me just show you the city of Bangkok. Yeah. Have to be very careful I don't accidentally do the wrong tab here. You guys know that Bangkok looks like this, right? Like you realize that this is Bangkok, right? Right? Kitty, do you know how much those are? I don't actually I don't drink, so I wouldn't.
They're gonna be pricier, Vcrypt. Drinks are not that cheap. I think that as far as I understand it, like cheaper drinks like beer or whatever, that's cheap. But the actual like if you're getting like cocktails or like drinks, I don't think they're that cheap actually. I think they're relatively pricey. Yeah, I'll try to get some pictures listed. But yeah, this is what Bangkok looks like. Like it is a giant, as far as you can see, metropolitan city. It's insane. Like the city is incredibly well established. There's public transportation that runs across the entire city. Like that's the train right there. So I don't know where the stereotype of Thailand being really weird. Like I think people still think Thailand looks like this. This is not what Thailand looks like, man. This is very, very wrong. Or people think that Bangkok looks like Chiang Mai. So this is Chiang Mai, and I think that this is what people think that actually Bangkok looks like. It's like no. This is the countryside. All right. I've not been there. I know people say no. I mean, like cocktails can still be like $10, $20. Depends on where you go. Like let's say the cocktails here are going to be like $20. Depends on where you go. Like this is a rooftop bar. You can overlook the entire city here. This is a bar. It's on the 48th floor, I think, of the Marriott. And drinks will still be like, I think, $15, $20 here. It's a nice bar. I mean, to be fair, I don't drink, but I've been here once. You get to overlook. I mean, this is like, so you can have this experience. You sit here and you just overlook the entire city. Yeah, basically. I think the Hangover and stuff. What's that? This is like this is one of the many rooftop bars in the city. It's called Octave. It's the Marriott. It's on top of a Marriott hotel. It's pretty nice. I mean, I've been there once. You do get to overlook the entire city. It's not crazy nice, but it's normally not that busy, but it's quite pricey. Well, there's a lot of rooftop bars. Like I don't know. We can look. What's this? There's another rooftop bar. There's another rooftop bar. I mean, it's a very common thing to have rooftop bars here. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, if you go to fancy places, then you will be expected to pay fancy prices. Is Bangkok far from Pattaya? Oh, it's like a few hours. But, I mean, you should be prepared for what you're getting into if you go to Pattaya, It's a thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of really nice places. I mean, most places, for example, like best infinity pools, Bangkok. There's a lot of infinity pools. Like this is quite normal for a pool to just be a proper infinity pool. Like pools like this. Do you always have to ask? I mean, you're gonna pay the same, Aladdin. They don't care here. They don't actually care here. So there's like a ton of pools like this. My first condo that I ever lived in had a pool like this, and it was great. Like, you're not going to get free drinks just because you're pretty. That's not a thing. I lived in Bangkok Central Plaza Hotel. Is it still good? What's the Central Plaza Hotel? I'm unsure, Mats. I haven't actually been to many hotels in Bangkok, right? When my family was here, they stayed in a pretty nice hotel, but otherwise. Solo, Mythic Plus, Survival, and Academy. If yes, how long can you survive for? I saw that Shaw did that. Can I have free cheesecake at yours? Kitty will make you cheesecake. Strange different laws. Singapore has, like, there are other countries that have this. However, I wouldn't say, Shaw did all of that type of testing. Vcrypt, message me on Discord. I don't really want to talk about that too much on stream. It is a dubious place. Like, when they go to Tatooine in Phantom Menace of Star Wars. You know that? You know what I'm talking about? That. Can you share the recipe for the cheesecake? That's really good. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a ton of... so how long are you here for, Vcrypt? Out of curiosity. The real question is, how long are you here for? Also, hi, Zan. Ingredients. It's actually, the reason I can eat it is because the ingredients are homemade cream cheese, which is just milk,
and, haha, very clever, Beyblades. No, the ingredients are actually milk, eggs, and sugar. That's it. Those are the 3 ingredients. You make cream cheese by boiling milk and vinegar. That's it. It's just milk and vinegar. That's the only 2 ingredients here. All right? Going to organize a subscriber meetup just for you? Holy. I don't know how I would feel about that. Do you know who is coming to Thailand, actually? And I did mention that I would meet up with him. There is somebody who is coming to Thailand, and there is a WoW creator coming, and he mentioned that he was coming, and I was like, oh, I'll say hi. That'd be crazy. He's a big DK creator. I will not tell you when nor where, but I think that'd be really interesting. I've never met anybody from stream, mostly because I live on the actual other side of the world. So literally no one has ever, yeah, like no one knows me. Nobody would find little old Woo in Thailand. Hold up, let me link some build stuff here. So Midnight Tank builds. I don't even think I actually finished all these. Blood DK, Vengeance, Prot Warrior, Guardian Druid. Great. I didn't list the Brewmaster build that I was trying. There's 2 of them, though. Okay. Reply, photo. All right, let me start uploading photos of the trips, by the way, Mickey. About to mean like so many WoW creators. Wait, where? In lands back in the day was a trip? I am exactly the same person in real life. It's just, I like people as a concept, and I like them a lot less in person. You know what I mean? Like, people as a concept are fucking great. But people, you know what I mean? People as an actual in person. Send you a message on Discord? Okay, let me check. Yeah, I got you. If there's one additional person, he turns into a house cat. No. Well, you know. Yeah. I might have to respond to you more after stream, by the way. By the way, Crypt. But yeah, do you know, I mean, have you been to Thailand before? You might have answered this earlier, and I marvelly forgot. Let me start linking builds in Discord, because you're right that I should have screenshots, actually. That's a good call. Solid call. We have that build, and then let me just see what other builds I'd actually play here. So this is the normal EC build, but I'm not actually sure that I love this one either. Yo, what's up, Age? So this is the last Apex talent you don't take, and you kind of play through Moonless still with Raze. Yeah, I think this is about right. This is give or take. The problem is that you still probably want Killing Blow. Now that this has been fixed, I mean, it's really hard to not take it. I still think that I'm not sure. Let's call this here. Let's take a screenshot. Yeah. EC normal build. Boom. Here we go. And then here. Nice. Midnight Tank builds. I think EC normal build with Raze Apex reply. Boom. Picture. Done. Your feet guy distracted me. Laughter so bad I fumbled. The beta key was put on ignore. It is a little weird, Wisdom, but I don't know what you would drop as EC. Like, I'm actually unsure what you would drop. There's really nothing that I'm comfortable. Like, I don't think an FC point into this is worth it. And I don't think the second point in Fury of Nature is worth it, because now this buffs Moonless Knight. So you will still benefit from Moonless Knight, and you'll cast this single target still. But I don't know if you can take the point here. I'm actually just unsure. Like, maybe you would drop 1 point here, surprisingly. I'm a little bit unsure. But for now, this build works at the very least, though. Yeah, I mean, so the question is whether or not this would be more damage or that. Because there's a world where actually you would drop Moonless for Killing Blow. But now Moonless, but remember, you have more amps as EC for Moonless, but less for Raze. Right? It's a little bit weird. I'm not 100% positive about what I would drop there or not. And then DOTC looks something like this. Let me just make sure this is accurate and up to date. Okay, so this is the 0 Apex DOTC build. This made me feel much tankier when I was greeting my damage, but I could totally see this 1 point wanting to be somewhere else and playing it in Raze, for example. Are there sharks in Thailand? I haven't been in the ocean long enough or more. I don't know that one, VCrypt, and the reason is because sharks are scary. Every time I see anything about the ocean, Immediately never want to go there. I like the aquarium. I do love the aquarium, but ocean, man. Ooh, not for me. Not for me. Cool. So I actually think this is a better beta. I think this is better DOTC. What do you think, Wisdom? There are sharks. I mean, I'm sure there's definitely some here, though. I'm very not sure about exactly what the DOTC is. Like, I see the cook where you want to drop this for raise. I see the cook where you don't even want raise at all because it's not that beneficial to have raise. It's just damage, but you don't really gain survivability. And you only proc ravage here. I think this is a better way to play DOTC personally, is to effectively just only deal with the ravage procs. I'm kind of okay with this. Harmful sharks? No, I mean, there's a lot of animals in Thailand, but they don't really mess with you. I mean, in Lumpini Park, we have monitor lizards, and they really are there. That's not even a cap. Bro, look at this shit. Hold up, wait a second, I show you. No, wait, watch this. Bro, I got you, watch this. Hold up. I love these guys. They're like some of my favorites. Watch this. Yeah. Nah, these guys. Holy, I want one so bad. Dude, I want one real bad. I want this so bad. I need this in my life. I absolutely require this in my life. I want like 10 of these in my house. I want to cuddle with one real bad. But you can literally find them at the park. There's like so many of them. Any time of day, basically. If you go to Lumpini Park, you will literally find them. Yeah, they're super chill. They basically are unaggressive. They're not Komodo dragons. They're not aggressive whatsoever. They are just actually chilling the whole time. No. They're super. They don't really mess with people. They just walk across the street and nobody cares. Yep. Sometimes they do get into stores, and that's a problem, right? Like, for example, if they walk into a store, then we have a problem because now all of a sudden, they're going to start climbing shelves and then you have to pull them out. And this can get slightly, this is a thing that does happen. I wouldn't say they're tiny. They're definitely not tiny, okay? They're sizable. They're much bigger than my lizards downstairs. I have 2 lizards, and they're much bigger than that. I'm in front of you. Yeah, what's up? This one? Inspect. What are you playing? Guardian Druid. Alun's Chosen. So you're playing here, right? And then, yeah, this is give or take kind of... except this talent is bad. Memory of Ysera's, I don't think this is the only thing I would change here. Also, you're not playing through here. Ooh, I don't know. It's spicy. Yeah, I mean, I have something similar, but we got to play middle. Yeah, I think you got to reject this build a little bit. Only because these 2 talents are giga value, and this one is it's very little value. I would move these 2 there, and then I would very much consider picking up and pathing through this instead. These talents are very, very big value right now. The Reinvig plus Natural Resilience, huge value. I mean, would this work? Probably. Like, it would work okay, but I don't know about that. Okay, so... Yo, what's up, Piri? I am doing pretty good, man. Waking Nightmare's a meme? Hold up, Wisdom. Like I've shown you, it does 3 to 5% overall when I decide to play it. No, V-Crypt. Not at all. I very much think there's almost no shark attacks here whatsoever. How are builds changed when we have to pug with the masses? I'm glad my dwarf can dispel. So that's a good question about what would change, right? But I don't think ultimately we're going to see that much difference. In terms of pugging, you want to route differently, right? Show me a log with 5%. Okay. Sure. Okay. There's no way that this just happens to be the log that I played this right. No. But I think it was actually this day. Did I find it? There's no way I found that exact log. Echo of Rays. No, I'm still playing Rays with this. Hold up. Can you help me figure out how to log properly? Yes. It's not that bad. You just have to literally enable combat log. Okay, I have to just look at my personal logs here for a second. 8 days ago, maybe? What did I do 8 days ago? I think this was the bear day. No, that was Blood DK. Okay, is this bear? That's a bear build. 80k, let's see. Waking Nightmare. Okay, in this key, it did less. So this was... No, here, look, I'll show you. This is a log that's pretty close. I got it right here. Bet. Hold up. Don't underestimate me. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, I can't show that. Oh, here. 1 second, 1 second. Okay. Algathar Academy. 80k overall. Waking Nightmare did 2.3% plus 1.98%. Close to 5%. It basically did 4%. It's not that good, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And then Sundering Roar basically did 5% if you count the damage amp from it too. It's not the worst. It kind of works, doesn't it? I'm not saying it doesn't work, but there's not really a lot of other talents you can play when you're playing like this. So it's still something. Are there parses enabled? So first of all, if you want to check beta logs, you just have to come up here. You have to go to the Warcraft homepage, right? And then all you do is scroll down like this. And you go to Mythic Plus Beta, and then you basically just go here. Oh yeah, I see you there actually, Scraps. That's hilarious. I actually see you right there. But you just go to Rankings, and then this is when you want to check stuff. So you can see like the top keys being done, yeah? And you can, for example, check like in this Magister's Terrace 21, what did they play? That's a massive key. 21 is crazy, right? So you have Demo Warlock, Resto Druid, and you have Brewmaster, Unholy DK, or Arcane. But if you actually take a look at the log, you can investigate and kind of see how much damage. That's not crazy. Like, that is not crazy numbers for Brewmaster. They still time the key. However, I think I remember the specific boss. Like, look, I mean, the Brew's only doing 42k single target. That's not that crazy. Like, in my opinion, Brew doesn't do crazy numbers in this particular way. You know what I mean? The animals in Thailand, they're not really going to attack. You don't have to worry about that too much, at least. Yeah, what's up? Why wouldn't you use Raise for DOTC? It does get buffed, but the problem is that you actually get a lot of Ravage procs, and when you get a Ravage proc, your DOTC, you don't need it as much. Does that make sense? What's his external healing? Let's find out. We can take a look at the log, sure. Not on this boss, but in the entire dungeon. I mean, the thing is, my prop Hallie, when I was going over the guide, I mean, you can just see some crazy melees happen here. Yo, what's up, Ridola? Tank tier list, I've already done it now, but I will update it to YouTube. I'll post it to YouTube tonight, right? Hold up. First of all, he only has 28% of the Resto Druid's healing, which is kind of crazy, actually. Like, this is actually crazy, all right? Yeah, damage taken, sorry. 28k. I wonder how much external healing I require. Should we take a look at that? Wait, where was my previous log that I was just looking at? That would be kind of curious. Here. So in that key I did. Here, damage taken, right? External healing required. 11k. Oh, no, wait, that's not total. Fuck. 23k. Almost the same in a 15. Damn. Damn. Not the same key, to be fair, but damn. It's crazy that when you look at damage taken, the Spellbound weapon, even though it's only in a few packs, is all the way up here for Bear. Yeah, that's actually crazy. I want to say that it should be almost 0, but apparently not. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah, but you just go here and you can look at all those stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me get the rest of these builds done. This is way different per dungeon. That's true. That's true. Even like Druid seems to look like their healing puts out half of them. Yeah. No, I mean, Druid still has absolutely amazing healing. Druid still has a lot of healing, yeah. Is there a fee at the airport either for Bangkok when you arrive? Bali is a $30 visa fee. From Australia. They recently said they were going to do something like that, VCrypt, but I don't know what. That's a good question. They recently did say they were going to do something like that, but I don't know if they actually ended up doing something like that. I don't know. Maybe. This is my Paladin build right now. You can drop Searing Sunlight for this. Obviously, there are a few talents you can change around for Pally. Midnight Tank builds, Guardian Druid. And then this one, yeah. Reply, boom. DOTC build kind of looks like this now. I'm actually just doing this, though. Is Apex Advice now meta? Beta got banned from Hammer of Wrath for hate mail. Did they only put one Apex? I think the prop Pally Apex is definitely worth playing, personally speaking. Let me change. Number 1A is 115 Apex point, really? But was it when Paladin B was pre-nerf? I feel like this one is not actually that uncompetitive, you know? But yeah, there's basically only one real Paladin build, few things that you can change around. Reply, boom, upload, screenshot. Okay. All right. Few points. Can swap. Yo, good night, Kami. I gotta mentally prepare myself. You gotta come see if I do 227 burpees tomorrow. That'll be a real challenge, you know. That'll be a real challenge. Oh, with Holy Paladin, I see. Let's swap, right? There we go. And then we log over here to Prot Warrior. This is definitely just a cook of mine. I don't know whether you really play it or not. I very much unsure about the Prot Pally talents at the moment. I could see it, I cannot see it. I'm not sure. Cool. All right. I gotta actually go edit the video too, but let me just get all these builds. I think you're right though. Okay, so this was give or take what I was cooking for Warrior at this point. May I what's up, Scraps? Hold up, screen capture here. Am I an easy lover? Ooh, no, Aladdin. Definitely not. I think I'm a very hard lover. Are playing a hold up, let me see. Prot Paladin. Nope, I see the Prot Paladin is here. I see that one properly. Oh, but you're right that it is showing up in the Guardian Druid. Current DOTC cook. Oh, wait, no, that's because I put the wrong image there, my bad. Here, you're right. Good job. Nice job for testing that. Okay, here we go. And then we go. So here's how I've organized my Discord. If you guys have any better suggestions on how to organize the Discord, by all means, let me know. Because I'm not super sold on this, but like I have so much information that I want to put in Discord that when I show things, so here's how I've kind of had organized it, right? So let me just window capture my Discord. This is always a bit concerning to me, and I have to be very careful when I show this to you, but here you go. So for example, right, when I show you this Discord here, I currently have it set up where we have threads to track. So like the Midnight Healer builds, right? The idea is you can click on Prez Evoker and you could very easily find the Prez Evoker build that I was trying, yeah? Or you could, for example, click on Mistweaver, and you would be able to find the Mistweaver build with an image to show you what I'm playing in case you need to import to pre-patch or something like that. So that's the idea, right? And then eventually I'll upload the DPS builds that I try as well. The problem, because if I don't do this and I just start sharing builds, then people will, for example, go to pre-patch talent builds and realize we've all been chatting here. Which one is this? What's this? What's this? I can pin stuff, right? So you can basically check the pinned messages and see that that's my current EC build. But I feel like there's probably a much better way to, you know what I mean? Like, because people keep asking, like, where is the thing? But we're all talking here about the different things. So my question for you is,
I think this is a better way to do it and just keep it organized and just have them in threads. But do you know how to check threads? Like, is this an understandable way to look at things? How long is too long in Thailand to travel? I would say too long is like 23 years. Not enough time is 21 years. This is a sweet spot, basically between 21 and 23 years, VCrypt. After you're here for long enough, you'll understand the same thing. So it seems fine. Probably best if you lock the thread so people don't actually... Yeah, that's what I did do that, I think. As far as I know, I did that, but I'm not sure. You will probably not have enough time in Thailand, to be honest. You'll want to have spent more time here.
I don't know about the Blood DK talent build perfectly. I can only tell you what I do
Kind of know, at the very least, though. Weeks and days. It's hard to say, honestly, VCrypt. It is hard to say. This is my unholy rider keys blood here. A discussion and lock message on your post of the builds. Then you could say why you swap something. Yeah, I will. Yo, what's up, Memo? Hey, huge fan. Been watching you really for about the last year or so. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a late stream for me. I'm normally not on at this point. Oh, thank you, Mo. Appreciate it. Last year, really? I think I only started my YouTube channel a year and 2 months ago. Yeah, about a year and a month ago or something like that. Yeah, you can get a lot done in 12 days. This is, what do you think? I don't know, Wisdom. I'm really torn between exactly what the right talents are here. Like, it's something like this, but I'm not really sure. I'll just link it anyways for people to look at. You can get a lot done, absolutely. You're talking to a guy who traveled here and then never left. It's true, because oh, fucking shit. Yo, people asked me this like 20 minutes ago. Does anyone still here that wanted to hear the Thailand story? About to crash, but I want to quit. HPAL Lightsmith Melee, dead or possible? Absolutely possible. My Lightsmith build on HPAL was my preferred build, actually, and I was playing in Melee, but you can technically play it in range. But yeah, the Lightsmith HPAL build that I enjoyed that more. All right, Demon Hunter. I've heard it. So basically, I didn't plan to move to Thailand at all. At all. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, of course, of course. Okay, so this is give or take the build. I still don't know exactly what to do with this 1 point. It's either Tempered Steel or here if you're not playing Revel. So you might not... I mean, you probably don't need Feed the Demon, so maybe you still play Spite then. If you're not playing Feed the Demon, you play Spite, but I'm not sure. I'm a little torn about what it is exactly that I should be picking in the Demon Hunter tree. In terms of that point right there. Like, do I actually want Feed the Demon or not? You know? But the question is, do I need Feed the Demon? Because Feed is... I want Chains. I like playing with Chains. So you can very easily put this in, like, 10% reduced magic damage, for example. Or you could put it in Spite. Like, you have options here, basically, on where to put that ability. Right. That's kind of where I'm thinking. Like, I feel like you don't need Feed as much. And it would actually be acceptable to play through here. And then you swap here if you don't need the survivability. Yeah, I'm good with that. And this is the no breath build, so you're not playing over here. This is no Feldev. Cool. Okay, Demon Hunter build updated. And then last one is Brewmaster. There are 2 different builds. Vengeance Demon Hunter, reply. You like Sigil of Spite? I mean, without playing Eldrachi, it's technically not needed. Few points. Okay. Blood DK. Upload this build here. Blood DK. Current cook. There you go. And then we have the last tank here, which is Brewmaster, which I haven't even uploaded yet. I think Brewmaster had like a few different options. Delicious. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. I gotta go work on the tier list and stuff. Yo, if you are new to my stream, first of all, thank you for saying hi. Emo, I'm glad that you enjoy my content.
Thank you guys for supporting. It has been a very fun day. I'm confident I started watching somewhere around 2 to 3. Oh, yeah, that's July. Those are the big tier list. The problem is this beta cycle, MO. Bro, I didn't actually get to do... Yeah. So I didn't get to do all DPS testing. Yeah. I actually didn't really get to do all DPS testing, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if I'll make like a whole tier list. Like maybe toward the end of beta, if I can play a few more DPS, I can rank them. I know the thing is that DPS are pretty easy to rank right now because they're very unbalanced. I think this was Rish's build, and then this was more like the regular build. Like So's, I think this is a more normal build here, and then Rish was playing something else. That look about right too. I think this was the original Brewmaster, and then there's the Cook, which is slightly different. Yo, what's up, Tint? Yo, big, other big, like tuning pass? Yeah. And good interviews? That's what got me here. Oh, thank you. Vital Flame is, of course. Yeah, this is actually unbelievably good right now. Yep. Cool. And then there's 2 builds, actually. So I think I like this build a little bit more. Like, it might just fit my playstyle a bit better. Yeah, what's up? The Resto Druid stuff, have you seen if people are trying like a significantly reduced regrowth style? So the recent changes to Resto Druid, I made a Resto Druid guide, and of course, about 2 days later, they nerfed the playstyle that I preferred. Here's the thing with Resto Druid, is it very much depends on, how to say, okay. It very much depends on what content you're doing, ML. Because if you're doing like a 10 to a 12, you can play a simpler Resto Druid playstyle where you don't need to be gaming around abundance. Keep in mind, I got a ton of hate for not specifically telling people to play around abundance in my Resto Druid guide video, right? Now, granted, I actually think you might drop Harmonious Blessing for double germ. Like, I actually think that this maybe loses a bit of value depending. We'll see. I'm not sure. Like, you'll lose a tiny bit of tank healing potentially, but I actually am not I'm not super confident you definitely need this with the Mastery nerf. Because of just, it's the scaling and stuff. I'm not actually confident because I want 1 extra talent point. Now, I like Reforestation, but this is optional. You could drop Reforestation for another point in Thriving Vegetation. I like this though. Personal preference. Something like this, okay? With Resto Druid, technically speaking, if you're playing Abundance, then you definitely want your regrowths to crit, right? Veronica Sky just raided. Oh, hi, Veronica. Yo, that's funny. I was about to raid you soon. Hi, Veronica. Hello there. We're going over World of Warcraft related activities. First time chat from Raider. Hi, Nick. Hello. You have come from Veronica's stream. Veronica is a great example, by the way, of a streamer who is very good but new to streaming. It's very difficult to get yourself out there, you know. Honestly, Veronica's stream is great. I don't say that about many people, but there's just some absolutely fantastic content creators. And Veronica, you are a great streamer. So she does not play WoW, although I hear tidings. I hear some thoughts, some possibilities that she will try World of Warcraft soon. Yes, she may indeed try World of Warcraft at some point. So if you want to watch a brand new player, you know, you should totally go say hi to her. And she's a lady, but be respectful. Yo, what's up, Veronimo? Is Veronimo related to Veronica? Out of curiosity. It is always full of positivity. That's true. I'm in there a lot sometimes. You are trying it out? Did you try it out today? Wait a second. Did you try it out today? Was today your first day playing World of Warcraft? Interesting. Mo, can I answer your Resto Druid question in a second? Wait a second. Was today your first day playing WoW? No way. What's up, Jenny? Hello. Absolutely. Cool. I spent so long hating on WoW and MMO in general. It took me to give the chance the game, and you feel like you're in it for life. Oh, yeah. Honestly, if you've never played WoW before, to be honest with you, probably don't. Like, I'm going to be real with you. I love this game. It's like, goddamn, I love this game. But if you're not in it, maybe don't. Dude, it'll pull you in, and you'll never get out. It's addicting. It's a genuine addiction. Like, once you start, you kind of never quit. So you have to be interested. You have to be careful about this, actually. But I think, Veronica, I hope that you enjoy World of Warcraft. Veronica, we have a new stream challenge. You know, let's say people came through today. People were supporting. But if you take a look at the top right of the stream, we have 100 bits equals 3 burpees. We did 111, by the way. It was actually 111 today. 111 burpees today. Now, tomorrow, I must do 227. This is how many we did today. Tomorrow, we have to do 227 burpees. Unbelievable. Oh, my God. I can do it. I believe in myself, right? But also, you know, like this. Is a very feeling. I never played WoW, but I know exactly how the game works just by watching people streaming it. What's a burpee again? It's like when you drink a Sprite really fast and you kind of go like this. Except that it sounds a little bit less of like a ooh, and a little bit more of a burp. I just can't burp on command. Every time it's suddenly like 100 to 18. No, I had to do 3 more, man. Good luck doing that 227 times. It'll be difficult to repeat it in the same vocal tone. Yeah. Because I'm not very good vocally, right? I've never really been much... My throat is somewhat lacking in skill set. You know, there are some things it's very good at and other things not so much, to be honest. So, it can be a little bit tough. Like for example... Thai language is so hard because it goes ma 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 ma. That's a tonal language, and this is very difficult for me because sometimes I try to say something in Thai, but because I have the wrong tonation, I say the wrong thing. It is stressful on occasion. 227. Yes, I will be getting very fit. But, you know, if you find yourself wanting to check in on whether or not I survived 227 burpees, you're more than welcome to come back to stream tomorrow. Well, all right, Emo, can I answer your Wrestler Druid question real fast? So it depends on what level key you're trying to do. And the reason is, what's up, Axel Sky? I recognize you from Veronica's chat. Real quick about Wrestler Druid. There are always many different ways to play the game, okay? Yeah, basically tomorrow's stream is sponsored by Travel, Stefan. That's true. That's correct. Yep. My legs will say thank you, and also the whole time. It'll be like that. Isn't there a famous song that starts like that? There absolutely is. It was something about vegetables. It was like, you know, it started with like you gotta chop some things, and you're like, ooh, ah. That's like the start of the song. You know what I'm talking about? So, anyways, from here, what we got going on with the Resto Druid stuff is when you are doing higher content, you definitely need to game around abundance, right? No, I've just been chatting about Thailand the whole time, Lakus. I got distracted chatting about Thailand. Good morning, Saito. Good morning, Toxic. Hello. Wait, so you stream? Just saw? Oh, he has a check mark, so I would imagine so. Not everybody is a checkmark stream, though. Are you talking about Down with the Sickness? Yeah, I was talking about Chop Suey. I dropped Symbiotic Link for Typhoon. I think that Symbiotic is actually pretty decent. I would probably drop Fluid Form for it. I don't find Fluid Form to be absolutely necessary. No problem. At this late into stream, basically, I just let the mind go. But to be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know how the thoughts occur. I just let them occur. The biggest thing about me is that I'm very bad at filtering, which makes me either a joy or a terror at family dinners, depending on how you look at things. Like, on one hand, right, it's great that I'm very honest and direct. On the other hand, it turns out that when let's say that your girlfriend invites you over to meet her family, the wrong thing to say, I think this is very polite, by the way. This is just for what it's worth here. I don't see there's anything wrong with looking at her parents and being like, I'm so glad that you guys had sex because, wow, look at her. Like, she's amazing. It's just that the phrasing oftentimes gets the better of me. And the more tired I am, the more inclined I am to accidentally say something in a way that just, well, because am I wrong? But am I wrong? But that's my question. Am I wrong? What would you rather me say? I wish that you hadn't? That's terrible. Does Prop Pally use Holy Power on Word of Glory? Is that a trap? No, so you only use free procs. You spend all, yeah, you actually, everything, all Holy Power goes straight into Shield of the Righteous. I mean, technically correct, yes. That's what I'm saying. It's important to be correct. Okay, guys. Oh, sorry, Nick. I'm glad that those two met and decided to have a kid, which gave you the, there you go. You guys made, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly, we're all saying the same thing here. Literally told me she was singing, that's so weird. Bye. Have a great night, guys. Sorry, it is late. Can you open your tree again? Yeah. I feel like we're all saying, exactly. That's the thing. I can relate to being responsible for such comments. It's just, the thing is, right? I do occasionally find myself being unnecessarily ironic. I just can't help it sometimes. So there are many talents I could change here. One, I can drop this point and put it somewhere else if I wanted to. This is kind of optional. But in terms of the talents down here, I don't want to drop in cap because that's useful. I kind of like double forest walk, but you can totally drop a point here if you need to. I don't need to pick up the damage. I can understand the argument for matted fur if you did want to drop. Like, actually, swipe is kind of a wasted talent, and I would put this here as a clarification there. Yeah. Intent was noble, but your mouth betrayed you. That happens to me all the time, Dom. I'd like to think that my intent is, in general, noble. But, you know, yeah. 1 minute Stamp Roar is very useful as well, but I'm kind of curious about what I would drop for it. Did he really? I didn't actually. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that I learned my lesson from being a kid, and as an adult, I don't do this. I've learned my lesson. So Symbiotic could swap for this. I do find this to be a little bit useful though. Is it 1 point here? Yeah, sorry, I don't need Innervate. That's true. You can drop Innervate for Stamp Roar. It's a good point. You drop triple life room from point and thriving. Yes. So the Nature's Bounty after nerfs, I could almost see an argument for this, but I still think this point is very valuable. The other thing would be Reforestation for this. But I'm not completely sold that you definitely need Harmonious Blessing. Because of the Apex talent and stuff, I don't know if this affects the Apex talent. That would be interesting. I don't know if that happens, but basically, like, your Life Bloom target is getting a lot of healing, so I'm not sure, man. If why people don't run Swiftman, or what do you mean? Oh, what Swiftman talent? But the problem is that what Resto Druids end up doing a lot of the times, though, is, yeah, I'm not 100% sold after Mastery nerf that you needed, but the idea is, a lot of times when the damage is happening, they start rejuving people, and you only rejuve people to prep. But the abundance is necessary because you want the increased crit chance so that you can get better of this. They got rid of Swiftmend. No, you still have Swiftmend. You Swiftmend on cooldown now. The free, like, double charge. I think you mean this, right? Prosperity versus Verdant. Verdant is way too powerful. It's significantly too powerful to swap off of. And double doesn't necessarily get more recharge time. You'd have to bang two. I don't think you'd play Prosperity. But yeah, something like this for a Resto Druid, give or take. Yeah, something like that, though. Yeah, I guess. Then, but even then, double Germ is also not bad for tank healing, because I can get 2 rejuves on my target. Yeah. But it's something like this. Ultimately, there's a few choices. I mean, you can also keep in mind drop Life Treading to manually place F-Low and put this into... I don't know if I would play Flourish. I play Inner Peace, maybe. I think Inner Peace is really good. Trank is such a powerful cooldown. You'd want it more often. Or even a point in Regenesis if you're playing a Rejuve playstyle. It's possible. I don't know where you'd put this point if you drop this. Yeah, not 100% though. So you get a lot of extension. Like, this is... The thing is that this turns Trank into an actually crazy button. Oh, sorry, not this one. Yeah, I know. The Flourish... The thing is that Trank during its duration is great, but afterwards it's, like, unbelievable, though. You better take both. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need to crit that pally tank for sure. But I mean, I don't know. You get like a lot of extension, like a crazy amount of extension. If I have my full hot kit, right, and I have everything ticking, and I go here, and then I go wild growth into a trank, I mean, this duration is pretty insane. I now have I have 30 seconds of hots. So I don't think it's terrible because my trank has expired, but I'm still benefiting from the increased duration. It would cover like 2 damage events, but you're right. I most likely will just play life treading when I play my Resto Druid. So the idea though is that I don't think you have to play around this in most content. I really think that in most content, if you actually just straight up, if you go like this, if you just go Life Bloom, right, and then you regrowth another target, and then you wild growth into Swiftmend, and then regrowth spam, you'll heal everything just fine. I genuinely think for 10s and 12s, that will be more than enough. I don't think you need to... You just rejuve outside of a damage. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just genuinely don't think you need to be specifically thinking about abundance. I think that playstyle will work very well for people learning Resto Druid, and as you get better at it, then you have to understand abundance better. Does that make sense? Holy Paladin, I'm not sure exactly what the build is here either. I'm not 100% what the build is for Holy Paladin. Damn, I am on late tonight because apparently Veronica could raid me. If Veronica can raid me, that means I'm on very late. I think for my Holy Paladin, I was like, I enjoyed the Lightsmith version of this. You're welcome. Okay, so this is the Herald play. This was Lightsmith here. I think it was something like this for Lightsmith. Give or take. And then you can probably drop that talent right there for something in the tree. Not sure exactly what you'd want. Maybe even just... maybe blinding, if you want blinding. Something like this. Maybe even just... unsure exactly what I'm missing here, but something like this, though. The smart hero auto DR. I think that's a tough one. I think you're gonna have a very hard time convincing me that you should play auto sack at any point. Like, I don't think this is ever a good idea, to be honest. I think you have to manually know when you're casting sack. Like, you have to be able to control that button. It's a very powerful external, but it's something you need to game around. I can also see myself perhaps dropping this because, yeah, sorry, I finished the tank tier list, but I will upload it tonight. Yeah, what's up, Haru? I think this was give or take my Lightsmith build, but I would drop Pillars, and I would definitely put it into Veneration after the fix. And it is, but Resplendent Light in here, unless I'm casting a bunch, though. Yeah, sorry, this is wrong. I would take this, I would put it there, and I think that give or take. I could also understand wanting to play around. If you're playing Light of Dawn, I could understand dropping this and at least playing here or something. Like one other talent point there is fine if I'm not going to be casting at all. However, unsure. I think it's still probably worth playing Resplendent Light because, you know, sometimes. Yeah. But something like this, I kind of miss having Tears Deliverance as an extra button. Yeah. Otherwise, it's Inflorescence. Could play this, though. Yep. Yeah, I like this build right now. This is give or take the build that I was enjoying for Lightsmith Holy Paladin. Okay, all right, I've been on long enough. All right, let me see who's still on here, and let's wrap it up for tonight. An extra long stream due to all the burpees that we did. I definitely feel significantly less bad after all the burpees. Ooh, I know exactly who's on right now. Great, easy raid target. Okay, hold up. The guy, you know who I did the podcast with? You guys remember the podcast, right? Wait, you guys remember the podcast? Yeah, dude, hold it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll be back on tomorrow. Remember, Valentine's Day, I'm off. Are we up on... I won't do a late night stream. We are up right now, but I don't think so. Sane Hearth, yo. Thank you for the sub. 8 months of being taught Bear. I'm excited for Bear. I think it's good. I just hope it doesn't get nerfed too much. Easy. I know exactly who we're going to raid because he was the guy who ran the podcast. Bro, he literally does. He's the guy Brutal's on. I'm up late enough to raid Brutal. Hobbit just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys for the end of stream subs. Y'all are amazing. But genuinely also, thank you for supporting stream. Today was a fun day. I appreciate all the love and all the support, and I am very excited to make a bunch of very giga YouTube videos very soon. I need to work on the dungeon guides. Reminder, if you are curious about them, last thing I will say before I end stream today, I did make a dungeon guide. I made my first how to tank masterclass. If you want it, it is completely, I put this for free on Patreon. You just have to be a member. But if you want access to it, watch it. If you watch any amounts of it, give me feedback. Let me know. Let me know what you think. Because I'm going to make more of them, and it's going to be a labor of love for sure. Okay, let me make sure I spell his name right. Over here. Yeah, popcorn is full. It is long, yes. It is quite long. But boo, it's his birthday. Go give him some love. He did the podcast. He works very hard. Holy I forgot my music was so loud. Oh my god. Okay, bye. We are up here for a little longer, but not that much longer. Okay, bye. Oh, I have him open double. Uh-huh. Okay, YouTube, if you're still here, I hope you have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I'll upload that to your list soon. Bye.